Humans craved power and willingly allied with the Blood Clan. He felt satisfied being turned into a vampire's pet. Thus, this world fell under the absolute rule of the Blood Clan, when humans were chosen to serve as their attendants. They could gain superior power through blood transformation, but jealousy led to tragedy. In the blood bestowal ritual, the weak shattered and died instantly. Therefore, everyone was born with a distinct genetic rank. The higher the gene index, the greater the granted power. But the protagonist with divine bloodline sought to defy the order. He declared himself the true ruler. In the Blood Clan city, 2 human corpses lay motionless in the grand hall. A noble lady angrily muttered that mortals couldn't withstand a drop of her blood. She ordered the bodies processed, for none had survived her blood. For she possessed the purest noble lineage. Now her next goal was to find kin in Fei Koi City. Meanwhile, the protagonist, transported to this strange world, was still confused. He was mocked for being unqualified to apply due to his low gene rank. Realizing it, he found himself standing on the red carpet welcoming Academy guests. He refused to accept humanity's stratified subjugation under the Blood Clan. Checking his student card, he was shocked to see he held only rank C. Someone suddenly shoved him, throwing him off balance. In anger, he heard a familiar voice. It was Wen Shuang, his best friend from his past life. Through Wen Shuang's words, he learned today was the Blood Lady's servant selection. Everyone gathered to be chosen as kin, trading for unmatched power and longevity. The climax came when Lady Lin Langwu bestowed her blood, a peak ecstasy for humans. As she finished speaking, a luxury convoy entered the forest by the red carpet. A girl in high heels stepped out, drawing every gaze. She was Lin Langwu, the pure noble vampire who made the crowd cheer wildly. The protagonist was completely indifferent to becoming a Blood Clan slave. After 9 harsh years of training, he believed only self-power mattered, for kinship meant losing freedom, memory, and control over life and death. Thinking so, he pulled Wen Shuang away from the chaos. Unexpectedly, a violent explosion erupted behind him. The shockwave flung everyone around. The protagonist hurried to catch the falling Wen Shuang. But he was badly wounded, blood gushed as his eyes gleamed red. At that moment, a stranger appeared behind him. The vampire lady instantly unleashed a fierce attack. The 2 powers clashed, forcing the man in black to retreat. He realized he had underestimated Lin Langwu's strength and fled. The protagonist, coughing blood while supporting his friend, caught Lin Langwu's attention. Yet she soon focused on a purple-haired youth claiming to be the top gene genius worthy of her. The high-ranked gene group also pledged loyalty, believing gene level decided blood-blessing chances. Lin Langwu scoffed, saying she didn't need such weaklings. Then she suddenly appeared right before the protagonist. She gently wiped the blood from his lips. After tasting it, she ordered him to come to her mansion that night. Still craving more, she announced a new contest only survivors would receive her grace. Before leaving, she cast him a meaningful glance. The protagonist, utterly uninterested, asked the principal if he could skip it. But the principal replied it was too late, because Lin Langwu personally chose him, and refusal meant death. Then the principal handed him a life-and-death contract to sign. That night, people gathered at Lin Langwu's mansion for selection. The butler announced 58 competitors, but only 20 would advance. The contest had 3 trials. Those failing the first would be eliminated immediately. Thus, though unwilling, the protagonist had to fight to survive the first test. Inside, the crowd eagerly urged the butler to start the contest. But they didn't know the test began. Once they crossed the gate, anyone speaking without permission was instantly disqualified. For the first rule of kinship was absolute obedience. Speaking unbidden insulted the master. As a result, 32 people were eliminated just for speaking. The butler worried such early disqualification might bore Lady Lin Langwu. So he allowed those 32 to join a rebirth battle only 5 survivors could continue, making them rejoice silently. Upon hearing rebirth, everyone froze in horror. For the battle was a massacre in a blood circle, only 5 survivors would be chosen. The protagonist silently thanked fate that he and Wen Shuang had stayed quiet. Before anyone reacted, one man was stabbed down in an instant. The attacker was a long-haired brute with a blood-stained blade. He arrogantly challenged, "Who wants to die? I'll be one of the 5 survivors." The protagonist thought he had gone completely mad. Then a girl wielding guns and blades shouted to turn this night into a blood sacrifice for Lin Langwu. Gunfire roared, bodies fell, and blood drenched the hall red. When the shots stopped, only 5 survived. The butler smiled in satisfaction at the brutal outcome. He announced that the remaining 26, along with the 5, would enter the first official trial. Stomping hard, he split the ground open. Below were giant fanged beasts. The first test was to fish them up from the lava. Special rods made of unique material were prepared. Since the lava beasts fed on blood, participants had to use their own. The nobler the blood, the better the lure. As the butler finished, everyone quickly chose their fishing spots. But the 100-kilogram rod exhausted the protagonist from the start. He saw a strong man pulling fiercely, eyes bloodshot and muscles bursting like a beast. The sight stunned him, making him doubt that man was even human. The gun-wielding girl sneered, saying he was merely using fake enhancers. The muscular man had bought power-boosting drugs, temporary enhancers that could cripple or kill, yet he survived. Soon he successfully hooked a massive lava fish. Seeing that, the protagonist decided to act, since only 20 could advance. He dripped his own blood on the rod as bait. Then he cast the line into the abyss, his red essence spreading through the lava. Suddenly, a fierce creature below bit the hook wildly. The rod shook violently, signaling a huge force pulling back. The pull almost dragged him down, but Wen Shuang caught him in time. He told his friend not to let go, and both strained their strength. Finally, they pulled the giant lava fish up to the surface. The protagonist thought he had won. But then the situation reversed drastically. The fish he caught was torn apart by others, creating chaos. The combined weight jerked the rod hard, dragging him toward the pit. Seeing him fall, Wen Shuang pulled back and shouted for him to release. But he gritted his teeth, refusing to lose his prize. His arm burned with pain, muscles nearly tearing. His blood boiled, eyes glowing like a beast's. The sealed chains in his body shattered, flooding his arm with immense power. He used all his strength to pull the lava beasts ashore. A wild aura burst from him, spreading everywhere. Lin Langwu watched from the shadows, thrilled and more intrigued by her prey, the protagonist. She licked her lips, secretly craving his taste. His feat stirred jealousy. Others praised him outwardly, but envied him inside. Some took the chance to seize his fish, but despite exhaustion, he rose and shouted for them to back off. Yet they showed no fear, demanding a share since he had caught all the fish. Wen Shuang furiously called them shameless cowards during danger, now thieves of glory. The protagonist stood firm, asking the butler whether robbery or murder over spoils was allowed. The butler calmly smiled, saying the lady desired peace, so theft or killing were forbidden. However, he hinted that sharing spoils could prove a hero's virtue. Hearing that, the protagonist smirked coldly, pointing at a lava fish and taunting, "Want a share?" Then he tossed one to Wen Shuang to keep. The crowd thought he was scared, sneering that he'd distribute to all. Unexpectedly, he threw a fish straight into the lava, enraging them as they shouted he was making enemies of everyone. The protagonist replied indifferently, "If giving you fish makes us friends, I'd be a fool. Only survivors become kin, so why not use this chance to cut rivals?" His arrogant words made some lose control and prepare to attack. But he kept provoking. "This fish goes to whoever kneels and calls me father." He declared, "Only 20 spots exist, hesitate, and you get nothing." Instantly, a fat man shamefully knelt, calling him father twice. The protagonist laughed heartily and tossed a fish to his son. But that man turned on him right after, trying to kill for more. The protagonist stayed calm, scanning around and asking, "3 fish left, who wants to be next?" 3 others abandoned pride, kneeling for fish with hidden hatred. Wen Shuang quietly asked if he was going too far. The protagonist didn't answer, signaling him to look at the crowd's crazed eyes. He said, "They'll kill their own just to become kin. Can they still be called human? If they're unworthy of being human, why should I treat them as such?" His voice was icy cold. The sudden change shocked Wen Shuang. His once passionate friend now wore a madman's smile. He realized that since pulling up the lava fish, that power had surpassed human limits. Strange blood within the protagonist boiled, stirring a brutal urge. His pounding heart drowned him in ecstasy for power, his greed blazing fiercer than ever. In an instant, 2 sharp fangs traits of the blood clan grew from his mouth. He stared at the crowd, who hadn't yet noticed his change. Though humiliated, none dared attack him. The lack of bloodshed left him unsatisfied and craving more. His gaze fixed on the lava fish. To everyone's shock, he punched straight through the beast's body. His arm burrowed deep, twisting like a starving predator. Then he savagely bit and devoured the flesh before the horrified crowd. Everyone thought he had gone mad and doomed himself. But only the butler knew it was the mockers who were truly foolish. Lava fish flesh could restore stamina and awaken hidden potential in humans. A few clever ones realized and quickly copied him. When the first trial ended, only 20 survivors remained eligible for the next round. The butler announced the results, and the survivors rejoiced for keeping their lives. Wen Shuang sighed in relief, saying that eliminating 11 people was terrifying enough they'd just concede in round 2. He cheerfully turned to Wang Jie, saying they survived safely thanks to him. But Wang Jie stayed silent, not replying, leaving him puzzled. Seeing his cold face and dark eyes, Wen Shuang felt uneasy. He quietly followed his gaze and saw he was staring at another group. Looking closer, he realized it was Chen Da's gang. They glared back with hatred, grinning twistedly like beasts awaiting prey. Chen Da lounged atop a fish, sharpening his sword with a sinister smile. The sight made Wang Jie's blood boil. He tore off his shirt and breathed frostily. The blood-stained shirt hit the ground heavily in the silent air. He raised a taunting finger, laughing madly as Wen Shuang panicked and shouted for him to stop. Hiding behind him, Wen Shuang trembled, urging him to leave early, but Wang Jie kept smiling, saying, "They provoked first." Wen Shuang tried to stop him, but he coldly interrupted. "You still don't get it, Wen Shuang." Wen Shuang froze as he said, "They're all on the same side. Over half of the 20 are Chen Da's allies." Surveying the room, he spotted several loners armed and seemingly aware of the rules, ready for the coming bloodshed. Wang Jie pulled out his phone, scrolling as he mentioned suspicious rumors he'd found online. He explained that some who became kin later helped their clans rise by leaking internal secrets, building private power, and turning their vampire masters into mere tools. Hearing that, Wen Shuang trembled and whispered, "But what does that have to do with us?" Wang Jie, still staring at Chen Da's group, replied, "Don't you see their eyes?" He sternly analyzed that whatever the second trial was, they would surely unite to kill them. He smirked faintly, saying, "Their first target is me." Wen Shuang, terrified, urged him to retreat before the next round began. But the fat man from the rival group overheard and sneered, "Too late! You humiliated me. If even one of us survives, killing you will be like crushing an ant." As he spoke, he recalled the public humiliation, reigniting his hatred. He mocked, "Before true kin, you're nothing but lowly trash." The fat man bragged, "We're different. My family already has kin of noble blood. We were raised to serve the blood clan, unlike you filthy mortals." His words didn't faze Wang Jie. He just laughed disdainfully. "So that's why you treat slaughter as normal." He shoved his hands in his pockets, tilting his head toward Wen Shuang. "Am I wrong? These people stopped being human long ago." His expression hardened, eyes sharp as blades. Things no longer human don't deserve to exist. They burst into mocking laughter, pretending fear as they jeered, "You think you can kill us?" Chen Da sneered, saying, "Don't waste breath on that weak brat. There are worthier foes." His gaze shifted to a woman standing apart, his tone sharpening. "Besides us, someone else knows the rules and is allowed to carry weapons." He studied her carefully, warning his men not to underestimate her. The fat man chuckled. "Got it, A-Day. You're the strongest. Same tactic, 5 protect 1. When you're chosen as kin, don't forget your brothers." Chen Da didn't reply, only asked, "What will round 2 be?" Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the vast building, two others were plotting. Wang Zhe warned as they walked, "Whatever round 2 is, Wen Shuang, you must forfeit immediately when it starts." Wen Shuang asked blankly, "What about you?" He scratched his head with a sly grin. "You heard them win or lose, they'll still kill me, so why should I back down?" The more Wang Zhe spoke, the more fervent he became, his eyes glowing with demonic light, worrying Wen Shuang with his eerie demeanor. Staring at his distorted face, Wen Shuang secretly realized Wang Zhe was more terrifying than the enemies. He immediately asked what had made him so strange. Wang Zhe trembled in pain, muttering vaguely that he didn't know what was happening, only that his blood kept flowing. Blood surged to his eyes, filling him with hatred as he lost control. At that moment, the butler arrived to announce round 2, only 3 would reach the final. Everyone, including Wang Zhe, fell silent to hear the rules. The butler declared the venue a 99-floor labyrinth tower. Whoever climbed fastest to the top would meet Lady Lin Langwu. He described the structure elevators reached only floor 89, and above that were stairs leading to floor 99. Pointing at the map, he said only by taking the soul staircase could one prove courage and willpower to meet Lin Langwu. Seeing their excitement, he encouraged them to do their best. Then he handed out forms, asking them to choose a starting floor from 1 to 89. The fat man stroked his chin, confirming they could freely choose. The butler added that if everyone started from floor 1, it would ruin the thrill and balance of the contest. The contestants discussed starting from 89 was closest, but risked exhaustion from early fights, while lower floors offered time to recover and ambush. A subordinate asked Chen Da which floor to choose, suggesting they all start at 89 to team up and crush rivals, making Chen Da ponder deeply. They huddled together, whispering scheming plans. Wen Shuang panicked, fearing the enemy alliance, wanting to withdraw, but Wang Zhe coldly denied it, certain they couldn't stay united. He smirked, saying their treacherous nature would never change. Wen Shuang realized he meant their inner conflicts. Wang Zhe analyzed that their only goal was power. If they were truly united, the fat man would have sought help instead of kneeling for mercy. Seeing their ambition and betrayal, his bloodlust grew. He wanted to slaughter them all. Wen Shuang could only sigh helplessly. He asked which floor Wang Zhe would choose, and he instantly replied he had decided. Wang Zhe held up a slip marked random, leaving it to fate. The butler was astonished by such recklessness, suspecting he intended to forfeit. He warned that randomness could place him on floor 89, but Wang Zhe only stared coldly in silence. A subordinate asked for confirmation, and the butler changed topic, asking the date. Someone answered the 17th. He decided Wang Zhe would start from floor 17, and his men obeyed immediately. Before the match began, the butler announced that only 19 contestants remained and wished them luck in meeting Lady Lin Langwu. He raised his hand to signal the start of the contest. A magic array appeared beneath the contestants' feet. A burst of dazzling light exploded, engulfing everyone. A strong wind lifted Wang Zhe high amid swirling light. Each contestant vanished in a gentle vortex. Everything around them suddenly turned completely dark. The scene shifted to a strange floor as dim lights flickered on. The slow-falling sensation ended. Wang Zhe realized he had landed. He opened his eyes, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Confirming he was on floor 17, he relaxed slightly and whispered that he'd arrived. He stood and planned his route, pausing near the stairway of that floor. But just then a shadow emerged unexpectedly from a dark corner. Sensing killing intent, Wang Zhe instantly turned alert, exclaiming an enemy was coming. He tensed and stepped back, spotting a strange figure. The stranger charged forward to attack violently. With a cold face, the man rushed in holding a fire extinguisher. As he swung it, Wang Zhe deftly dodged aside. He quickly fled upward right after. The burly pursuer carried the extinguisher, chasing relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to hurl it at his target. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhe spun and kicked him hard in the chest. Off balance, the man tumbled down the stairs. Wang Zhe watched him fall with smug satisfaction. Everything had gone as planned. As he approached, he noticed the extinguisher and conceived a strategy. He picked it up, eyes glowing red, advancing coldly, ready to strike. The opponent turned pale with fear, confused and trembling. Panicking, he raised his hands, begging to surrender. Wangja lowered the extinguisher and exhaled in relief. His expression softened, and his eyes gradually returned to normal. Seeing his cold demeanor, the burly man sweated heavily, yet felt grateful to live. He consoled himself that his clan's harsh training made him hard to break. Recalling the kick that knocked him down, he was stunned that its power seemed to shatter his muscles. Frightened, he pretended friendliness and began probing, asking if Wang Jie was allied with the others. After extracting enough information, Wangja calmly continued upstairs. As he walked, he carefully processed what he had learned. He analyzed that opponents were divided into 5 groups of 10-3 under Ada on floor 89, with others stationed on floors 20, 40, 60, and 80. Holding the extinguisher for defense, he moved toward floor 20 using the gathered intel. Cautiously surveying floor 20, he found no signs of presence. That confirmed his prediction was correct. As expected, the force distribution was meant to block advancement rather than allow anyone to reach the summit easily. Wangja concluded that floors 79 to 89 would be the fiercest battleground. He told himself to climb slowly, step by step. In practice, he acted immediately, ascending carefully, neither surrendering nor losing hope of victory. Feeling his body change unnaturally, he panics but tells himself he's still human despite the difference. Red light flares in Wangja's eyes, instinct driving him to destroy without reason. A sharp headache strikes, forcing him to clutch his head as sweat pours down. Red veins bulge across his arms as he grits his teeth through burning pain and dizziness. Seeing his blood-filled hands, he panics, unable to understand what's happening. Everything around him turns blinding red, distorting his vision. He frowns, regaining a stern composure amid chaos. Stumbling on the stairs, someone suddenly jumps down while a dark shadow appears behind him. The man possesses inherited hypnosis power, confident his S-level genes can control weaker people for his ambition to rule higher floors. He plans to enslave Wangja to gather strong forces and attract Ling Lang Wu's attention. He touches Wangja's shoulder from behind. He chants a hypnosis spell, ordering him to relax, obey, close, then open his eyes. But when Wang Ji turns around, his face is twisted with ferocity. The man freezes, shocked by the unexpected sight. Wangja grabs his neck tightly, making him panic. He growls, blaming him for turning him into a monster, then punches him as the man screams, wondering why hypnosis failed. His blood-red gaze terrifies the man as Wang Ji commands the red light in his eyes and veins to vanish. The man trembles, begging, admitting he only used low-level hypnosis, unable to alter genes. Before finishing, he's punched again, pleading for mercy and offering to cooperate to reach the top floor. Wangja releases him, letting him collapse on the cold floor. The man faints unconscious. The veins on Wangja's neck bulge further, spreading red across his body. His vision fades into darkness. He bends down, staring fixedly at the unconscious man. His mouth opens, instincts urging him to bite through the man's neck. At the last moment, he jolts awake in shock. Wangja panics and steps back, heart pounding wildly. He collapses to the floor, confused about what he was doing. His eyes fix on the body lying before him. His gaze distorts, mixed with strange hunger. Drool drips from his mouth as primal instincts surge violently. He slaps himself hard to return to reality, screaming that he's lost control. He quickly gets up and runs away, shouting, "I have to get out of here now!" He rushes down the stairs, desperate to leave immediately. The image of his family's hardware store appears in his mind as a safe refuge. Suddenly, his foot catches on something, halting his run. He falls face first to the ground, pain surging through him. Wangja lies still under the stairs, breathing heavily to suppress the pain. Darkness engulfs the top of the staircase. Dim lights blur like rain, creating a hazy atmosphere. He mutters about the highest place as a lingering thought. A wave of unease rises in his body like a chill. Wangja struggles to stand, eyes fixed on the upper stairs. His eyes turn crimson, filled with terrifying hunger. His tall shadow stretches across the wall, dyeing the space red under the moonlight. A voice on the call reports that everything around has been arranged for the young lady. After hanging up, the butler asks the monitoring team for timing and hears the chaos is nearly over. The camera shows the bloody scene as expected, where Area 89 becomes a brutal battlefield. The footage reveals someone hiding behind a wall and a woman fleeing the scene. Everything unfolds according to a carefully calculated plan with a hint of luck. Participants stab and betray each other, heightening the chaos. The one holding the trump card still maintains strong control and influence. Some act with ruthless cruelty, others quickly lock onto targets through superior power. The butler and men in black praise the performance on the camera, proud of their efforts' success. He turns and asks where Wangja is on the live map. An operator types rapidly to locate the data. The camera shows Wangja still climbing, nearing the 89th floor. His steps suddenly halt, as if hitting the center of a chaotic vortex. Upon ascending, he sees a young man thrown violently away. A swinging leg lifts that man amid the battle's turmoil. The chaotic fight unfolds before him, blades clashing endlessly. His gaze lowers, quietly assessing the situation. A being neither fully human nor demon looks up and recognizes him. That person grips a staff and charges toward him with resolve. Wangja sidesteps slightly, easily dodging the strike. Another attacker rushes in to block his path. He simply steps aside, passing through the melee unhindered. He approaches a pair grappling on the stairs. Both freeze in shock as he walks past. Wangja coldly ignores them and continues as if nothing happened. A man with a blade leaps up, declaring only he deserves to move forward first. A woman warns that the blade is poisoned to stop his rash act. He grows angry, claiming the withheld card was deliberate, and offers the prize to another instead. He swings his sword arrogantly, chanting his technique. But as he strikes, he senses something off. Wangja grips his wrist, blocking the blade. The space freezes for a heartbeat. He twists sharply, snapping the man's joint with a crack. Metal clangs as Wangja seizes the sword. He runs his tongue across the blood on the steel. The act leaves everyone around stunned. He licks his lips, sneering that the blood tastes bland and dull. His red eyes lift upward, murmuring that the better meal awaits above. A wicked smile spreads as he spots a seductive woman ready to be his feast. He grips the blade and continues upward, leaving Huofeng watching in the shadows before following. The man behind curses in shock, unable to believe what he sees. He rushes upward, joining the chaotic battle. As Chenda arrives, a hand reaches out to block him, leaving him stunned. A horde of zombies charges forward, forcing him back in terror. Chenda yells angrily, scolding his comrades for ruining their planned strategy. He grips the doorway, swearing as he struggles to fight back. The bloodthirsty corpses lunge, tearing flesh and splattering blood everywhere. Blood smears across the glass, creating a horrifying scene. Motionless bodies lie scattered around. The space beneath the stairs is filled with shredded zombie remains. A bloody handprint stains the door, marking the tragedy. Chenda pants heavily, trembling as he mutters one word, Blood Clan. He leans against the wall, eyes burning with hatred, vowing never to stop. His blood-soaked face shows absolute resolve as he swears to become Blood Clan. Outside the palace, crimson moonlight engulfs the city as a voice calls Lin Lang Wu's name. In the grand hall, the red-haired lady gazes at the moon, smiling as her subordinates report that the first three have arrived, calling them a fine feast. She gently tastes the blood, praising the massacre as a perfect appetizer of despair and desire. She adds that the main course is coming Wangja, Huofeng, and Chenda. With delighted eyes, she wonders what ecstasy the three main dishes will bring. In the lavish banquet, Lin Lang Wu holds knife and fork, softly ordering the start of the blood feast. Music rises melodiously, filling the radiant hall. Dancers move gracefully, blending with the enchanting rhythm. Masked ladies chuckle softly, raising their glasses as laughter fills the opulent air. Three masked musicians play mesmerizing tunes, drawing the hall into illusion. A voice echoes, making all guests turn, "They're here, they've arrived." The doors open as Wang Jie, Huofeng, and Chen Da step into the feast, greeted by cheers. The three halt, listening to the welcoming words, "Welcome to the Maze Ball." The room swirls with dancing couples as the narrator announces it as a grand enchantress selection. Chen Da, covered in wounds, looks around in confusion, asking repeatedly for Lin Lang Wu's whereabouts. On the floor are hundreds of masked beauties, and a mysterious voice laughs, "Don't rush, Lin Lang Wu is among them." A host reminds Chen Da that as an enchantment candidate, he must understand his master best. Next, Huofeng's name is called, and the woman radiates strong presence. Finally, Wang Zhe is announced. The three official candidates enter the final round. The rules are revealed. From 100 beauties, find the real Lin Lang Wu. Chen Da gasps in shock. The screen zooms in on two beautiful girls, stirring the crowd. The view shifts to a pink-haired masked girl hiding behind a table. Then, an image shows a suspicious waiter, possibly a woman disguised as a man to conceal her identity. The host explains, if chosen correctly, the lady will dance with him and take him to her private room. The screen shows a dancing couple carrying a hidden warning. A dark voice adds, "Choose wrong, and you'll become prey-skinned and torn alive." The beauties laugh eerily, teasing that any of them might be Lin Lang Wu. Huofeng looks shocked. Wang Zhe remains cold, while Chen Da trembles in disbelief. The host declares, "The game begins. You have 30 minutes to choose your partner." Chen Da freezes, his mind spinning for an escape plan. Suddenly, Huofeng beside him bursts into mocking laughter. She bluntly exposes his thought to kill the others and take the win alone. Huofeng's eyes glow red as she pulls her shirt to reveal sharp rounds, sneering, "Now you know why I haven't acted yet?" Leaving him frozen in sweat. Huofeng admits she can't defeat Wang Zhe, so she uses others as bait, striking when he loses control. Chen Da curses and mocks, forcing her to follow the game's rules, calling it a granted chance. Huofeng taunts, vowing to destroy everyone including Lin Lang Wu before the game ends, using the mutant bomb in her body. She silently thinks traitors must be punished as her organization demands it of the inhuman. Huofeng recalls Shichang, the one who survived but won't last long. Humanity ruled by the Blood Clan still has those who refuse to yield. They believe mankind's fate will one day turn around. She grips her gun firmly, radiating power and absolute conviction. The dark feast continues as the Blood Clan ladies revel, urging the hunt to begin. A woman pulls A closer, asking if he thinks she's Lin Lang Wu. The crowd mocks him as hasty, while Huofeng scoffs from afar, calling him stupid. The women keep teasing, inviting her to drink and search, but she coldly refuses to go with them. The eerie laughter makes Huofeng dizzy, her head spinning. On the second floor, Lang Wu watches the feast as her friend remarks such parties are rare under human protection laws. The friend jokes if Lang Wu can kill players. Lang Wu laughs, saying to go ahead without shared pleasure, the party would be dull. The friend laughs, admitting no one could find Lang Wu among the Blood Clan's aura that unsettles humans. Lang Wu lifts her glass, smiling, saying she's watching a small yet intriguing one. Her gaze settles on Wang Jie, filled with anticipation. As she looks, Wang Jie meets her eyes immediately. The coincidence startles Lang Wu in surprise. In the next instant, Wang Jie leaps straight to the second floor without hesitation. He grabs Lang Wu's wrist tightly. With fierce eyes, Wang Jie declares he has caught her. Lang Wu looks surprised but quickly smiles seductively, asking if he's not afraid of catching the wrong one. He stares at her like prey, certain he's right, declaring he wants to devour her. Hearing that, Lin Lang Wu grows more excited, skipping the dance and saying she's hungry too. She pulls him urgently, challenging how he plans to eat her. Below the hall, Ada realizes Wang Jie has found Lin Lang Wu herself. He collapses, trembling and denying defeat in hopeless disbelief. Huofeng also senses danger, shouting to stop her from leaving. She rushes after them, ready to detonate the bomb before it's too late. But a hand touches her waist lightly, interrupting her action. Confused when the bomb doesn't explode, she hears a red-eyed Blood Clan woman whisper that the signal here is blocked. Then the beauties surround and restrain Huo Feng, leaving her helpless. Her gun falls as the Blood Clan reveal their bloodlust, calling her a tasty prey. Huo Feng struggles desperately while they laugh, saying there's plenty of time for fun. The scene shifts to a large room. Faint sounds of clothes being removed echo. Lin Langwu pushes Wang Zhe away, then slowly approaches him again. She reveals her fangs, declaring it's starting, and he answers with an eager smile. In that space, she whispers seductively that hell be her first. Their eyes lock as she says he's the first man to dare lie on this bed. She strokes Wang Zhe's face, promising to make him obey completely and love her like a toy. Then she sinks her fangs into his neck, calling herself the queen, granting him supreme glory. As she tastes his blood, she's entranced by its fierce, passionate flavor. She licks every drop, drunk on the rare, exquisite taste. For the first time tasting such sweetness, Lin Langwu falls into a dizzying trance of desire. Her face slackens in ecstasy as she licks lightly, saying she wants to prolong the pleasure and mark him as hers. Lost in rapture, she moans in bliss. Perfect. But Wang Zhe calmly holds her and softly asks, "Good girl?" Lin Langwu, unaware of danger, smiles in satisfaction. He says it's too soon to end the ritual. She laughs, describing the process to drain him completely and infuse her blood within. She leans close, whispering sweetly for him to enjoy the ecstasy, for the night is long. Recalling his words, she teasingly asks if he didn't say he wanted to eat her. Her hand caresses his waist, provoking him to come closer, asking if he's afraid. But suddenly he touches her neck instead of responding. Wang Zhe bares his fangs, eyes blazing red, declaring it's his turn to eat. With that, he bites fiercely into Lin Langwu's neck. She gasps in shock, eyes wide in horror, struggling to resist. Wang Zhe pins her to the bed as she screams, asking why he also has fangs. She cries for him to stop, but he keeps drinking her blood madly. He grips her wrists tightly, leaving Lin Langwu despairing and begging for release. Wang Zhe drinks his fill, ignoring her screams and pleas. Lin Langwu suddenly feels foreign blood invading, realizing she's being marked. She panics, shouting in denial, claiming she's the one who bestows blessings. Her mind spirals into chaos, refusing to accept being reverse enchanted. A piercing scream echoes through the castle, filled with terror and madness. Wang Zhe grips her tightly, clutching her shoulders as if afraid to lose something. He bites down hard, leaving deep marks that make Lin Langwu shudder in pain. He tightens his hold and bites harder as she jerks her head, hoarsely screaming, "Stop!" But then she laughs, a sound filled with pleasure and delirium. Dark red blood seeps out. Wang Zhe drinks each drop obsessively while she moans softly. Her face flushes, blood on her lips, yet her smile deepens, savoring the brutal ecstasy. Unable to resist, she wraps her arms around him, trembling but holding tight, craving more. She whispers pleadingly to continue, begging him not to stop, driven by endless desire. Wang Zhe growls lowly, his crimson eyes glowing, fangs lengthening further. Seeing this, Lin Langwu trembles in panic, begging for mercy in pure fear. She sits up, crawling slowly toward him, her gaze dazed. She bows her head, calling herself his loyal enchantress, begging to resume the ritual. Then she kneels fully, showing complete submission. He licks his lips and smiles coldly, saying he's more clear-headed after drinking her blood. He lifts her chin, saying she's a mere blood clan, but hell allow her to serve, making Lin Langwu blush with joy, grateful for being marked and belonging to her master. Wang Zhe smirks, eyes glowing red, saying blood sigils are an ancient clan trait, then forms a red light on his fingertip. He raises his hand to inscribe the mark on her forehead as Lin Langwu smiles in excitement. When the sigil completes, the red mark glows. She gratefully thanks her master in reverent tone. She lies on his lap, blissfully basking in being a powerful enchantress, vowing never to leave him. Lin Langwu curiously asks why her master exists in such a weak body, thinking she might be mistaken him at first. Wang Zhe glares coldly, saying that's something she shouldn't question. She jumps up in fear, trembling all over, bowing repeatedly to apologize. He leans back against the headboard, saying he needs rest and that his true self will handle things, ordering her absolute loyalty and to declare herself his enchantress publicly. Then Wang Zhe reclines on the bed, closing his eyes in temporary peace. The room falls silent as his breathing slows. His face relaxes, and he soon drifts into deep sleep. Lin Langwu props her chin, gazing at him with lovesick eyes, feeling lucky to serve a master with dual personalities, already dreaming of new games. A thought flashes this master remembers nothing. What if she scares him a bit? Ah, she's got an idea. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe sleeps soundly, unaware of anything. After a while, his eyelids twitch, then open slightly, his gaze still blurred. He sits up, holding his head as pain throbs violently, feeling like it might explode. When his hand touches the bed, he feels something soft and senses something's wrong. Startled, he realizes a strange woman is lying beside him, his mind spinning in confusion. Lin Langwu writhes gently, smiling seductively, calling him Little Enchantress, saying she's been chosen and the blessing ritual can begin. Wang just stares in shock, mouth agape, unable to believe what's happening. In the dim room lit by flickering candles, Ling Wu asked why he was standing still. She sat on the bed, luring him closer, but Wang Zhe nervously made excuses about falling asleep. He rushed to the door to leave, but it was locked tight as Ling Wu calmly warned him. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, saying if he wouldn't come, she'd act herself, terrifying him. Wang Ji reacted fast, breaking free from her embrace. He panted heavily, breathing like a beast cornered. Ling Wu grew more excited, blushing as she asked if he dared to reject her favor. Wang Ji kept his distance, fists clenched in defense. She sneered, saying he stubbornly resisted despite knowing it was useless. He roared that he'd rather die than become a puppet stripped of self. She smirked, saying he misunderstood once granted spiritual blessing, he'd stop resisting. She leaned close, her voice like poisonous honey, saying the feeling was simply joy in surrender. Her hand slid along his neck as she whispered he'd soon crave it himself. Then she murmured in his ear, making it flush red, commanding him to kiss. She pinned him to the wall seductively, ordering him to please her, leaving him red-faced. Holding his hand, she softly urged him to listen before continuing. She smiled, fingers tracing his neck, asking if he wanted to hear her plan. The scene shifted outside where reporters waited with cameras ready. A line of luxury black cars stopped before the grand gate. Reporters said Miss Ling Wu's enchantment selection drew rare attention after 10 years. They speculated who was chosen as her bonded consort to attend the prestigious Emerald City banquet. As the car stopped, Ling Wu stepped out gracefully, her gaze proud. The crowd buzzed in shock that she chose a mere mortal as her bonded consort. Nobles gossiped that consorts were political tools, so her defiance stunned them. Wang Zhe stepped out, the crowd eager to see who she had chosen. They whispered and guessed his true identity. Ling Wu held his hand as they walked under the sun, glowing radiantly. Reporters snapped photos, shouting Ling Wu's name excitedly. Fans tried to rush forward but were blocked by bodyguards. Chants of Ling Wu echoed as her path was covered with red roses. All eyes followed, entranced by the dreamlike scene as time seemed to stop. They snapped non-stop, pointing out he was the chosen bonded consort. Some mocked him as ordinary, making Wang Zhe uncomfortable. Rumors spread that he was just a Class C commoner, son of a barber with no reason to be chosen. Others claimed it was mere political theater, since nobles' consorts usually came from vassal bloodline clans. That's why she held a public selection and ended up choosing the most ordinary candidate. The crowd said it didn't matter if the weak bonded consort died, she could replace him any time. Contemptuous eyes surrounded him, treating him like a joke, unworthy of notice. Ling Wu pulled his hand, reminding him to smile for the cameras and hide his disappointment. She smiled coldly, saying he was today's focus and must play his bonded consort role to survive. He walked heavily, thinking he just had to endure until it was over. They entered the grand hall where the luxurious banquet was held. The Duke greeted warmly, congratulating her and sending regards to Baroness Teiyu. She replied politely. Yu Yang glanced at Wang Zhi, noticing signs of completed blood rite, making him avert his gaze. The Duke kept watching, sensing his energy matched hers, confirming his bonded consort status. A noble mocked them, but Ling Wu calmly countered with confident grace. She quietly told him many were displeased with her choice, so he'd be their first target. He was confused. She pointed toward the crowd, smiling that some couldn't wait any longer. Hostile gazes filled the banquet, yet none dared act since he bore the marked bond. Ling Wu glanced teasingly at him, asking what they should do now. He hesitated, admitting he was just a normal man without power to fight back. She looked down, saying if he handled them himself, she'd reward him. Then she spoke firmly, saying she'd teach him to use supernatural ability and see the result. He was shocked yet intrigued, asking about that special power. Supernatural ability, a rare power possessed by only a few humans. At that moment, a few other bloodline consorts approached, smiling slyly, asking to borrow hers for fun. Ling Wu agreed, smirking behind him and whispering to do his best, making Wang Zhi swallow nervously. The scene flashed back to when Ling Wu had shown her terrifying power. Now he was suddenly attacked amid the tense atmosphere. The two consorts sneered while he froze, unable to react. Touching his forehead, he thought about his time with Ling Wu, then heard them calling impatiently. They drew back the curtain, revealing a secret door, mocking that he shouldn't expect Ling Wu to save him. They explained Night of the Bonded Consort was the initiation rite for new selections. They said it transformed both body and soul, a direct decree from the royal court that none could resist. With that, one shoved him inside, making him cry out in shock. As he fell into the room, he heard a voice call his name, the newcomer, Wang Zhi. An old woman in a black cloak appeared, inviting him to step closer. In front was a long table already filled. She urged him to take his seat quickly. He hesitated, then sat as the old woman introduced herself as Asin Giyoro, concubine of the demon Marquis Aisra, presiding over this royal ritual. She spread her arms, declaring all was ready, and the ritual officially began. Everyone chanted in unison, praising the Lord of Bloodline for granting them life and evolution, raising their hands in worship. They continued praying, exalting his eternal dominion, vowing to exist only to serve the Supreme One and their Bloodmaster. They knelt to swear absolute loyalty, leaving Wang Zhi stunned by the eerie scene. He shuddered, feeling the ritual was terrifying as a strange voice echoed. Gioro shouted loudly, startling Wang Zhi into a confused reaction. When she announced the feast, servants brought meat, leaving him bewildered. A plate of meat was placed before him, and he nervously asked if it was for him. All eyes turned toward him. Sweat poured as he suspected it was human flesh. Reluctantly, he cut the meat into 2 pieces. With trembling hands, he gripped the knife and fork, dreading the horror. Suddenly, a servant took back the sliced plate. He placed that plate before Gioro. She examined it carefully, then pierced the meat with her fork. Without hesitation, she stuffed it into her mouth and chewed greedily. Wang Zhi froze, eyes wide, sweat rolling down his face. Gioro swallowed, praising the taste as rich and sweet like October goat milk. She slammed the table, making Wang Zhi flinch in fright. Gioro rang a crimson bell, beginning the blood feast ritual as servants brought more meat. They placed red wine on the table, chanting praise to the great Blood King. The bonded consorts raised their glasses, reciting thanks to their master, shouting Hon or Frio. Their cries grew louder, drool dripping in fanatic ecstasy. One patted Wang Zhi's shoulder, laughing, telling him to eat instead of staring. Eating and talking, he bragged that this was a royal ceremony now simplified for humans. He said the original ingredients were virgin blood and infant flesh, horrifying Wang Zhi. Smiling, he promised to take him to a secret place to taste rare delicacies, claiming to be on his side. He warned him to endure any humiliation since the master wouldn't interfere, laws forbade it, and this was just a small trial. After the feast, he'd take him for pleasure, advising him to see the world through the eyes of a superior race. He raised his wine glass and gestured invitingly with his finger. He said the wine's taste would make him addicted, leaving Wang Zhi utterly shocked. Wang Zhi stood watching the grotesque scene, realizing they had lost all control. They all raised their hands in strange unison, appearing completely mindless. Observing men and women alike, he saw this wasn't a gathering but a malicious feast built on human suffering. Saddened, he rose, leaning on the table, looking weary and hopeless. The mysterious old woman rang her bell and announced the next phase. She ordered them to bring someone in, and a frail young girl was brought forward. The depraved crowd cheered wildly, thrilled for the coming sanctification ritual. The old woman laughed, explaining Miss Ling Lang Wu's special status required caution, though it bent the law. Wang just stared at the underage girl in confusion, wondering what dark scheme they planned. She raised her hand, signaling the start, laughing triumphantly. A cry rang out as a beam of light shone on Wang Zhi and the girl. While he stayed cautious, the girl suddenly collapsed weakly to the floor. He was stunned, exclaiming in confusion. The old woman and her group rushed forward violently as the ritual descended into chaos. She raised her hand, commanding the ceremony to continue fully. He looked up in shock, asking in bewilderment what was happening. The girl clutched her clothes, face twisted in pain as someone dragged her. Wang Zhi turned to observe the girl. To him she appeared innocent and pure, her gaze heartbreakingly gentle. Wang just stared at her, entranced. Suddenly, she clenched her hand in midair, leaving him utterly confused. A crackling sound came as drops of blood dripped from a self-cut wound on her hand. The falling blood created a horrific sight that made one want to scream. The depraved crowd showed excitement, making lustful noises at the scene. She reached her hand toward Wang Zhi, inviting him to taste the fresh blood. She spoke, calling him to drink. Blood kept dripping endlessly from her hand. The old woman grew furious, shouting for the ritual to be completed as sneers rose behind her. The guests mocked him, laughing that he was too cowardly to act. When a human becomes a bonded consort, their mind collapses. The ritual's goal is to make them realize they've lost humanity. The old woman warned that if he didn't finish, the consort council would reject him, and he might become the next sacrifice. Wang Zhi was full of doubt, wondering if he was being prepared as the next offering. He questioned angrily, unable to believe bonded consorts had turned into bloodlines, yet still viewed humans as food. The bloodline beings mocked him, saying rarer blood made humans nothing more than raw nourishment. The old woman smiled darkly, warning that consorts weren't exempt from the food chain unless strong enough. Wang Zhi coldly realized the only difference was flavor. No matter the title, they were still edible in ranks. They confirmed this and threatened him to show respect, claiming even pure-blood strength couldn't compare to them. They grew more violent, threatening to crush him, forcing him to finish the ritual and share blood to learn his place. Thinking of the pure girl, he realized the true aim was to cleanse awareness and turn consorts into elite sacrifices. He bent down gently to wipe the girl's tears. The floating figures looked down with disdain, igniting his furious rage. Wang Zhi's eyes turned red, filled with a burning desire for revenge and destruction. During the banquet, Ling Wu was approached by a noble mother and son who introduced the son as an elite police officer. The young man politely bowed, naming himself Zhang Chengchai, inviting acquaintance, while she replied with a cold greeting. He placed a hand on his chest and politely asked the lady for a dance. Lang Wu bluntly refused, saying she was too shy to accept. The mother suggested they sit instead of dancing, and he awkwardly guided her to a seat. The mother felt pleased, believing that marrying into Ling Lang Wu's family would elevate their status. She silently assessed the political state of Count Teiyu in the Eastern Royal Court, worrying his influence was waning. The lady smugly thought Ling Lang Wu had acted recklessly by taking a mortal as her bonded consort, seeing it as a challenge to the order. She pulled the girl aside, advising that if she were wise, she'd agree to the marriage. The officer awkwardly introduced his background. Noticing her distant attitude, the young man hesitantly asked what she was looking at. Lang Wu softly replied she was only concerned about her bonded consort's situation. Zhang Chengcai curiously asked about the youth's unclear identity, offering to investigate since he knew the ritual's overseer. Lang Wu declined, saying he merely had to face a few consorts, and what worried her was their excessive bullying. Zhang Chengcai explained in surprise that consorts, even after evolving, must cultivate to adapt to dense blood power it couldn't be mastered overnight. The word genius annoyed Lang Wu, who insisted the man wasn't anything special. Her face turned serious, eyes widening in shock at the mention of him. Lang Wu pictured Wang Zhi seated like a monarch, making her believe in his commanding aura. Zhang Chengcai was slightly startled by her imagination and fell silent. Afraid of misspeaking, he joked that such a king was beyond their reach, while she merely hoped to witness that majesty one day. Zhang Chengcai agreed wistfully, but said only provincial heads could meet the king, promising to help her rise if they allied by marriage. Suddenly, footsteps and screams echoed, signaling trouble inside the hall. Lang Wu immediately suggested they go see what had happened. She calmly entered, saying her bonded consort seemed to be in trouble. Hearing that, everyone rushed to pull the curtain aside for a clearer view. All were stunned to see countless attendants collapsed in blood, while Wang Zhi held a girl amid chaos. They panicked and questioned him, but he only answered in a low, dazed voice, unaware of what he'd done. He recalled the chaos, thinking he had simply acted on human instinct, punishing traitors to mankind. In his loss of control, he attacked relentlessly, driven by one thought: to kill them all. Every enemy fell swiftly by his hand, his eyes hollow and emotionless. At that moment, he became a madman, eyes crimson, smile terrifying, destroying everything around. When sanity returned, all he saw was blood and corpses scattered everywhere. The more he thought, the more confused he became, just like during his previous outburst. Everything around seemed to darken, swallowing his consciousness. The only sensation he felt was his fist piercing through flesh and bone. His pupils contracted as he began doubting his own existence. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind. Everything happened too fast to comprehend. He recalled the mysterious bite mark he once thought an illusion, now seeing it as an omen. The irrational power rising inside him filled him with extreme fear. In delirium, he questioned what he truly was and whether any humanity remained. Overwhelmed by doubts, he wavered between human and monster. Elder Sia angrily pointed his cane at him, shouting for his life. Lang Wu urged him to calm down and not escalate matters. But Elder Sia roared furiously, claiming his bonded consort had been utterly destroyed. A noblewoman mocked that it was merely a battle between toys, adding to the scornful tension. Hearing the ridicule, Elder Sia turned purple with rage but couldn't retort. His bonded consort trembled, begging for mercy and admitting defeat after years of loyal service. To conceal his secret, the elder coldly killed his subordinate in front of everyone. Then he turned to confront Lang Wu, demanding she hand over Wang Zhi. She smirked vaguely, making him hesitate and excuse himself from pressing further out of old acquaintance. Suddenly, a massive iron cage descended over the mansion, sealing the space. The elder declared Count Tayu would personally judge the matter. The nobles murmured that he dared to seal the estate, likely scheming to exploit the situation when Tayu appeared. Seeing all eyes on her, Lang Wu realized they eagerly awaited her father's arrival and that the banquet had hidden motives. She quickly took out her phone to contact her father and report the situation. When the call connected, she pleaded for him to come swiftly, saying the guests demanded an audience, sounding as if coerced. After hanging up, she composed herself, sat down calmly, and told everyone to wait for her father's arrival. Lang Wu glanced at Wang Zhi and told him to come to her when free. She looked at him sternly, reinforcing the order with an authoritative gaze. Wang Zhi understood and simply agreed. He set the girl down on a chair and quietly walked toward Lang Wu. She urged him not to hesitate and to act immediately, prompting him to place his hand on her back. As he touched her, her expression shifted, exhaling in subtle pleasure. Zhang Chengcai blushed as others teased him about their apparent intimacy. He solemnly retorted, asserting that the Teiyu family remained a pure-blood noble line with supreme strength. The other man smugly claimed they were only one step away from reaching the royal realm. Zhang Chengcai warned that such peak power was beyond their reach unless they had abundant nourishment. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, revealing their greed for pure blood essence. Seeing his hand freeze, Wang Zhu grew tense as Lang Wu asked what he was thinking. With emotion, she drew him into a mystical, private realm, telling him to perform a few massage gestures for her. Suddenly, another image of Lang Wu appeared behind him, startling Wang Zhu, but she reassured him with a laugh. She explained it was a private domain between master and consort, shaped by the master's inner consciousness. In that space, they existed as spiritual forms, untouched by the outside world. Outwardly, he still stood motionless. Confused, he held her hand and asked what her true intent toward her bonded consort was. Wang Zhu questioned her angrily, blaming her for deceiving him and making him lose his humanity, while she only smiled gently. Realizing he'd fallen into her trap, he lamented that he had lost his human nature. Saddened and dejected, he was suddenly pinned to the ground by Lang Wu. She urgently warned that her father was arriving soon and told him to use the short time to cultivate immediately. Lang Wu pulled Wang Zhu up, saying he must strengthen himself since only a fraction of their powers had fused. He asked blankly what cultivation and fusion meant. He panicked, shouting for her to stay away since many were watching outside. Under everyone's gaze, he angrily called her insane. Her face flushed red, breathing quickened, making Wang Zhu panic as he called her name desperately. Lang Wu pressed him down again, making him gasp in confusion. Sweating, Wang Zhu stammered, begging her to stop. She raised her hand and cast a spell, releasing energy threads that surrounded them with intense heat. Wang Zhu's eyes widened in awe, realizing it was supernatural power. The magic stream entered his mind, forcing him to control it like writing on a blank page. He closed his eyes, imagining a glowing white mass forming before him. A massive book of blood energy appeared, and Lang Wu pointed, saying it was his latent power. She explained that becoming strong meant filling that page with knowledge and understanding the root of true strength. Staring at the empty page, he asked in disbelief, and she replied that his reliance on violence left it blank. Excited, she puckered her lips, asking for a kiss to teach him the writing rule, but he pushed her away. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing the energy to begin inscribing his own power. In imagination, he created a pen suspended in midair. Then he placed it down, writing upon the blank page with his will. The faint sound of strokes echoed as each mark began to shine. Suddenly, a crimson light exploded across the space. Wang Zhu opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in disbelief at what he saw. On the page appeared an old, outdated three-door refrigerator, leaving him stunned and clutching his head. Dazed, he wondered why such a thing had manifested, while Lang Wu teased that a kiss would reveal the answer. He firmly refused. He stepped closer to inspect the fridge, surprised to see it unmoving, and curiously tried to open it to see what was inside. After some thought, he sat down, realizing his inner energy was now partly regulated and controllable. Lang Wu watched him intently, whispering that her familiar was adorable. Normally, ordinary people's abilities were just simple words or symbols, which made her curious. She had never seen a three-dimensional ability like her master's and failed to open it. She ran to him, praising him with admiration for his excellence. Soon after, Lang Wu seriously questioned what was inside that refrigerator. Observing closely, she sensed hidden danger within it. The clouds dispersed, revealing a bright full moon in the sky. Elder Sia and his group watched from afar, finding the young man strange. He noticed something abnormal. Then red thunder suddenly struck violently. The sky turned crimson, lightning flashing endlessly. The Xia elders cried out in terror, sensing disaster. A dazzling light exploded fiercely in the sky. A man descended from above as fast as sound. He pierced the roof and landed majestically amid dust, shocking everyone. The white-haired, red-eyed man radiated mystery. Elder Sia grew furious at the broken barrier, while Deyu mocked its weakness. He stomped his cane, mocking that the fortress was not to his taste. Deyu continued to speak with contempt, angering and hurting those around. Elder Sia retorted that Deyu's venomous nature had harmed the royal clan. Taeyu coldly wiped blood, saying bluntness was his trait and he hated this place, when Lang Wu's voice called father. She hugged her father, making Taeyu happy and softening upon seeing her. Suddenly he stopped after sensing something strange from her. He smelled blood mixed with impurities on her body and coldly questioned her. His face darkened as he asked the reason for her change, and Lang Wu panicked, saying it was due to her familiar. She pulled Wang Sha over to show her father the new familiar and urged greetings, making him angrily ask, "Who is our father?" Hearing that, Taeyu approached and patted the man's shoulder a few times to show attitude. Soon after, he showed disdain with red eyes, complaining about the ugly forgiveness and asking if the familiar could be changed, while Lang Wu smiled, saying, "Not yet." The onlookers treated it like a play, one cursing because it was too absurd. An elder Xia shouted, threatening Taeyu that his daughter's familiar had angered them and he must compensate to leave. As soon as he finished, the entire villa unexpectedly collapsed into ruins. Thick dust rose from the stone floor as people cried helplessly that the house had fallen. Seeing the ruin, the mother quickly suggested changing the topic, and Elder Sia fell silent instantly. The white-haired, red-eyed man was introduced as Ji Jue Taeyu with a refined battle grade of level 2. He often spewed venomous words when angry, irritating others with arrogance and harsh speech. Elder Zia loudly warned that even 2 hands couldn't resist 4, and their team could crush even royal elites. Despite the threat, Taeyu remained calm, took flight, and laughed defiantly. He struck his cane on the air and mocked his foes as useless fools ignorant of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cane glowed, commanding numerous stones to float upward. In an instant, the sky was filled with giant rocks, stunning and terrifying those below. Caught off guard, they froze, then screamed helplessly, unable to react. Elder Sia hastily created a defense barrier, hoping to block the attack, but it was too fragile. The barrier shattered instantly. A boulder pierced his back, and he wondered why he had failed. Meanwhile, a few swift ones tried to flee to safety. However, most failed to escape and were almost completely annihilated. Only one survivor struggled to sit up among the ruins. The trembling elder asked why they lost to such overwhelming power, realizing they failed before using their abilities. Taeyu calmly said that if victory depended on numbers, pure blood clans would have been extinct, hinting at bloodline superiority. He raised his cane, eyes cold, declaring that cowards remain inferior and pure blood surpasses hybrids. The defeated Elder Sia screamed had accused Taeyu before the emperor and make him pay. Lang Wu cried, begging her father to kill them all to prevent exposure, terrifying the others. Taeyu indifferently said they were so ugly that killing them would be haunting, letting them sigh in relief. He smiled scornfully, daring them to report him if they wished. Calmly, he mentioned the real name of the sub-emperor, causing panic as others feared treason, while Wang Jie silently turned away. He went to the rubble and found a little girl unconscious on the ground. Wang Jie quickly lifted her, relieved she was unhurt, realizing Taeyu had held back. Taeyu turned, saying that in this ugly world, anything slightly beautiful deserved protection. Then he signaled to leave, and the 4 of them walked away from the ruins in victory. In a hidden corner, a reporter witnessed everything in horror, panicked, and ran to report the news. That night, headlines exploded. Noble blood clans clashed over a human familiar. Rumors of romance and rebellion spread wildly. At the villa, Lang Wu waved and asked Wang Jie if things were fine. He replied indifferently. He recalled the girl thanking him and saying she'd go home herself, surprised and asking if she needed escort. The girl shyly refused and quickly left, leaving a sense of confusion. Lang Wu ran over, teasing that she thought he'd escape. Wang Jie smiled helplessly, admitting even if he ran, he'd be caught again. Suddenly he asked seriously what had happened to his body, certain she knew, but she just smiled and told him to calm down because her father wanted to see him. In a dark room, Taeyu sat on a chair, muttering curses at the low-class familiar. He coldly threatened Wang Zhe, asking if he wanted to live or die, making him nervous and afraid. Then he took out 2 masks, forcing him to pick one since he couldn't stand that face, so Wang Zhe hurriedly chose. Once Wang Zhe wore the mask, Taeyu finally felt at ease and more comfortable. Lang Wu came forward to calm her father, afraid he scared Wang Zhe. Taeyu asked if she truly loved him, and after she affirmed, he allowed them to travel together. He said their destination was the holy city, stunning Wang Zhe. Taeyu lamented the uproar trending on Hot Search, saying he was summoned to attend the Seven Kings conference. His daughter worried, but he told her not to fear. He spoke of his childhood friendship with Chang Tan, denied rumors, and affirmed their absolute trust. He then ordered preparations to depart in 5 days, and both responded in unison. After he left, Wang Zhe hesitated, wanting to say something. He tried to explain their relationship was just cooperation, but Lang Wu interrupted, asking if he planned to quit and live as a normal human. She clearly stated he had 3 days to give a definite answer. As she left, he wondered what she was plotting and suddenly realized he hadn't asked about his body's condition. At that moment, his phone rang with an incoming call. He answered to hear Wen Shuang's panicked voice pleading for help. Hearing that, he shouted her name in alarm and rushed out to save her. Arriving at the school, he found it eerily silent with no one around. He ran straight to the principal's office to search. Wang Zhe kept knocking and calling Wen Shuang's name, asking if she was inside. Getting no reply, he tried pushing the door and found it unlocked. The room was completely empty. He shouted in despair but got no answer. He searched the entire room but found no one or signs of struggle. Suddenly his foot stepped on something, the sound of glass breaking. Bending down, he picked up a photo of Wen Shuang and her father. He immediately sensed something wrong, a bad premonition rising. Holding the broken photo, Wang Zhe's face turned cold, certain a disaster had occurred. He rushed to the police station to report it, but the chief refused, leaving him shocked and asking why. He anxiously explained about the distress call and the missing classmate, but the police indifferently said only a few hours had passed, nothing serious yet. The officer leaned lazily, saying it was only 4 a.m. and advised him to go home and sleep, making Wang Zhe furious and demand action. The policeman sneered, saying they served only the blood clans and wouldn't intervene in human affairs unless the reporter was a noble. Hearing that, Wang Zhe boiled with rage but couldn't resist, left speechless staring at him. At that moment, a female officer whispered to the chief that he was Miss Lin Lang Wu's new familiar, shocking him into a sudden change of expression. The chief immediately changed tone, warmly greeting and flattering him as a noble familiar, even offering his own seat, leaving Wang Zhe helpless. Not wanting to waste time, Wang Zhe sternly ordered them to deploy forces for investigation, and the chief instantly agreed. But the female officer hurried over and whispered something in his ear. After hearing, the chief froze, showing clear discomfort, and stammered as he tried to speak. He forced a smile, apologizing that the case was beyond his authority since it involved blood clan affairs. Wang Zhe frowned, demanding what they knew. The chief wiped his sweat, vaguely explaining it was tied to noble families who once sent heirs to compete for Miss Lang Wu's familiar selection, and they only heard fragments of news. The chief broadcasted the relatives' information, leaving Wang Zhe stunned like stone. He quickly called his father, got scolded for waking him at midnight, then sighed in relief knowing he was safe, though still reprimanded. Relieved his father was unharmed, he wondered why Wen Shuang was targeted instead of his own family. At that moment, the butler arrived with 2 subordinates, reporting that his clan was under protection, shocking him. The butler explained such incidents often occurred around the familiar selection, mostly intimidation tactics from major clans. Wen Shuang was only lightly affected, while his family was secretly safeguarded. He asked why people obsessed over a single title, and the butler seriously replied it was a lifelong asset for clans, and one insult could utterly disgrace them. After speaking, the butler smirked darkly, eyes filled with anger and hatred. Wang Jie lowered his head, choking out that other matters could wait, saving Wen Shuang came first. The butler reported that Wen Shuang and her father had been taken to 18 Duzheng Street, and their team was already there. He declared that once Wang Jie nodded, they were ready to wipe out the entire opposing clan. The mysterious butler smiled, asserting that the power tied to his status could become a deadly weapon at his will. A swirl of red spiritual energy surrounded Wang Jie, startling him as he asked what to do next. Overwhelmed by emotion, he shouted a single word, "Rescue!" The scene shifted as a door slowly opened. In a luxurious room, two people toasted. An old man laughed, saying the sub-emperor only took Teiyu back to the capital, and the woman in a red dress added it was a one-way trip. The old master angrily cursed Lin Langwu for choosing a lowly familiar, claiming their years of effort were wasted and their honor insulted, while the woman bragged they had captured her rival's test partner. She ordered to keep that person alive, instructing her men not to kill but just restrain. Then she stood, smiling softly, telling the old man to rest and promising a surprise party tomorrow. As they rejoiced, a violent pressure struck, freezing everyone in place. Outside, Wang Jie's team stormed the base, and he floated mid-air, body glowing red, terrifying those inside. A panicked subordinate ran in shouting they were under attack, and the commander ordered a manhunt to bring back the enemy's head. At that moment, a group of winged people flew in, startling everyone who gasped in shock. The butler smirked slightly and coldly ordered, "Kill." The room quickly turned to rubble, and as Wang Jie approached, one terrified man begged him not to come closer. Wang Jie stood calmly in the middle of the scene, observing everything. The house owner desperately pleaded for mercy, claiming it was just a dispute among familiars and lamenting the pointless destruction. The headmaster coughed softly, seemingly trying to intervene with caution. Wang Jie anxiously called for help, but the butler placed a hand on his shoulder, reporting grimly that the man had only one breath left and little chance of survival. The woman shouted angrily that their clan was a noble bloodline, accusing him a half-blood of having no right to decide their fate or defy the sub-emperor. She ordered to report immediately to Lin Langwu and Teiyu. The butler adjusted his glasses and quietly said the masters were absent, and all matters now fell under familiar Wang Jie's authority. He emphasized that the only option left was to beg the young familiar for mercy. The woman stood frozen, stunned by the submission of those around her. An old man bowed repeatedly in panic, begging, while the woman pleaded for it not to come to this. Before she could continue, he slapped her hard, cursing and denying the clan's worth. Then he crawled forward to kneel, promising to offer himself and his son to beg Wang Jie for mercy, claiming past help in the selection and hoping for forgiveness. He begged for his life and offered to guide them. Wang Jie threatened him, and the old man hastily agreed. The two followed his lead down to the basement and discovered the person was still alive. He said only he could open the door and that the person they sought was just beyond it. After speaking, he glanced inside through the crack. The door received a command and opened automatically. He bowed solemnly, inviting them in. Wang Jie ordered him to go first. The man smiled awkwardly and complied. Upon entering, Wang Jie froze at the sight before him. He rushed forward, shouting Wen Shuang's name. Overcome with emotion, he let his guard down and charged in. The man immediately pressed a switch nearby. The door slammed shut, sealing tight. Those outside panicked, reporting they couldn't break the door, and the butler ordered to contact Lin Langwu. He adjusted his glasses, assessing the danger as Wang Jie was trapped inside. Believing the enemy stood no chance, he smiled. But unease crept in, intuition warning the outcome might differ. In the basement, the man calmly poured wine and chuckled. He said the alloy was extremely strong, unbreakable even for experts, calling it the first surprise. Wang Jie clenched his teeth in fury. He ignored the man and ran to Wen Shuang, shouting her name. He gently shook her shoulders, hoping for a reaction. Then he froze in horror as he realized something terrible. The man laughed wickedly, speaking of his plan to make the father watch his child kill him. He gleefully imagined the brutal scene, calling it the third surprise. Even though his plan was ruined, he still enjoyed witnessing his opponent's despair. He snapped his fingers, declaring the climax had begun. He ordered Wen Shuang to awaken and act like a loyal puppet. The boy instantly opened his eyes. The man said he wanted to compare the power of two familiars. He was curious to see which one would prevail. Wang desperately shouted, begging Wen Shuang to wake up. But the boy stabbed him once in the shoulder. The man gloated that it was useless since the boy was now a perfectly obedient puppet, then ordered another attack. He roared the command for Wen Shuang to tear his opponent apart. Wang froze as memories of his cheerful friend flooded back. Rage surged, pushing Wang Zhe beyond all limits. He screamed curses, declaring the world deserved destruction. The man sipped wine, mocking humanity as weak and destined to be ruled and devoured. He calmly said killing Wang was fine and that he'd offer Wen Shuang's head to Tei, believing no one would interfere. After speaking, he laughed cruelly and ordered Wen Shuang to use a finishing move. He reminded that he had infused the boy with part of his own power enough to kill. Wang was shocked as the mad energy burst out violently. The boy went berserk, his strength tripling under his master's command. He was given 1 minute to finish the fight, and Wen Shuang charged without hesitation. The strike pierced through Wang, blood gushing out. The man laughed in delight, thrilled by the bloody scene. The more he watched them fight, the more ecstatic he became. But suddenly tears fell from Wen Shuang's eyes. Wang tilted his head and whispered in his ear, "It's time to stop." He hugged the boy tightly, smiling, saying he had caught him. The boy struggled, but Wang gently assured him it would soon be over. The man stared in shock as Wang leaned close to Wen Shuang's neck, voice calm. Then he bit hard into the boy's shoulder, as if marking ownership. The man laughed arrogantly, mocking the futile act, claiming only Tei could control that power. The story briefly rewound to the moment before the battle. When Wen Shuang charged forward, Wang had already calculated he couldn't match the speed, so he thought of his own ability. In the memory realm of his familiar, he recalled the mysterious refrigerator. No matter how hard he tried to open it, it was useless and time was running out. At that moment, Lin Lang Wu appeared, smiling in greeting, stunning him. She explained this was the familiar's inner space, allowing communication if both sides consented, secretly thinking only he could create such a strong domain. Lang Wu inwardly admired her master's powerful domain. Its reaction ranged far beyond normal, making her both fearful and fascinated. Wang panicked and pleaded for help. She teased that he'd have to kiss her first to get the answer. He stayed silent helplessly, and she laughed, saying it was only a joke. She explained she couldn't help directly but could teach how to deal with someone who'd become another's familiar. Lang Wu suggested reclaiming the boy, turning him into Wang's own familiar, leaving him stunned. She said once a human was transformed, they couldn't return, but if he belonged to Wang, at least he'd gain some freedom. She smiled, promising to teach the method, thinking that helping him would please her master. She reassured him that he could do it since, as the familiar of a pure blood, he could suppress mixed bloods, though she knew it was nearly impossible without special power like his. She stepped closer, whispering that time was short and urging him to act. She coldly told him to choose between marking or killing the boy. There was no third path. In memory, a voice echoed in a small apartment as Wen Shuang entered with groceries, greeting the principal. He set them down, smiling that his father was practicing calligraphy again, and urged him to rest. The man called him over to see the writing. He saw the words, heaven, earth, man, and praised his father's strokes as perfect as ever. While putting on an apron, he asked why his father didn't try another job to avoid boredom. The man replied with a cryptic counter-question. He carefully explained the philosophy behind those words, the way of being human and awakening. The boy didn't understand, so the father smiled, removed his glasses, and explained simply before washing vegetables. The boy hurried to stop him, saying a principal shouldn't do that, but the man only smiled kindly, reminding him of gratitude for raising him. On the paper with the calligraphy lay a bright photo of father and son. That same photo now shattered, foreshadowing coming tragedy. At the moment of being bitten, Wen Shuang awoke from control, tears falling unconsciously. A wave of pain made him cry out, his body trembling. He screamed madly in despair. The man was horrified, asking what that energy was. He shouted in alarm that the transformation must be stopped. The old man crushed his glass, ordering everyone killed. A massive surge of power exploded violently. The blast shot directly toward the two. He was stunned as the strike missed its target. He began trembling, staring at Wen Shuang. The boy gently laid Wang Zhe down. A flicker of awareness returned to his eyes. The man still forced an arrogant smile. Then blood burst from his mouth as he coughed violently. The familiar bond broke, leaving him panicked and in disbelief. He struggled to say he was still superior, a noble bloodline. The boy didn't answer, simply slashing twice. The man screamed in agony, his body torn apart. Wen Shuang smiled calmly. The man collapsed in indescribable misery. Then his body fell, ending in tragedy. Wen Shuang approached Wang Zhe and sat beside him. He gently touched the man's face. He softly asked, "What is the meaning of being human?" The photo of father and son could never be repaired again, symbolizing eternal loss. Wang Zhe subconsciously thought he was finished. He realized his soul had separated from his body, unable to move, recalling the desperate bite. He trembled in fear, forced to watch the boy lose control. He was astonished by Wen Shuang's terrifying speed, faster than the eye could follow. He glanced at Lang Wu, realizing this was her bloodline power, while she smiled in delight. Wen Shuang silently looked at his body, expressionless. He suddenly tore into his own chest with his hands. Wang Zhe shouted in panic, asking what he was doing. Ling Wu calmly replied, "Self-destruction." She said he no longer had the will to live. She analyzed that his body was no longer under control, acting by instinct, and he instantly guessed what that instinct was. He realized it was suicidal intent and shouted to stop him. His voice urged, "As long as you live, there's still a chance." He rushed forward and grabbed the boy's shoulders. Without hesitation, he held him tightly, begging him to listen. Ling Wu watched and thought her master was greater than she had imagined. Wang desperately called Wen Shuang's name, hoping he'd wake up. Suddenly, the boy sat up, catching him off guard. Then Wen Shuang slowly knelt on one knee, his eyes growing calm. Ling Wu explained that once the mental link stabilized, his submissive side would take over. She added that now, whatever he was told to do, he wouldn't resist. Watching the scene, she confirmed this was the form of an enchantment. Wang hopelessly called Wen Shuang's name, asking if there was another way to save him. He pleaded for the boy to return to how he was, just as he himself once changed. At that, he hesitantly mentioned the bond he shared with her. Hearing that, Ling Wu suddenly looked intrigued. He ran to support Wen Shuang, saying if he could keep his own mind, so could the boy. She laughed, saying he was too human, which amused her. She seriously stated that to fully restore reason, a complete mark was needed, one bite wasn't enough. He didn't understand and asked what complete marking meant. When he realized, he blushed and shouted in protest. She teased playfully, saying the audience was waiting for that scene, making him panic and cling to the fridge for help. Even so, she pulled him back, not letting him escape. Suddenly, the fridge door cracked open, surprising him. He widened his eyes in shock at what he saw. Inside was only one thing, an ice crystal. He remarked it was normal to have ice in a fridge. She awkwardly agreed. He touched the ice, curious what it was. Instantly, light burst brightly from the crystal. The beam shot straight into Wen Shuang's body. A strange sigil appeared on his forehead. He panicked, asking why there was a pattern on the boy's brow. Ling Wu puffed her cheeks in anger, confused about what had happened. Then she suddenly vanished from the space. Wen Shuang softly called his name, making Wang overjoyed. Tears streamed endlessly from the boy's eyes. He looked up trembling and mentioned his father. Wang froze, choking out that his father was still waiting outside. As he stepped out, Wen Shuang rushed to embrace his father, crying. He kept apologizing, his voice breaking in pain. But the apologies echoed in silence. His father's hand hung limp, warmth gone. Wang watched the scene, heart heavy with grief. The principal was gone, and Wen Xuan was now merely an enchantment. And he realized he himself was no longer human either. The butler arrived to report that the principal's body had been moved to the cemetery. He added that ordinary people weren't allowed burial there, but thanks to Miss Ling Ling Wu's enchantment status, an exception was made. Wang spoke in a deep voice, "Mr. Butler," and the man respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Wang turned to question him, saying the trap wasn't accidental and that he must have known beforehand. The man smiled and claimed Wang had misunderstood. He replied disrespectfully, saying there was no need to be so hasty. Suddenly, a strange energy invaded his body. He turned in panic and saw it was a punishment arrow. The arrow of light pierced his chest. It was Miss Ling Ling Wu's strike. In pain, he was shocked, not understanding why he was punished despite years of loyalty. He fell to his knees, unable to believe it was over something so trivial. With his last breath, he blamed Ling Wu for favoring the weak and betraying the Blood Clan's ideals. Ling Wu only smiled slightly, saying this was just a mild warning. She coldly emphasized that no one was allowed to insult the master, no matter who they were. At the funeral, a soft voice called Wen Xuan. Hearing his name, he turned around. Wang looked at the item in his hands and asked what it was. He said he didn't want his father to rest among monsters and wanted to take him home. Wang silently nodded, agreeing to go with him. They returned to the apartment complex in the city. Wen Xuan unlocked the door and it creaked softly. The two stepped into the quiet house. He told Wang to make himself at home. Wang softly replied, "All right." He smiled sadly, poured tea, and asked if Wang liked black tea. It was his favorite. As he reminisced, he mentioned once climbing mountains to pick rare tea leaves. His hands trembled as he brewed, wondering what to do with the remaining leaves. A tear fell into the steaming cup. He bowed his head and cried, unsure how to go on. Wang also wept, whispering an apology. He said it was his fault. If he hadn't boasted back then, none of this would have happened. He confessed through tears that he was now a monster and had harmed Wen Xuan, but Wen Xuan cut him off, denying it. He looked at him and said he felt only gratitude, no resentment. He thanked Wang for giving him the strength to avenge his father. Wen Xuan walked to the desk and asked if Wang was a monster, then what was he? He touched a paper labeled Heaven, Earth, Human, and asked if Wang had ever pondered its true meaning. He lowered his head and said those with special genes were still human, only different in power, like varying skin tones, but still human. He continued, saying that unique abilities were just evolution's result. People remained human. His father had taught that humanity was defined by one's inner essence. Those words moved Wang deeply. He affirmed that as long as they retained their humanity, they were still human, not monsters. He softly called Wen Xuan's name in sorrow, and Wen Xuan replied that he had finally understood everything. Wen Xuan gently placed the father-son photo frame on the desk, saying that once he'd lived aimlessly, but now he clearly knew his purpose. He turned back with a smile, asking if Wang wouldn't stop him. He stepped closer, stressing that after all, Wang was still his master. He said enchantments existed to obey their masters, so this action must also be Wang's desire, right? His voice grew crazed as he vowed to use his power to annihilate all blood clans. Wang was horrified to realize Wen Xuan's mind hadn't fully recovered. He turned away, saying the Blood Clan would never expect two enchantments to retain humanity, and they'd use that to defeat them. He clenched his fist, declaring he would begin the mission. He hurriedly gathered documents, researched, drafted detailed plans, and analyzed hundreds of Blood Clan weaknesses like writing a thesis. Wang froze, then laughed. This was so Wen Xuan, still the obsessive scholar. He advised him to stay put for now, not to rush, and get stronger first. He turned back and shouted that he understood the weak couldn't win, and Wang would lead as his strength's limiter. He raised his hand, vowing to train with Wang to grow stronger, then started writing 100 training rules for enchantments to land a deadly punch. He kept mumbling ideas, mentioning power upgrades, and even noted add to cart first. The light in the room blazed, the sound of pen taps echoed, and Wang downstairs sighed, thinking he'd write all night. He exhaled softly, realizing that in this world strength was the only true protection. He felt a vast energy inside him but didn't know how to unlock it. He recalled the crystal in the fridge, thinking it might be the key to his hidden power. Exhausted yet resolute, he vowed to live on and fulfill Wen Xuan's wish. Suddenly, something important struck his memory. He finally understood Ling Wu's words 3 days to think, and then answer, that was what she meant. Wang Zhe sank into deep thought, trapped in the blood clan world bound by fate. He resolved to fight, training relentlessly to grow stronger at any cost. Clenching his fists, he believed only strength could protect his family and freedom. Wang Zhe called Wen Xuan, asking him to send the necessary documents. After the chaotic night, news spread that Qi Yu had wiped out a minor family, shocking the public. The people were enraged, saying he disrespected the royal clan. Far away, a castle appeared. That castle was shrouded in heavy silence. A man sitting on the throne received urgent news. The report stated that Count Sugao Qiyu had committed treason. After reading, he grew furious and ordered the 7 royals' council meeting in 3 days. He commanded messengers to summon Bu to attend. The subordinates immediately obeyed. In the hospital, someone asked if the insurance card had been brought. The father said he was fine, not sick, but Wang Zhe urged him to get checked just in case. He sighed in quiet relief. Yet unease lingered about Ling Lang Wu and her true purpose. Even though she was now an enchantment, her helpful actions still left him confused. He decided to leave for the main city tomorrow, entrusting his father to Wen Xuan's care. A white-haired little girl passing by caught his attention. He curiously watched the child. A man ran up, calling his daughter and promising good food after the checkup. The man suddenly glanced toward him. Wang Zhe realized it was the mayor, a powerful figure in the city. He was surprised that the father and daughter looked completely different. The man adjusted his glasses and then recognized him. The girl told her father that he was the one who saved her on that fateful night, and the man remembered. The girl clutched her father's arm, and he nodded in understanding. He thanked Wang Zhe for saving his daughter from being a sacrifice, saying he hadn't been able to thank him personally before. Wang was shocked to learn the girl he rescued was the daughter of the mayor, one of the city's strongest figures. He asked why the mayor's daughter had been kidnapped, and the man angrily said it was due to the blood clan's cruel whims. With a trembling voice, the man admitted his helplessness as a human unable to protect his daughter. Hearing this, Wang Zhe felt deep sympathy for the honorable mayor. The man stepped closer, warning him not to go to Wang City, startling him. He spoke seriously, saying it was a trap set by the sub-king to assassinate Qi Yu. The little girl waved goodbye to him, and he smiled in return. He gently waved, watching her small figure disappear. Suddenly he froze, sensing something ominous. From afar, the mayor looked down sternly, his gaze full of warning. He recalled the man's words and realized Wang City was a deadly place. He immediately took out his phone to contact Ling Lang Wu. Typing quickly, he sent a warning about the sub-king's plot targeting Qi Yu. He added advice that if she must go, she should plan carefully. Before he could finish, Ling Lang Wu replied with a flood of heart emojis and flirtatious messages. He stared helplessly at the screen, unsure how to respond. The phone overflowed with romantic texts she invited him out, recalling their enchantment ritual. He turned pale, sweating in embarrassment. Elsewhere, Ling Lang Wu, dressed provocatively, sent another invite to her room. His father patted his shoulder, teasing him to control his emotions. He blushed and denied it, but his father just laughed, boasting of being a famous sea king in his youth. As he walked, he proudly said his barbershop thrived thanks to his son's fame, attracting curious customers. He cheerfully said the schedule was full for a year, while scolding his son to focus on honing his enchantment skills instead. He laughed, saying not to think he didn't understand he knew his son had already stepped into the blood clan world. He patted his son's shoulder, encouraging him to stay strong and move forward. His father's words warmed his heart, the light around them glowed, and he vowed not to disappoint. He shouted his promise to do his best, and his father smiled kindly, calling him a good son. Suddenly, his father wrapped an arm around his neck, snapping photo after photo. He laughed loudly at the pictures, planning to use even the embarrassing childhood ones as barbershop ads, making Wong furious. Despite his son's protests, he plastered the photos all over the shop front, and Wong could only sigh and endure. He thought his father was hiding his worry, and that he must grow stronger to protect their life. Ling Langwu's image returned to his mind, a woman who seemed to foresee everything and remained unflinching. He walked thinking the capital trip was dangerous and wished there were anywhere that trained power rapidly. At that moment, someone handed him a flyer for the Liangshan Bo Martial School offering free trials. A pretty girl smiled and asked if he wanted to try. He looked at the sign, Liangshan Bo Martial School, with curiosity. Inside hung a portrait of a grand master looking imposing. The gym was full of weights, punching bags, and training equipment. He felt the scene was no different from a gym, only the name had a supernatural flair. On the ring, two fighters were fiercely clashing. 1154A heavy punch felled an opponent, and the stands erupted. Wangja was amazed, the strength stunned him. The victorious fighter stared at him and said he looked familiar. He sneered and challenged Wang to step into the ring. The challenge came with pressure that froze him for a moment. He scratched his head and declined, citing business, but the challenger said to get strong you must fight. The man mocked that cowardice would prevent any progress. He asked what would happen if he won or lost. The man replied coldly that winning was unlikely, but losing meant. He spun a 3-star membership board, saying losers must buy a course for 2,088, making Wang grimace. Wu Dao angrily accused him of belittling him, boasting his 3-star coach could teach him. Wangja pointed out plainly that the challenger looked rather weak. The man roared for a duel and promised free training if Wang won. Wang retorted that a winner wouldn't need lessons, leaving him speechless. The man then offered that if Wang won, his master would personally train him. Wang glanced at the photo of Master Tu, the school's 1-star coach. He saw the shiny portrait and felt it was nothing but cheap advertising. The girl interjected, saying Ngo Zhou was anxious because targets weren't met and losers supposedly got beaten by the master. Another chimed in that being taught by Master Tu was rare luck, with months-long queues to get a turn. He broke into a sweat, seeing this as a suspicious multi-level martial school scheme. He observed there were no blood clan members here, only ordinary people with superpowers, and doubted they could face real creatures. He concluded the school was just a gym in mystical clothing. Despite misgivings, he agreed to test himself to see his real strength. He set the condition that regardless of the outcome, he must get a free fitness check. The challenger grudgingly agreed, annoyed at poor sales but forced to accept. As Wang stepped onto the ring, the challenger vowed to beat him into submission and extort the course fee. He picked up the gloves, examining every detail carefully. He was surprised to find a built-in stat measuring system inside them. Wu Dao explained it was a fitness testing device. He nodded, ready to begin. He looked around. Even the shoes and fences were made of special impact-resistant materials. He marveled that this was indeed a facility for ability users, since normal materials would have been destroyed long ago. The girls signaled for the match to start. The crowd cheered, some encouraging, others warning him to be careful. Wangja took his battle stance, eyes focused and serious. He neatly dodged his opponent's first punch. The man pushed off his toes to gain explosive lift. His whole body soared upward to strike. A powerful punch measuring 290 force units smashed toward Wangja's face. The crowd gasped as he blocked the blow, their cheers growing louder. The fighter accelerated and launched another strike at 299 force. As excitement rose, an old stern voice commanded him to use his ability and attack with full power. A dignified old man entered with 2 women, Master Tu himself. Wu Dao panicked, saying if he used his ability, Wangja couldn't withstand it. Master Tu coldly criticized his dull instincts, saying that's why he was stuck at 3-star level. He stepped closer, saying Wu Dao still hadn't noticed the abnormality, forcing him to stop. Wang Jie panted, gasping the word learn as if catching his breath. An observer noted he was still standing after a 299 force hit, astonishing everyone. Wu Dao, fired up, charged his fist with violet electricity and struck with 388 force, daring him to block. Lightning energy gathered around his fist. Startled, Wang still wanted to test his own limits. He inhaled deeply, his blue eyes focusing, preparing to face the massive blow. The punch landed, shaking the entire arena, debris flying. The floor caved in, dust rose, and sparks flashed around their gloves. Wu Dao froze for a second, staring at him in confusion. Gasping, he yelled for Wang to stop dodging. Wang wiped sweat and smiled awkwardly, saying he had no ability, dodging was his only choice. Suddenly, Master Tu shouted, telling him to imagine it as a milk carton. Bewildered, he obeyed, picturing a milk box while the master instructed him to absorb energy and channel it through his limbs. He stood dazed, seeing only cows and straws in his mind, completely confused. Master Tu barked again, ordering him to calm his mind and focus. A drop of sweat fell. He gasped softly as his whole body began to tremble strangely. He imagined the refrigerator and the milk carton, picturing himself inserting a straw but unable to open the fridge door. He thought further, creating a hole beside the fridge as the master had taught. In his mind, a drill bored into the fridge. Finding it weak, he replaced it with an electric drill. The drill tip sparked, releasing a tiny flash inside his mind. Then boom, the imaginary fridge exploded. The door burst open and he rejoiced at having formed an energy conduit. From the fridge burst a crimson stream of energy, just one streak, yet it thrilled him with its tangible power. The energy swirled around his body, and he was astonished to find he could control it. He focused his mind, guiding and absorbing the energy, feeling its fierce flow. Red power gathered around his hands, and for the first time he truly understood what controlling an ability felt like. The spectators gasped below, amazed he could awaken his ability on the first try. Some stood bewildered, unsure whether to continue the match. Master Tu commanded firmly for the opponent to counterattack with full strength. Wu Dao gathered his energy, answered his master, and charged forward. His fierce assault was effortlessly blocked by Wang Jie. He froze, as if struck by lightning, realizing his opponent hadn't even budged. At that moment, Wang Jie mastered his ability. His eyes blazed as he declared it was his turn to strike. Master Tu's deep voice instructed, "Unify body and energy, stabilize stance, and release the strike." He obeyed, launching a massive punch that sent his opponent flying in shock. The man barely shouted wait before taking the full blow. Sparks burst on impact. Wu Dao groaned, unable to believe that power. As his body was flung upward, he muttered unscientific. He fainted mid-air. The entire hall fell silent in disbelief. Wang Jie's punch measured at 688 force units, leaving everyone speechless. Cheers erupted throughout the dojo, astonished by the feat. People praised him as a true prodigy of extraordinary power. Panting, he called out to Master Tu. The master said nothing, simply observing him thoughtfully. The silence broke with a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Master." Wang Jie scratched his head, thanking him for the lesson, while Wu Dao, though in pain, bragged about his great teacher, making Wang admire him more and ask for further guidance. Master Tu calmly sipped his tea, praising Wang Jie's insight as greater than his disciples, leaving Wu Dao blushing in shame. He sternly remarked that Wang harbored powerful potential but hadn't yet learned to channel it, using raw force like a beginner. Wang Jie beamed happily, asking to be taught. Wu Dao interjected, boasting that his master's tuition was expensive and he'd earn a referral bonus. Master Tu first refused, saying he was old and no longer planned to take students, shocking Wu Dao. After a pause, he reconsidered, saying it would be a pity to let Wang's talent go, while Wu Dao eagerly suggested charging a high fee. Wang agreed as long as he'd be personally taught. Master Tu set down his teacup and solemnly declared Wang his final personal disciple. Smiling kindly, he told him to become humanity's future pillar. Wang bowed deeply, moved to tears. A girl stepped forward, placing papers before them, congratulating and inviting him to fill out registration details. He politely complied. After signing his name, he reported it was complete. He asked about payment methods, wondering if WeChat worked. She gently replied that bank transfer was also acceptable. She suddenly looked at him more closely, pausing in doubt. At the same time, Teacher Tu's face darkened, his eyes turning cold. He stared straight ahead, exuding oppressive pressure. Then he changed his tone, withdrew his words, and declared he could no longer take Wang Zhe as a disciple, shocking him. The girl immediately opened the door, politely saw him out, saying the dojo was closing. He asked in surprise why. She hesitated slightly, looking confused by his question. She then showed him an exclusive newspaper with his name, confirming he was Wang Zhe, the enchanter who recently caused a sensation. Revealed identity left him speechless. He regained composure, asking how being an enchanter affected apprenticeship. She smiled politely, saying his presence was an honor, not a problem. She explained they couldn't teach a bloodline being. Master Tu admitted the same and advised him to leave. Wang Ji was surprised the conversation ended abruptly and called Master Tu. He only greeted once, calmly drinking tea without seeing him off. Curses echoed through the night. What the hell was happening? Wang Zhe walked gloomily in the dark, regretting being expelled just after learning to control his power. He was still furious, unable to calm down. He noticed their strange attitude, respectful outside but clearly hostile within. He recalled society's worship of bloodlines and wondered why they hated him. While thinking, two figures suddenly appeared above. They landed, blocking his path. Something flew toward him before he could react, and he shouted, "You guys!" A man in black kicked fiercely at him. He quickly ducked to dodge with sharp reflexes. But another man in black grabbed his neck tightly. The attacker questioned if he was the winner of the Ling Lang Wu enchanter selection. His silence angered the man, who shouted loudly. He squeezed harder, demanding information about the sword-wielding girl from the contest. He grew more violent as Wang Zhe stayed silent, pressing him non-stop. Wang Zhe's lips moved slightly, about to speak. He looked up mockingly, revealing that Coach Wu's true strength far surpassed 338. He coldly stated that her current power was at least 600 and should have been shown earlier. The nearby man in black panicked as Wu Dao removed his hat, revealing himself. The mask he took off fell, exposing his real face. He didn't care about being seen and kept pressing Wang Zhe to answer about the woman, threatening consequences. As he spoke, Wu Dao tightened his grip to test how much pressure she could handle. Before he could act further, Wang Zhe suddenly fought back. Wu Dao's eyes widened in shock as the tables turned. In less than a second, Wu Dao was thrown forward by a grapple. The man in black behind swung a kick, but Wang Zhe easily dodged. He turned and struck back, making the opponent spit blood. Wu Dao could only stammer in disbelief at the scene. He was quickly kicked once more by Wang Zhe. After things calmed, he stood between the fainted men, testing how to channel energy through his power points. A large, strong figure appeared nearby. Wang Zhe quickly recognized it was Master Tu. Wu Dao coughed and trembled, apologizing to his teacher. Master Tu emerged from the darkness, saying he was too old to interfere, and warned Wang Zhe's recklessness would bring disaster. Wu Dao pleaded shakily, mentioning his senior sister and trying to justify himself. Master Tu grew furious, scolding that sacrifice for humanity was glory, not foolish self-destruction. Wang Zhe angrily joined in, calling Wu Dao an idiot and mocking his origin. Wang Zhe retorted that he wasn't something to be despised, and that without him they'd be dead. Wu Dao insulted him, saying he'd lost his humanity. He placed a hand on his chest, claiming he still had self-awareness and demanded proof, refusing Master Tu's accusation. Master Tu coldly said that the corrupted lose reason and humanity, and the test was simple. A figure named Xiao Xuan quietly appeared in the dark. She wore a nurse's uniform and held a pistol. Xiao Xuan ordered activation. The weapon was called the Mobius Pulse Gun. She aimed at Wang Je's head, explaining it triggered primal desire, disorienting the target, weakening combat power, trapping them in illusions, and ending in death. Xiaoshen coldly asked if he dared to try. Wang Je answered firmly without hesitation. Fine. As the shot was about to fire, Master Tu stayed calm. Only Wu Dao and the man in black were stunned. His foot shifted slightly, ready to act. Wang Je raised his hand to hold the gun, signaling to begin. Xiaoshan urgently warned that even if loyal, as an enchanter with a blood seal, the bullet would disorient and kill him, it was a genetic annihilation round. He replied calmly, saying that's exactly why he wanted to try. His eyes held deep sorrow, accepting that if he'd lost himself, he'd rather end it now. He firmly insisted she shoot. Master Tu spoke, asking if he wasn't afraid, since the gun was actually a normal lethal weapon that could kill him instantly. He replied sadly, yet resolutely, saying they were true warriors worthy of respect, and he believed they wouldn't deceive him. The gun blazed with red fire, and Wang Je shouted for her to shoot. He gripped the barrel, pressed it to his forehead, and declared loudly, "Shoot!" Xiaoshuan hesitated, but then screamed, affirming humanity's faith in endless resistance. Red light flashed. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his face. The trigger clicked, and the bullet burst out with a small explosion. As the light faded, his body collapsed to the ground. His head hit the floor with a harsh sound. Xiaoshen gasped, staring at his motionless body. Master Tu, standing above, panicked and ordered everyone to back away, warning he might go insane. She immediately obeyed and retreated far away. The other two also took stance, ready to attack. Xiaoshen calmed herself, lowered the gun, aiming straight down. Wang Je remained still, showing no reaction. Master Tu watched silently, calculating in his mind. He used sealing power to cut the link between the blood clan and the enchanter in Wang Je's blood, ensuring temporary safety. He suddenly smiled sinisterly, declaring it was time to reveal his true nature. Wang Je suddenly sprang up, startling everyone. Xiaoshan panicked, pointing her gun, confirming he was indeed bloodline. She angrily said he had lost control and almost made her believe his lies. A scarred man warned not to approach, saying let him destroy himself. The others stood guarded but uneasy. They noticed something odd. He wasn't losing control but moving closer, suspecting a new mutation, and quickly shouted to retreat. He lunged forward, claws extending with a roar. Xiaoshuan screamed in panic, trying to shoot him. But he swiftly disarmed her with ease. He examined the gun mockingly, remarking how refined human technology was. He sneered coldly, admitting the gun was powerful enough to confuse him briefly. He glanced at the device under Master Tu's feet, asking if it was the same type. Master Tu calmly asked if he was injured. Wang Je replied bitterly that he'd said he was human, shocking them by recovering so fast. Wu Dao, confused, guessed he was a hybrid, which angered him. He raised his hand, asserting he was human, and demanded their trust. A strange sound echoed, silencing everyone. Xiaoshuan nervously asked the master if their tech was exposed, suspecting he had an anti-signal device blocking control. A pair of hands reached toward him from afar. He didn't react, simply brushed them aside, telling them not to touch randomly. Master Tu watched quietly and nodded slightly. He lifted his phone. A voice urgently shouted, "Wang Je, I've found it!" The voice spoke of a hidden online thesis, revealing how to eradicate bloodlines completely, urging him to come test it. Wang Je sighed, saying he wasn't bloodline. No bloodline would seek its own destruction. The caller, confused, asked why the enchanter link couldn't connect. The three others stayed silent, faces grim, standing in a row. The person with the phone pointed at him, asking curtly if that meant he was the one marked by you. Enchanter Wen Shuang frowned around, calling these people. A gunshot hit Wen Shuang's head, making him collapse. Then everyone stared in shock, wondering what kind of greeting that was. The four stood frozen, stepping back to one side in awkward silence. Suddenly, the old man burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha! The other three also laughed stiffly in response. Wang Je patted Wen Shuang's shoulder and laughed, leaving him bewildered. He whispered to him that now they had an ally. He shouted that humanity was not alone and resistance still endured. He reminded them that for 100 years, humans had fought back, proven by the current situation. He declared the Blood Clan only pretended to care for humans. They used every method to brainwash humanity. From education to cultural networks, all had become tools to glorify the Blood Clan. He compared this corruption to root rot, stressing that the harder the struggle, the more they must persist, because hope still burned. Wangja suddenly called Master Tu over. Master Tu offered to teach him supernatural energy, but said he wouldn't pass on everything due to his identity, asking if he accepted. Wen Shuang excitedly opened his laptop, showing a thesis revealing the core of power and how to destroy the Blood Clan. They said only third rank or higher Blood Clan possessed a power core like a bloodline inheritance. To kill a high-ranked Blood Clan, one must destroy its nucleus. Killing only the body let it revive. They lamented that lower ranks were manageable, but rank 3 and above were too strong, luckily few. Then discussed assassinating his father's master, who was rank 3. He gave Wangja a box, instructing him to deliver it to someone and never open it. Wangja accepted, agreeing they were running out of time and would train them in skills. The two rejoiced, thrilled to be taught. They smiled brightly in happiness. 3 days later, the door suddenly burst open loudly. The two crawled out from inside, barely surviving. Exhausted but overjoyed, they called out to the shining sunlight as if freed. Master Tu looked at them coldly, hinting they now knew what it felt like to be trained directly by him. He coughed lightly and reminded them he could only guide the basics. Later, they must train themselves, warning they might surpass limits dangerously. He secretly praised that though they had bloodline bodies, they still kept humanity, perhaps humanity's last hope, and decided to seek higher-level data. Finally came the day they departed for the imperial city. Lang Wu sat in the car, smiling playfully at Wang Jie, full of excitement. She scolded him for being cold, saying it was a fun trip, while he only saw danger and doubt. He stayed anxious as she pouted, saying he was heartless and wanted him to care more. Suddenly she fell into his arms, making him flustered. Lang Wu smiled slyly, revealing the reason they didn't take a plane was to have more private time with him. He tried to back away, but she teased and moved closer, frightening him. She reached out and touched him suggestively. He pushed her away, blushing and shouting for her to stop. A small explosion suddenly went off inside the car. He opened his eyes in confusion, not knowing what happened. Lang Wu suddenly shrank into a tiny child, leaving him stunned. She rubbed her eyes tearfully, calling him Big Brother. Wangja was dazed, unable to understand what had happened, trying to calm her. She jumped at him, demanding a kiss, making him scream in refusal. He panicked and backed away, nearly falling out of the car while she laughed mischievously. She admitted inwardly that an order from her master caused her to revert to a fearful child state that would last a few days. The car shook violently amid screams and chaos. 2 people in another car cried in jealousy at the lucky enchanter. From behind, another car sped up and approached. Inside, Count Jiyu calmly sipped tea, thinking youth was truly precious. A bat suddenly flew into the car. It spoke, saying the ship was ready and they'd rest one night at Huzhou before fleeing to England. Countess Jiyu looked up at the bat, mocking its concern and reminding it that Country A was full, and Changxin was now emperor, no longer the same. She snapped her fingers, ordering the bat to change form, saying its current look displeased her and to switch the tune. The car sped on as she asked which song to play. The bat shouted angrily, warning she was courting destruction. Jiayu calmly replied that only by breaking could one rebuild, telling it not to misunderstand. The bat hesitantly called him by name Xuan Yu in surprise. The music box played. She advised everyone to enjoy peace instead of ruining the calm. Outside, magnificent buildings appeared as they approached Wang City, Beiluo. Wangja marveled, describing Beiluo as the leading political and economic center of Hua Nation. He pointed and said, "Look, that's the Imperial Gate." Crowds gathered around, curious about the event. As Lang Wu spoke, he suddenly pointed toward a direction, asking about the ongoing Seven Royals Conference. They saw a group carrying a palanquin there. The maids protested loudly because the British princess was forced to lower her palanquin to enter the city, calling it an insult. The gate soldier solemnly explained it was a ceremony honoring the Asian emperor, demanding the princess comply. The two attendants kept shouting about British royal law, accusing the other side of disrespect and breaking tradition. The crowd buzzed, saying it might be a political provocation, and eagerly awaited the drama. Another car pulled up, declaring that Hua Nation also had strict protocol, ordering the princess to descend. People were shocked to see the guest was from Count Jiayu's family, wondering why he received priority without imperial rank. The two guards hesitated, but Jiyu arrogantly got out before the imperial gate. The crowd whispered that though once dismissed, Jiyu was still respected as the Asian emperor's close friend. His recall hinted at intrigue. Jiyu smiled inside the car. The two women angrily accused the Asians of humiliating the princess. The princess calmed them, telling them not to be angry over something trivial. Lang Wu invited the princess into her car. Wang Zhe was astonished, realizing the princess' situation was awkward. She shyly advised the princess to join them to maintain dignity and avoid diplomatic trouble. A maid urged the princess to return, saying the Asian emperor didn't value them. The princess softly replied. Her veil fell, revealing her beauty, and she recalled the promise made to her father. She bowed to thank Lang Wu. The princess stepped into the car, politely apologizing. She sat facing Wang Zhe and Lang Wu. The princess lowered her head, releasing a cherry blossom scent that revealed her identity. Lang Wu smiled and ordered the car to enter the gate. The two cars followed each other inside. Reporters scrambled for photos, gossiping that the princess needed Jiayu's help to enter the palace. The two maids fumed over the humiliation. The handmaid stopped them, saying not to ruin Wang's plan, confidently claiming she knew what to do. The atmosphere gradually calmed as the guards returned to their posts. Everyone continued walking the red carpet inside. Two sly smiles flashed, hinting trouble ahead. The convoy proceeded in order without disruption. Miss Ling clung close to Wang Zhe as words of praise echoed. The royal lady bowed to express deep gratitude. Lady Wu said to relax, while the princess promised to help whenever needed. The woman waved modestly, saying she didn't dare accept such favor but still had something to say. Lady Wu subtly pointed toward the young man. The princess asked in surprise if he was the lady's kin, accidentally calling him weak, then apologized. She bluntly commented that in her country anyone below rank 20 was fit only for simple work, hence her surprise. Lang Wu smiled, admitting he was indeed inexperienced. In her homeland, they preferred the feeling of nurturing growth. Her words likened the young man to a pet raised from frailty to peak power, full of smug delight. The princess nodded, saying she understood after hearing that. Lang Wu affirmed she was raising him, and then asked about the fragrant aura surrounding the princess. The princess blushed and urged the driver to move. Lang Wu teased, saying she meant that special scent. The princess shyly confirmed. Lang Wu leaned closer, saying it was just fragrance, why be shy? The princess grew flustered. Lang Wu added that everyone knew girls from that land were born with scent. To avoid impurity, unmarried noblewomen were forbidden to touch the ground by custom. The cherry blossom scent carried power, clearing the mind, beautifying and enhancing training. Lang Wu said those who bonded with royal women were always admired. The princess grew even more embarrassed. She thought to herself that women of her land were treated like gifts, perhaps she was too. Memories of her father suddenly resurfaced. When the spirit weakens, the fragrance turns dull. She clenched her sleeve, wondering what would happen if she offered a wisp of her soul scent to someone worthy. Lang Wu softly called, asking for the princess' decision. The princess raised her hand in consent. Then she drew out a trace of fragrant energy. The young man was stunned. The scent was many times stronger, and his mind felt clearer. The fragrance formed into a cherry petal. She handed it over, saying it was her spirit's breath. She looked at it with faint regret. Even so, she offered it fully, asking him to accept. The petal drifted into his hand. Lang Wu urged him to feel its power and thank the royal lady. He hurriedly thanked the princess, noticing the sorrow in her eyes. Wang Jie froze slightly, sensing something different. He watched the princess' fading figure, heavy with loneliness. Lang Wu teased him, hinting about Miss Ling, making him blush and protest. She laughed, saying that claiming that spirit body would grant him immense power. She smiled wickedly, promising to help him achieve that, making him terrified and ask who she really was. Outside the palace square, thunderous chants signaled the start of the ceremony. The herald called Jieyu to enter the hall. He walked calmly, expression unchanged. A bird-like spirit flew in to block him, calling his name. He coldly waved his hand, dispersing the spirit. Deep in the forest, within a silent mansion, a man angrily gripped his blue sword, grinding his teeth while cursing Jieyu's name. He calmly stepped onto the stone stairs. Standing high, he spoke of his identity in the powerful Hua nation. He proudly recounted the glory and prestige the Highness had received. Suddenly, he changed tone, shifting the subject. He abruptly pretended to cry, lamenting the ugly decor of the pavilion and blaming others for not warning him, causing disappointment. An angry voice echoed, summoning Jieyu inside. He sighed in response. On the high throne sat a young man radiating killing intent. He bowed in salute to the Highness. Jieyu advanced to pay respects. The man replied coldly he was the Asian emperor, the mightiest among royals. He turned to greet two other kings, naming them Fierce King and Sovereign King. To the left sat Meng Shuang of the Asian nation, a 5-star grandmaster, who only grunted in reply. To the right was Ku Li, a 2-star grandmaster coughing weakly. A solemn voice declared the opening of the Seven Royals Conference, asking about the absence of the Battle Kings. The host scolded why their monarchs failed to attend. The words carried rebuke for not meeting the Asian emperor in person. Chang Tan coldly looked down as someone nervously excused that their king was distant and had just taken a concubine, flattering the Asian emperor as elder of the 7 nations. He added the meeting was mere formality since all obeyed the Asian emperor, earning praise from Ni Nation's minister Ji-du. The woman beside complimented his flattery, and he flirted with the female assassin Yu Yan. Assassin leader Yu Yan coldly asked how he wished to die, revealing her royal-level aura. Ji-du mocked that she had only just entered the royal realm. She calmly replied that being stronger than him was enough. The princess knelt, apologizing that her father was too busy to attend, asking the Asian emperor's forgiveness, showing royal British respect. Ji-du remarked in surprise that the little princess was overly serious. Someone complained the Asian emperor was arrogant for forcing attendance within 3 days, saying it was unreasonable as they came from far away, a knight from the Snow Nation. Another mocked Snow Nation's low intellect, naming himself Astor, 4th Prince of America with royal combat power. Dite shouted angrily, was scolded as childish. A man with glasses noted the meeting was 3 minutes late and urged them to stop arguing. He said they should value time, invited the Asian emperor to state the meeting's purpose, introducing himself as He Di, finance minister, royal-level fighter. Chang Tan praised He Di, declared the absentees forgiven, and called to move to the main topic. A soldier read the supreme decree, granting major nations permission to expand trade with the Asian territories. The decree also relaxes academic immigration limits, allowing each nation to send 20 more students next year. All delegates bow together in respect and acceptance of the order. Chang Tan declares the meeting over and invites everyone to leave for the prepared banquet. Ji-du cheers excitedly about meeting beauties from Asia, while his friends mock him and walk off. Chowan eagerly asks if the prince will attend the banquet, hoping to see him in person. After speaking, she immediately leaves, offering her farewell. Meng Yangjin stands up to express a confusion before His Highness. He feels the envoy was rude and requests command of 100,000 troops to intimidate and strike first. Qiyu calmly reminds that times have changed, but the old general angrily yells she has no right to interfere. He bitterly complains about being forced to attend, mocking the place as beneath him while shouting in anger. Mengyang accuses Qiyu of abusing power and claims to have evidence of serious crimes. He points at her, accusing her of colluding with enemies and leaking secrets, punishable by death. Qiyu calmly replies that if she were a traitor, his clan would also be implicated. Yet Meng Yang stubbornly insists on her guilt. He then displays footage of Lin Langwu, Wang Jie, and the British princess talking together. The recording shows Lin hugging Wang Jie in a friendly greeting. Qiyu gently smiles, explaining she only helped someone in trouble without ulterior motives. Meng Yang replies that once is fine, but repeated coincidences are suspicious. He continues to show footage of a secret basement in Qiyu's mansion. The courtiers murmur upon finding many masks and hidden mechanisms. One special mask draws everyone's attention. They quickly recognize the emblem on it as the British national crest. Meng Yang accuses Qiyu of ties to the enemy, implying she went to Britain and bore a mixed child, Lin Langwu. He proposes summoning Lin Langwu to the hall for a blood and soul test to reveal her identity. The blood soul is explained as a tool to reveal each nation's unique hereditary power. He says Asian blood glows red gold. If Lin Langwu's differs, it proves treason. Qiyu, though irritated, cannot refute. Chang Tan orders Lin Langwu summoned, and soldiers immediately obey. Lin Langwu enters the solemn grand hall. She greets the Empress with half-jesting courtesy, while Wang Jie kneels in formal salute. Wang Jie secretly marvels that the Empress is far younger than expected. Chang Tan sternly commands Lin Langwu to give blood for identity verification. She feels confused, not understanding what is happening. He explains it is a life-or-death test to prove her father's innocence. Meng Yang chants a spell shooting purple light, shouting for her to shed blood to show loyalty. Qiyu instantly teleports to block the attack before it hits Lin Langwu. Meng Yang roars in rage that she has finally revealed her betrayal. Kalya retorts, recalling her ancestors' merits and bond with the Empress, saying she's been gravely insulted. Meng Yang coldly says if she is innocent, she should prove it. Resisting only makes her more suspicious. He attacks, and Qiyu raises a red shield to block. Lin Langwu screams for her father's help in fear. Qiyu shouts at Chang Tan for standing idle without intervening. Chang Tan, with an icy tone, orders her to give blood, disregarding old ties. Qiyu mocks him, saying he planned everything in advance. She turns into red mist, wrapping Lin Langwu and Wang Jie, shouting for retreat. A purple barrier formed by Qiu Lai blocks their escape. Chayu pushes the two youths out before being surrounded. Lin Langwu is thrown out, calling for her father in despair. Qiu Li gives no answer and immediately casts a spell to attack. A blue ray hits Lin Langwu's arm, scattering her blood. Qiu Lai catches a drop, but Qiyu blocks him. She frowns as red clouds behind her carry the two away safely. Meng Yang flies in, sneering that a mere star cultivator like Qiyu can't stand against two monarchs. Qiyu keeps her eyes on Chang Tan, asking if he still values their brotherhood. Chang Tan calmly replies that an emperor has no room for sentiment. Qiyu laughs, red aura flaring, declaring that if the emperor is heartless, she will ruin the minister's honor for a century. Meng Yang frowns, asking what she means by that. Qiyu glares with blazing eyes, mocking the two monarchs' defeat and their false title as defenders of the A-nation. Meng Yang charges in fury, while Qiyu calmly invites battle to prove true beauty. Countless masks appear behind Qiyu, showing her real power. She laughs darkly, explaining their meaning and despising the world, then unleashes all energy in love and hate. With red eyes and a proud smile, Qiyu declares her true form as Mei Yu. Meng Xiong is horrified to sense Qiyu's monarch-level power, unsure when she ascended. He counters with the move Heaven's Shield Barrier. Seeing Qiyu charge without faltering, Meng Wang suspects she has reached the Transcendent realm. Qiyu breaks through Meng Xiong's move, advancing from star to Transcendent, her growth chart shining. Meng Xiong stays confident, saying Transcendent is still weaker than two Grandmasters and joins forces with Kulai. Kiyu laughs cruelly, burning her soul. The sky suddenly turns crimson. The people gasp as red light covers the heavens. Kiyu has ascended to Monarch Grandmaster level. Mengxiong summons a fierce tiger, burns his essence blood to boost power, and shouts to kill Chi-Yu. A deafening explosion erupts. Mengxiong is wounded, coughing blood, asking if Chi-Yu truly intends to betray the nation. Kiyu looks at Changtan at the doorway, repeating her old question. Would they one day face each other? Her eyes flash with challenge, ready to fight to the end. Changtan smiles faintly, asking if she understands what she's saying. Kiyu smiles sadly, saying the successor must surpass the old, wishing to die by Changtan's hand. Changtan steps forward, body glowing gold, accepting the duel. Under the crimson sky, Chi-Yu transforms into a golden dragon soaring, shocking everyone. Cries echo everywhere as the Empress acts, her dragon aura covering all. Others are shocked that Chi-Yu dares oppose the Empress openly. One man furiously condemns Chi-Yu for disgracing the nation, shouting accusations. He yells that Chi-Yu is a traitor to a nation, and the enraged crowd chants for her death. Amid the insults, Chi-Yu only gives a faint, indifferent smile. Facing Changtan, she calmly says there's no need for such tension. Then she charges forward, punching straight at his face, wanting to hit the Emperor once. But her fist is blocked by Changtan's golden shield. He remains still. A golden space gate opens, reflecting Chi-Yu's own energy. That force destroys part of the palace below. Caillou curses in anger, accusing him of reusing the same trick. Recalling childhood, Chi-Yu wonders how she could ever break the royal spatial power of a nation. Changtan calmly says royal blood far surpasses hers, surrounded by 10 spatial layers that nullify her attacks. Chi-Yu clenches her red glowing fist, claiming even divine power must pay with life force. She flashes up and lands a punch on Changtan's face, shouting her challenge. Below, everyone, including Mengxiong, freezes in shock seeing the Empress struck. The blow makes Changtan falter slightly. He warns coldly that this act will bring catastrophic consequences. Chi-Yu laughs madly, raising her hand to continue, saying she's fulfilled. Suddenly, her hand is sliced off by a sharp golden beam. Multiple space gates appear, and Chi-Yu realizes she's surrounded. Changtan coldly speaks the final words. The golden portals spin, shredding Chi-Yu's body. Her blood rains down, dyeing the sky crimson. Changtan orders Chi-Yu's name erased from existence. Amid the blood rain, he solemnly commands an investigation of all related bloodlines and to hunt Lin Langwu with no survivors. He demands absolute purity. Any impure blood will face execution. All present respond in unison to his order. Chants of "Long live the Empress" merge with the sound of falling blood. Wu Yan walks silently through the bloody rain, her calm gaze chilling. Wu Yan smiles in praise, while a voice behind her laughs mockingly, calling her too cautious. The voice adds that Chi-Yu's rebellion is only surface. The Empress is really purging her own ranks. Wu Yan notes it's the first time Changtan personally fought, saying his power deserves study. In the rain, they discuss the times, lamenting a nation's decline, Xi Nation's hidden armament, and mock each other. In Snow Nation, people calmly drink beer, unaware of the upheaval. Minican has fled, and Chi-Yu has become the new spark. The world's power balance collapses, war is imminent, and peace officially ends. At another location, the princess, horrified by the news, wishes to meet the Empress, but is told by guards she cannot receive guests. As she hesitates, the guards ask her to cooperate in an investigation, angering her maid who accuses them of false blame related to Chi-Yu's daughter. The maid protests fiercely, asking why only they're investigated. Soldiers reply other envoys have left, and the princess is lucky not to have acted yet, or consequences would be worse. Their words shock the princess when she hears Bitten will face special handling. 2 guards rush in as the maid calms the princess, saying a nation is in chaos and they just need to pass inspection, but she still worries about her father's mission. She recalls her father's order to stay and become the woman of the Empress. He also said she must bring back the Empress's bloodline, and if she fails, never return home. The princess despairs, thinking she cannot meet the Empress now, and returning would doom her mission. She regrets planning to offer herself to Lin. Suddenly she blurts out, "Lin!" She looks out the window and sees pink mist spreading, shocked to sense Lin's familiar aura nearby. She recalls the familiar energy that once caught her spirit-infused petal, suspecting it was the Master's power. Images of a man and woman together appear in her mind. She guesses they are Chi-Yu's children, possibly hiding nearby. Seeing soldiers arrive, she thinks they came to hunt those two. She hesitates, wondering if reporting might earn her an audience with the Empress. Torn between revealing or concealing, she thinks it might fulfill her father's command. As the soldiers prepare to leave, she starts to speak but stops. Noticing her hesitation, they turn back to ask, but she denies it, saying nothing is wrong. Before leaving, they deliver the Empress's order. The princess must leave a nation before tomorrow's sunset. Her maids angrily scold them for disrespect. The princess stays silent, then orders to go to the lake for a bath, saying other matters can wait. Under the moonlight, soft sounds of water flow around the lake. She asks the two maids to leave, saying she wants to bathe alone. They obey, but feel uneasy. She removes her robe, gazes into the water, and senses Lin's aura beneath. She slowly steps in, moving toward where intuition guides. At the lake's bottom, she discovers a strange shell. The shell emits a powerful energy, pulling her in. In an instant, it sucks the princess inside. Langwu appears, pinning her down, teasing that she thought it was an investigator, not the princess. The princess trembles, realizing the woman before her is Lin Langwu, the one with the Master's power. Langwu asks if the princess followed Lin's aura here. She's startled that Langwu guessed and knows everything. Langwu smiles gently, saying she believes the princess won't betray her lifesaver. Then her smile turns cold as she admits she stayed near the princess to use her as a hostage if needed. The princess feels uneasy and conflicted after hearing this. Langwu pleads but sets terms. Help them escape a nation in exchange for deep gratitude. If she refuses, she smirks with a cruel smile, the threat clear. Langwu suddenly changes the topic, mentioning the Master Wang Zhe, a strong young man still without a lover. She speaks provocatively, warning the princess that if Wang Zhe desires her, his master will satisfy him, mocking Lin being taken. The princess trembles in fear, speechless. Tears streaming, she curses Langwu as shameless and cruel. In despair, she bursts into sobs, crying that everyone is wicked. Langwu grows more delighted, laughing madly while Wang Zhe sighs helplessly outside, thinking it's karmic retribution. He hesitates, feeling everything is spinning out of control, unsure if this method of escape is necessary. Memories of Count Chi-Yu flash through his mind. He worries his family may be implicated as the Empress interrogates everyone connected, but Langwu interrupts to reassure him. Holding the princess, Langwu coldly says a master like him is just a tool. The royals won't bother handling a pet, mocking supreme authority. Hearing that, Wang Zhe feels partly relieved, believing his family may still be safe under allied protection. After deep thought, he realizes the danger and decides to flee with Lin Langwu. Seeing her still teasing the princess, he can only give a wry smile. He asks why she seems unfazed by Count Chi-Yu's death. Langwu softly replies she foresaw that day and now has no kin left. She looks at him sadly, saying he's the only one who shares her bloodline. Wang Zhe feels moved, gently calling her name. But she suddenly changes tone, smiling wickedly and suggesting they share the princess's spirit energy, making the princess cry in terror. Wang Zhe freezes, unsure how to react. The next morning, a carriage train slowly departs the imperial palace. Citizens gossip loudly, saying the British envoy's carriage is pardoned, mocking the Empress for being too lenient. Rumors spread that the British delegation was involved in Chi-Yu's case, with people debating truth and lies. At the final gate, guards block the way, ordering a stop. The maids grow angry at repeated inspections, mocking a nation's rudeness. The guards present a small gift box, saying it's a farewell gift from the Empress. They request the princess personally receive it. Inside the carriage, the princess remains silent. She gently lifts the curtain. She bows in gratitude, accepts the gift, and thanks His Majesty. She bids farewell, holding a small red doll named Xiao Xiao Wu. The soldiers watch her with cold, probing eyes. Inside the carriage, a heavy silence fills the air. As the convoy leaves the palace, cries of farewell echo behind. Wang Jie exhales in relief, feeling narrowly escaped. He's surprised they weren't searched, but hears Lang Wu's voice in his mind saying they actually were. She sits beside the box, explaining the gift is a mesh device, leaving him puzzled. Lang Wu recalls having her blood taken before, suspecting her genetic data is stored inside it. She explains the small light inside the box will emit a signal when detecting matching blood molecules. Wang Jie is puzzled, wondering why it hasn't triggered an alert. Lang Wu smiles, revealing that thanks to the princess's Lin, all traces are concealed. The princess warns not to touch the box, to let her father open it back home, reminding she kept her word, helping them escape. Lang Wu smirks proudly, boasting her aura and the princesses have merged, fooling the detection device. Wang Jie secretly trembles, wondering how superior his master's bloodline must be to fuse any energy. The exhausted princess cries, blaming them for not letting her go even now. Lang Wu gently soothes her. She seriously says the decisive moment has not yet come. That statement confuses the princess more. Lang Wu asserts a great battle will erupt before crossing a nation's border. The princess nervously asks if the pursuers are after Lang Wu, but she coldly replies the true target is her. As foretold, two figures appear on the city wall, assassins sent to kill the princess to spark political chaos. Lang Wu lowers her voice, announcing the enemy's arrival. The assassins attack while discussing that the guards are weak and the British princess must die in a nation. They charge forward as guards hurriedly defend their mistress. But in an instant, all are struck down by a devastating lightning bolt. The atmosphere changes, warmth and falling peach petals spreading across the battlefield. The princess casts her own spell, raising a barrier to counterattack. Yet the assassins easily shatter it, mocking her futile effort. The backlash makes her cough blood as she trembles, asking who they are. One laughs wickedly, spewing vile words before launching a killing blow. But the strike is blocked by Lang Wu, who taunts them to keep playing if they dare. The assassins freeze in shock at her sudden appearance. Lang Wu licks her lips with crazed eyes, inviting them to play until satisfied. Realizing her identity, they cry out Lin Lang Wu's name. She cheerfully praises her fame and asks their origin. One responds with action, triggering an attack spell and ordering his partner to kill the princess. Lang Wu remains calm, waving her hand to create countless blood threads, warning him of the cost of touching her. Meanwhile, the other assassin rushes straight at the princess. He forms a violent lightning sphere, making the princess recoil in fear. At the critical moment, a figure appears, pulling her away from the strike. They fall aside as the lightning orb explodes, shattering the ground. The princess opens her eyes in shock to see her rescuer is Wang Jie. The assassin doesn't stop, hurling more lightning attacks. Wang Jie shields her, dodging swiftly through the lightning storm. Yet while protecting her, he's grazed across the face by a blade. He sets her down and turns to fight, moving the princess with his bravery. The assassin summons a massive demonic creature to strike. A giant ferocious wolf appears, roaring and charging straight at them. She flinches and shuts her eyes tight. As the creature is about to strike, it suddenly freezes. Its expression turns chaotic, eyes wide with a chilling glare. The cause of its fear is Wang Jie's dark and violent aura. Sensing danger, it retreats in panic like a terrified cub. Its handler trembles uncontrollably, and the assassins shout in fear. Before they can react, Lang Wu appears behind them, touching one's shoulder and mocking their weakness. The assassin spins to counter, but is instantly defeated. Within seconds, the assassins are slain. The two maids witness the chaos in shock. They panic at the fallen guards and fear the road home may now be closed. Lang Wu confidently claims there's a secret route set by him and asks if she believes. Made Lin objects, accusing them of colluding with a nation and suggesting using them to force the Empress's escort. Her words leave the princess uneasy. Seeing her hesitation, Lang Wu smiles and urges her to choose between trusting them or seeking outside protection. She cautiously replies she doesn't trust them. Yet deep inside, she holds another unspoken thought. Memories of Wang Zhe saving her move her to tears, and she expresses gratitude. With pleading eyes, she begs to be escorted out of this place. Even while begging, she hesitates. Those around loudly oppose the idea. Lang Wu laughs with satisfaction, reminding that escorting will cost effort and a hefty fee. The two maids scold, accusing them of causing all trouble and being unfit for protection duty. Faced with their questioning, she coldly replies she only wants to return home quickly. Tears roll down her cheeks as Lang Wu understands, and he assures hell take her back. She orders the two maids dismissed and tells the others they may withdraw. Lang Wu decides to escort only her alone due to limited funds, advising everyone to part ways and keep their whereabouts secret. She insists on keeping the two maids with her, promising payment for their protection, believing safety lies in numbers. The two maids hesitantly address her, Your Highness. She turns with a gentle smile, reminding them they grew up together and she wants to protect them. Touched but resolute, they politely refuse, thank her, and decide to leave to divert the pursuers. She hurriedly stops them, warning it's too dangerous. They bid farewell fondly, assuring they'll leave only false traces along the road and wishing her safe return. At last, she reluctantly allows them to go and tells them to stay safe. Lang Wu steps closer, teasing that she's the most tearful royal he's ever seen. As she turns away, she asks if he truly cares and wishes to know his thoughts. Wang Zhe grows suspicious, his instincts warning something is off. She agrees with his feeling and suggests they proceed with caution. They soon reached a silent, deserted field with no one around. The two Anuti continued walking along the empty road. After a while, thinking it safe, they split directions and activated the crystal to report to Delanda Ren. They drew out a cross and infused it with magic power. The gem at its center began to glow. A man's image appeared on the screen. The man angrily scolded them for using the crystal outside the set time, warning it was a one-use anti-eavesdropping treasure and threatening punishment, if not urgent. Their leader hurriedly calmed him and begged Delanda Ren to listen. The two maids recounted everything that had happened to Delan. After the report, they asked for instructions since the princess was on her way back to England. Delan ordered them to stop or eliminate the princess by any means, even assassination, since the marriage plan had changed. He explained that only the princess's death could trigger the war scheme, and the maids accepted the command. Before disconnecting, he urged them to seize the opportunity. After reporting, they nervously planned, fearing the signal might draw attention in the open. They schemed cunningly and decided to return to confirm whether the princess was dead before acting. One of them shook the bomb to gauge timing before activation. Suddenly, something flashed past the explosives. Lang Wu silently appeared behind one of them. She mocked their sentimentality, startling the two maids into screams. Kiam appeared behind with a sorrowful look, the princess beside him. Tears fell as the princess accused them of betraying their childhood friendship. The two maids coldly declared loyalty only to Delanda Ren and the Tian Huang, demanding the princess die for her nation. Their cruel words pierced the princess's heart, condemning her to death. Wang Zhu protested, insisting the princess was human, not a sacrifice for national ambition. The maids mocked back, fearing the plan's failure if they died, and she broke her promise. Wang Zhe loudly questioned their motives and doubted the outcome after her death. Xiangji was moved, saying a nation's fate shouldn't rest on one girl's life. His eyes blazed like a predator's as he denounced a regime built on such sacrifice. At that moment, a flock of birds dived toward them. The leading bird identified its target and chose to attack. It swooped down at high speed. Arrows shot from its wings like rain. The arrows struck those below, wounding them severely. They waited to see what would happen next as screams echoed. As they looked blankly into the distance, arrows filled the sky, shrouding the scene in dust. Smoke and sand rose thickly, obscuring everything. Seeing the two fall amid the smoke, the onlookers believed they were dead. The allies doubted, but the leader confirmed after checking it was truly her. He held his phone, lamenting that their targets had been chased so much it made this strike easy. Gazing at the body, he felt smug that the mission was complete. Kiam died with eyes open. He photographed it as proof and reported. Once done, the group withdrew, leaving a nation to face an irreversible situation. After they left, the two bodies vanished without a trace. Beneath a nearby tree, a glowing object appeared. It was the princess's group protected by Lang Wu. Everyone believed Ki Oi was dead. She confidently said disguise alone would let them enter England easily, and Lang Wu agreed. The maid's mask was a rare item made by her father from special skin, impossible to detect. She warned the princess that using such a precious item carelessly would cost extra. Seeing the princess sad, Lang Wu teased that her conscience was bothering her. Lang Wu mentioned the past to comfort her, saying the traitors were dead, but Wang Zhu stopped her harsh words. Noticing Wang Zhu's anger, Lang Wu stopped, told them to rest, then went outside. He scratched his head, apologized, and told the princess not to mind Lang Wu's words, unsure how to comfort her. Wang Zhu fumbled, admitting his clumsiness, saying he just wanted to thank her for the gift earlier. Embarrassed, he turned away to sleep so she could rest. As soon as he lay down, Wang Zhu fell into deep sleep. The princess watched him, filled with indescribable emotion. She felt he was both fragile and reassuring. She placed a flower petal on him, softly thanking him. He murmured in sleep, so warm. Cherry blossoms surrounded them. He praised the fragrance in his mind, resting his head on her hair as his worries faded. After a restless sleep, Wang Zhu awoke and stretched his neck. The crackling of his joints embarrassed him. He touched himself, realizing his muscles felt stronger and he was hungry. Lang Wu burst in, laying out a big meal, excitedly calling everyone for breakfast. She invited the princess to eat freely, teased that Wang Zhu devoured food like a starving man. The princess shyly thanked her. The table was full, and Lang Wu urged the princess to eat more. While eating, Lang Wu casually served Wang as if it were natural, making him wonder if this was the master-servant custom of a nation. Lang Wu read the princess's thoughts and laughed, saying this was the upbringing style she'd mentioned before. To her, Wang was like a trained puppy. She stroked his head and fed him to make him obedient and closer. Lang Wu offered her hand, asking if the princess wanted to try it too. She approached, her hand trembling and sweaty, shyly asking to borrow Lang Wu's hand. When she touched his head, she felt the pleasant smoothness and softness of his hair. Wang Zhu grew angry and shouted for them to stop bothering him while he ate. Images of the princess spread worldwide, with reports claiming the English princess was brutally killed in a nation, shocking the world. Many nations condemned strongly Millikan, America, and even British diplomats issued grave statements, stressing blood ties. News spread fast. A nation stayed silent while Britain sent a delegation to the border embassy, threatening war amid extreme tension. Some scrolling phones wondered why the announcement came so fast, even before an autopsy. Wang Zhu asked if declaring the princess alive before the vanguard's arrival could stop the crisis, but Lang Wu denied it, saying only public appearance could convince people, and even then, doubts would remain. Lang Wu turned to ask what the princess would decide in this situation. She sadly replied she wished to meet her father in person and ask him directly. Lang Wu teased her for crying, calling her a silly, weak little princess, stubborn yet sweet. She analyzed that if the princess returned with pure royal English blood, she could inherit half the ancestral bloodline power. Lang Wu bluntly said the princess was too weak, the most inferior royal she'd ever seen, making her admit her own uselessness. Tears fell as the princess wondered if her father would love her had she been stronger. Lang Wu decided to follow the old plan and take the princess back to England. She advised the princess to meet her father to understand his intent and maybe persuade him to abandon war, while Wang Ji suspected Lang Wu knew something. At that same time, in the splendid capital Sahua, news arrived, the vanguard was ready, and other nations awaited the signal. A mysterious man ordered war, declaring British blood would soak a nation's soil. Delan asked if he was looking at the princess's photo. He coldly replied that the girl was adorable when young. He gently touched the photo, mourning his late wife. Then he tore it apart in rage that neither of them had awakened their bloodline. A servant recounted that to gain the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, the English king married the princess's mother, but she died without awakening power even after he killed her whole family before her eyes. He hurled the photo, cursing the princess for being just like her mother, a pawn to sacrifice for power. He declared that if he seized the nine-tailed celestial fox, England would rule the 7 nations. In the end, he coldly admitted the legend might be mere illusion. On the table appeared images of a majestic blue dragon and a strange winged beast, Da Tian Qiu. He imagined mythical creatures rising, eager to tear apart the peace treaty and prepare for bloody war. At the same time, someone near the princess picked up a seashell. Lang Wu raised the shell high and shouted the order to depart. Everyone immediately followed her on the journey. Suddenly, the princess hesitated. Lang Wu turned back to ask Han the reason, and she answered vaguely. She recalled that during the ambush, in panic, she had forgotten everything. The sky darkened around her as she realized she was floating, not touching the ground. The princess remembered his words. A daughter of England must remain pure, never letting dirt stain her body and eternal destiny. Kiam struggled to contain his anger. She stomped hard, sending dust swirling into the air. The two immediately noticed and respectfully addressed the princess. She corrected them, saying to call her Kai Oyim, then told them to move on. Lang Wu pointed toward the golden light on the horizon and shouted to depart. A barren desert scene appeared, empty and lifeless. A cute transition showed the 3 speeding along. The princess looked at him, thinking Lin had completely devoted himself to her. Her face blushed red like a ripe tomato. Lang Wu teased her about blushing, and she hurriedly denied it. The scene shifted to a royal barbershop. Ba Mian held a broom, shouting at the crowd and threatening to call the police. They mocked him. They sneered, accusing Lang Wu's family of treason, humiliating them before the crowd. Ba Mian angrily denied it, saying his son was an innocent Quan Zhu. The purple-haired man mocked him, saying he once hung his son's photo everywhere, then displayed it to ridicule his looks. A balloon flew by and shattered the framed photo on the glass. Ba Mian's face turned cold as he ordered them to leave immediately. The thugs laughed, claiming he struck first, then rushed in to wreck the shop. The purple-haired one raised his hand to order a beating, insulting him as unworthy of being a Quan Zhu. Ba Mian stood still, watching the fist coming toward him. Wen Shuang suddenly appeared and blocked the blow. He calmly said, "Stop it." The thugs grew furious, scolding him for meddling in bloodline matters. He replied coldly. He retorted, "If it's about bloodline, why are you all mere mortals?" The purple-haired one shouted that they were enforcing justice for the bloodline, not wrong. Wen Shuang removed his glasses, revealing a cross mark, saying the true bloodline never punishes a Quan Zhu's kin, only mortals are that petty. The purple-haired men glared threateningly and signaled their leader to punish the one who insulted them. One of their men was suddenly thrown out the shop's door and flung into the street. The fallen attacker's sharp claws and strange aura shocked everyone. It turned out he was of the bloodline race. Wen Shuang's eyes flared red like fire as he observed the scene. The minions knelt, begging and explaining they were mere soldiers forced by higher powers, half pleading, half blaming. They bowed, asking to join the leader's side if guardians were needed for the Quan Zhu, promising full loyalty. Immediately, the minions withdrew under their superior's orders. Wen Shuang put his glasses back on and hurried inside, kindly introducing himself as Wang Ji's friend. Ba Mian held the photo, asking if his paralyzed son was truly alive or had perished. Wen Shuang reassured him, claiming Wang Ji was incredibly strong and surely fine, while mocking his past weakness. Ba Mian stepped out to look around, silently wondering where his child was hiding. Night fell, and many figures appeared on the shop roof like an ambush force. They whispered admiration that someone was secretly protecting Wang Zhi's family, noting the power was extraordinary. The blue-haired leader plotted to kidnap Wang Zhi's father to force Wang Zhi to appear and gain progress in the hunt for Ling Lang Wu. Wen Shu blocked their path and shouted to stop, but the blue-haired man sneered, mocking him for only just becoming a Quan Zhu. He struck out, threatening that those refusing to supply food would pay the price, prompting Lin to intervene. The accomplices immediately attacked Ba Mian to intimidate him. Wen Shuang panicked and shouted for help, while the blue-haired man sneered that the majority always wins on the battlefield. Suddenly, a group in black appeared, reversing the situation with overwhelming force. As he predicted, numbers prevailed. The black-clad warriors rushed in, cutting down opponents one after another. The scar-faced leader of the black group advised retreating to a safer place. Wen Shuang quietly reassured Ba Mian that they meant no harm, while Ba Mian remained stunned. He lifted a large stone, revealing his belongings. Wen Shuang comforted and urged him to agree to leave. Before finishing, Ba Mian took a big bag of money and decided to withdraw, declaring he had packed up and wanted to save his life first. Ba Mian trudged along the empty road, praying his son would return safely. The scene shifted to a bright blue sky. Ling Lang Wu looked at the gloomy Wang Zhi and gently asked why he was sad so early. He sighed that after coming back to life, he fell into endless troubles, wanting only to study, earn money, and care for his wife, but ended up a Quan Zhu and a criminal. He felt exhausted, seeing a future lost in uncertainty. A clear song drifted like a gentle river breeze, making Wang Zhi turn around. Kayom sang with a voice like wind and blooming flowers, stirring homesickness and tender sorrow. Wang Zhi silently watched as she explained it was a farewell song, then blushed and told him to call her Kiyom. He softly agreed. Ling Lang Wu suddenly interrupted, teasing that the air between them was too suggestive, and told them to look ahead. Before them lay a dazzling land covered in cherry blossoms, a magnificent castle by a dreamy river. They had reached England. Wang Zhi marveled at the power of the bloodline journey and Kiyom's abilities, eager to enter, but Ling Lang Wu said preparation was needed. He tilted his head, asking, "Prepare for what?" Half an hour later, they arrived at a bustling, vibrant town under blooming cherry trees. A paper doll shop owner warmly introduced his products, randomly generated paper girls with optional ears. He suggested Wang Zhi buy a paper wife, guaranteeing top quality. Wang Zhi coldly declined, walking arm in arm with the two kimono and fox-masked girls, drawing admiration and jealousy from onlookers. Another vendor interrupted mockingly, saying real women were worth more than paper ones, and invited him for takoyaki, leaving the paper doll owner fuming. The two girls' eyes sparkled with delight at the octopus balls. Each handed Wang Zhi a takoyaki. Ling Lang Wu smiled sweetly, calling him master, making the atmosphere softly romantic. As the three left, the girls clung affectionately to him while the takoyaki seller waved happily, and the paper doll owner tore his goods apart in jealous rage. Wang Zhi blushed while eating, and Ling Lang Wu laughed, saying that in England women couldn't touch the ground without a master, so single ones rarely went out. In the distance, a flower palanquin was carried under the sun. Ling Lang Wu joked they had to pretend like that to avoid discovery, making him uneasy as it seemed more conspicuous. She smugly said the best disguise was acting normal. No one would suspect three fugitives strolling casually. As they walked, she explained this was just the outer capital area, so they'd stay temporarily to gather news. He nodded softly. The group passed by the City Hall district. They continued toward the courthouse area. Then, along Sakura Avenue lined with cherry blossoms, finally stopping at the civil registry. As dusk approached, Wang Zhi remarked the city was smaller than he thought. Ling Lang Wu replied, England was the smallest of the kingdoms. They stopped before an ancient temple. Kiam stepped forward, and Wang Zhi curiously asked what it was. He saw the princess silently gazing ahead, eyes distant. She bowed her head and softly replied it was the royal shrine. Wang Ji was astonished, and Ling Lang Wu explained it enshrined the royal bloodline of past generations. Her voice echoed through the quiet dusk, telling how royal funerals lasted 10 nights with solemn national mourning. Then she looked back at Qiom, sadly saying the princess died in a nation, yet the shrine remained cold as if nothing had happened. She bitterly accused the kingdom of pretending to avenge the princess, while the shrine stayed silent and the people unmoved. Wang Ju said nothing. He stepped forward, gently patted her shoulder, and softly said they should go. The three turned away from the temple, sunsets stretching their shadows long. Suddenly, angry voices sounded. A servant shouted that old Haneda couldn't perform the rite, but the old man knelt, pleading for the princess's soul to return and condemning the court's indifference. The old man cried out furiously, asking why the royal shrine ignored the princess's spirit. The servant snapped at him to be silent. Qiom, moved, approached as Haneda's voice echoed, accusing them of treating the princess like an object and recalling her mother's cruel fate. Before he finished, a guard kicked his cloth bag, scattering its contents across the stone floor. The soldier coldly warned that further disturbance would bring divine punishment, while the old man shakily picked up his fallen items. They left him weeping, resentment filling the temple courtyard. He gathered the items while sobbing, his cries breaking in the twilight. Holding a photo of the princess and her mother, he trembled and whispered their names. Qiom was about to help, but Ling Lang Wu quickly pulled her back. She was shocked to realize it was Haneda, the man who once served her mother, while Ling Lang Wu cautiously urged closer observation. The group watched the old man's fading figure in the sunset as Ling Lang Wu signaled them to follow quietly. In front of a small house, Haneda's trembling voice confessed his guilt for failing Princess Nadeko. Inside, the old man knelt before the altar while Ling Lang Wu and Qiom quietly watched from afar. On the table were Nadeko's portrait and spirit tablet. He lit 3 incense sticks, the white smoke curling like mist. He bowed and lamented, wishing he could have died in her place, having only watched over the princess from afar for years. He took out a small pouch containing several strands of her hair, the last keepsake. He placed the hair in a bowl and lit it, praying for the princess's bloodline and soul to be freed. As the hair burned, a fragrance filled the room. Qiom froze, recognizing her mother's scent. Unable to hold back, she stepped inside, startling Wang Zhi, who called out softly. The incense smoke thickened, her footsteps sounding faintly in the quiet room. Haneda heard movement, turned in shock, and shouted to ask who was there. Seeing the princess, he froze, tears streaming as Qiom stared at the half-burned bowl. Wang Zhi stood confused, unable to grasp what was happening. Qiom's eyes glowed as she murmured that the scent was so familiar. She stood still, sensing the faint trace of her mother's blood and hair burning around her. The old man burst into joyful tears, crying that the princess was alive, a miracle. Haneda glanced at the smoking bowl and suddenly panicked. He tore a cloth from himself to smother the fire, trembling in disbelief. Qiom clutched her head, memories swirling painfully, asking if this was her mother and saying she seemed to remember something. Ling Lang Wu rushed forward, stopping Haneda's hand, assuring him they were the princess's guardians. The old man angrily shouted for them to leave, but Ling Lang Wu gripped tighter, asking how long he planned to keep hiding the truth. Haneda's face turned pale, sweat pouring as if struck in the heart. Qiom screamed in agony, calling for her mother in panic. Her eyes flared red with tiny sparks, sweat streaming down her cheeks. Haneda quickly raised a magic array to conceal them, panting that he had no other choice. He carved runes, the formation spreading across the floor. Magic light enveloped the house, forming a sealed barrier. Ling Lang Wu folded her arms with a cold smile, praising his use of high-level dark barriers, then lent her power, making him collapse in exhaustion. She chanted a spell, creating a substitute doll and tossing it toward the princess to hide her fate. She was satisfied when the disguise was complete, leaving no immediate flaw. Suddenly, the princess body shone brilliantly, flooding the room with light and startling everyone. Haneda instantly raised a mana shield to block the surge. Wangje was violently shaken and coughed up blood. A small explosion hurled him backward, making him stumble and fall. Kiam's fierce light swept through the room. Without the sealed barrier, the house would have been destroyed. After a while, the smoke cleared and silence returned. Kiam stepped to Nadako's altar, eyes glowing, softly calling Mother, recognizing the familiar scent. She recalled smelling it once before when blood was burned. Images of her mother embracing and stroking her hair resurfaced. She whispered, "I remember now." Memories slowly returned the scene of her mother weeping beside the little girl. The image of her mother being dragged away while she hid in a corner as her family was slaughtered. The king forced her mother to awaken the nine-tailed bloodline, but it ended in failure. He went mad and strangled his own daughter to eliminate future danger. Before the tragedy, her mother completely broke down. She rose with a sword to fight back but failed and chose another path. She held her child's face in her final moment, whispering something softly. Her mother, Nadiko, fell in her own blood, sacrificing herself to protect her daughter. The king used her blood to perform forbidden magic. He drew seals with blood, sealing the child's memories. Then a sea of fire consumed everything. The raging flames erased everything she once knew. From then on, she forgot the hatred rooted in her heart. Kyom opened her eyes, the light pure as memories and grief intertwined within. With no memories left, she lived carefree like a child. Though bearing the nine-tailed bloodline, her mind was chained in an illusionary prison. The nine-tailed bloodline is immense power, awakened only by a woman after heartbreak and detachment. Kyom's eyes bled as she screamed, her hair flying wildly. Strange light erupted, leaving Haneda stunned and unbelieving. Wangji was shocked, seeing the princess glow as two massive tails appeared. Her eyes changed, sharp like a predator's. Fangs and claws emerged. Her fierce power revealed it was the celestial nine-tailed fox. She took a battle stance, channeling inner force around herself. Haneda was horrified. Nadako's bloodline had awakened what the court once failed to force. Her eyes emitted a cold light as she bowed, ready to strike. The old man doubted her since she was once weak, while Wangji wondered if this was an advantage. Haneda grew angry at the thought it could be good. Kyom suddenly slashed at Wangju. Lang Wu warned and dodged in time. She kicked Lang Wu hard. He was slightly injured, though he blocked in time. With fury on her face, she growled like a beast, her awakened bloodline overpowering her reason, leaving only savagery. Wangji was stunned. Lang Wu judged she wasn't fully awakened, having only two tails. He panicked, seeing her rage on, attacking without stop. Lang Wu frowned, believing he could restrain her. She turned to warn Haneda that if he stood still, all would die, shocking him with her secret knowledge. Lang Wu dashed forward, using hair cords to restrain her and commanding immediate action. Wangji moved close, holding her tightly amid her struggle, trying to calm her. He hugged her tightly, attempting to pin her down. Haneda hurriedly activated a great spell to respond. He carved a red sigil onto the ground. Commanding the seal to expand, it rapidly grew. The mark spread, enveloping Wangju and Kyom. The princess struggled violently, screaming as he held her tight. In rage at being trapped, she bit his shoulder hard, drawing blood. He clenched his teeth, enduring the burning pain of the wound. Tasting his blood, Kyom's eyes gradually cleared and returned to normal. She fainted in Wangji's arms, and he held her tightly. She raised the doll, saying the barrier was neutralized through the substitute, but the chaos exceeded expectation. Haneda worried Kyom had only regained memories, not expecting her bloodline to awaken and risk exposure. Lin Lang Wu smiled, saying the only way now was to sacrifice him, leaving Haneda stunned. The scene shifted to a silent night. Outside, a group stood on a hill watching the house. Delan arrived, hearing from subordinates that it was Haneda's home, Nadeko's former servant. He sneered, calling Haneda a sick old man once tied to the princess's bloodline. His cold gaze hinted suspicion that Haneda was hiding something. Suddenly, Haneda unleashed energy, causing the house to explode. Delan watched, mocking Haneda for pretending to be senile for years to fool watchers, while Haneda retorted bitterly. Seeing Haneda's power, he laughed and asked if the chaos was because the princess was dead. Haneda shouted angrily, declaring the princess should rest in the royal tomb, and he no longer had purpose. He threatened to expose the emperor's sins if Delan disobeyed, hating the marriage to Nadeko for her bloodline. Delan sneered coldly, drawing his sword and mocking the weak rage of despair. He exuded killing intent, issuing a firm order. Haneda gathered his strength to counterattack. But Delan broke the entire formation with one sword strike. The blade pierced his right shoulder, and the old man screamed in pain. He collapsed as Delan coldly ordered him captured alive. A soldier asked if they should kill him. He replied that barrier masters were rare, so keep him alive. He further ordered to interrogate thoroughly, as Haneda might hold great secrets. The soldiers escorted the wounded Haneda away as Delan glanced at the ruined house. He laughed mockingly, calling Haneda foolish for dying for a useless princess. Their figures faded into the night. A faint light glowed from a shell among the rubble. Wang Zhi, Lin Lang Wu, and Qiu Yin appeared. Lin Lang Wu confirmed the enemy had left, explaining Haneda's surveillance made the blast seem normal. She looked up, calling it the arrogance of the Ying Huang Empire. The princess slept on Wang Zhi's lap as Lin Lang Wu softly said all sins would one day be repaid. Dawn broke, the sky clear. Sunlight slipped into the room as Qiu Yin murmured in sleep, "Mother." She jolted up screaming, denying in fear. Sweat drenched her forehead, her breath heavy. Her eyes darted around, filled with alertness and confusion. She yanked the blanket aside with force, then immediately flung open the door to go out. Before her lay the grand sight of the imperial palace. Looking around, she realized it was the courtyard where her mother once lived. Terrifying memories surged back her mother's execution. The image of her gentle mother smiling, caressing her cheek. Then the sight of her mother lying in blood, eyes wide open. Kiam collapsed, clutching her head and screaming in despair. From afar, Lin Lang Wu and Wang Zhi approached with her mocking Kiam's pain. The princess froze, stunned as the two appeared. She panicked, urging them to leave since the palace was dangerous. Lin Lang Wu teased with a smile, calling the little princess adorable, leaving Kiam dazed. The scene widened as Lin Lang Wu asked if she recognized the place. Kiam said it was an illusion space created by an artifact. She explained the illusion shell reflected the user's mind, recreating the princess's old home within her dream. Qiu Yin softly asked about Haneda's whereabouts. Lin Lang Wu spoke sharply, revealing Haneda was captured by Delan to protect her. She lowered her head in silence while Lin Lang Wu coldly warned not to talk about rescue. The weak doing so only invites mockery. She trembled, admitting her weakness but still wanting to act. Tears streamed down as she choked out what she should do. The princess wept and blamed herself, feeling worthless and cowardly. She screamed in despair, hating her own weakness. Meanwhile, Wang Zhi recalled Lin Lang Wu's words that the illusion mirrored Kiam's dream. He curiously asked why Lin Lang Wu hadn't shaped anything in the illusion and instead slept on the ground. She grinned mischievously, saying she feared what she imagined might fail censorship, leaving him stunned. The moment stirred painful memories in him. Understanding Kiam's helplessness, he gently comforted her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she clung to him, sobbing. Hearing her mournful cries, he also wept, softly stroking her hair. Behind them, Lin Lang Wu coldly said weakness itself was the sin of survival. Wang Zhi grew furious, feeling the world twisted when the strong failed to protect the weak. He roared, vowing that only by becoming stronger could one truly live. His words awakened the princess, her eyes shining bright. She said she once felt a vast power awakening within her. As soon as she spoke, latent energy erupted violently, making him shout her name in fear. Spiritual force burst forth, the agony making her scream in torment. Before he could react, Lin Lang Wu realized she wasn't strong enough to face Delan's domain. If she couldn't bear the pain, her power would destroy her. As pain tore through her, claws extended, Lin Lang Wu asked if she dared to face that cost. She gritted her teeth, declaring she'd accept it even if it meant death. When the third tail appeared, she screamed that she wanted to live true to herself for once. The energy exploded violently, and Lin Lang Wu immediately commanded action. Wang Zhi, confused, asked what to do. She said to use the refrigerator to absorb her energy and prevent collapse. He hesitated, but she just smiled and urged him to try. Despite worry, Wang Zhi raised his hand, recalling the technique taught by the great master. He closed his eyes, light radiating from his forehead as his spirit merged with inner energy. Quickly, he entered the inner space and reached out to the refrigerator. The door creaked open and dazzling light flooded the room. He frowned, calculating the hardest part was channeling the energy into the fridge. Recalling old lessons, he raised his hand, focusing to absorb a small portion first. Outside, his hand aimed straight at the princess, radiating energy. In that instant, spiritual power from her body was drawn toward him. As soon as he absorbed it, the recoil blasted him backward. The impact flung him into the door, but he caught the wall just in time. He steadied himself, regulating his breath amid the surging force. Wang Zhi rejoiced inwardly. Despite difficulty, he had managed to absorb it. He looked into the fridge and saw a glowing strand of energy sealed inside. Closing it, he gasped, admitting even one strand was overwhelming. Lin Lang Wu advised to absorb within his limit. It was also real combat training. Her face turned serious, urging him to hurry as the princess neared exhaustion. He froze while the princess screamed in agony. Lin Lang Wu pressed him, recalling Haneda's words that being born with 9 tails meant death, telling him to absorb her beastly energy to prolong her humanity. Seeing the 4th tail emerge, she said this was the only way to help the princess survive. Suddenly, Wang Zhi froze as she smiled sadly and softly thanked him. He panicked, asking if keeping her humanity meant she could live after full awakening. Lin Lang Wu only said vaguely she'd at least have strength to fulfill her wish. With time short, he immediately raised his hand again. Without hesitation, he recklessly absorbed all the surging energy. A new stream of light was drawn in and sealed within the fridge. As the door closed, the space trembled violently. Wang Zhi clenched his fist, vowing to grow stronger to never be powerless again. At that moment, the princess' power exploded violently, her scream echoing everywhere. She gritted her teeth, claws tearing the ground like a raging beast. The grinding sounds thundered as the floor shook repeatedly. Her face distorted, eyes blood red, roaring madly. The continuous energy release drove her further out of control. Wang Zhi trembled, convulsing from the overload yet endured. In the inner space, he collapsed, letting torrents of power flood his body. As the fridge slowly shut, he stared wide-eyed, filled with confusion. Seeing the door nearly closed, he panicked and shouted in protest. He lunged to grab the handle, forcing it open, insisting he could still take it. But the door kept closing on its own, ignoring his resistance. A dry click sounded as it was about to seal completely. He strained to pull it back, every muscle taut like wire. They struggled fiercely, one to close, one to open. He bit his lip until it bled, trembling with effort, shouting, "Don't close it!" At that instant, his pupils shrank, light igniting within his eyes. Dark red energy burst out, making him scream in searing pain. The door flew open, unleashing all the 9-tailed spiritual power into the space. Outside, his body tensed to the limit, still drawing in the energy endlessly. Thanks to that, the princess briefly awoke, gasping and softly whispering thanks. But within seconds, her eyes widened again in terror. The spirit beast inside her rose once more, seizing control and making her writhe. Lin Lang Wu observed coldly, noting the 5th tail had appeared. With that tail's emergence, her human consciousness nearly vanished. She was consumed by beastly instinct, her face twisting into a feral shape. She licked her hand with a long tongue, grinning madly with pleasure. Her eyes gleamed with savage light, her stance like a predator sniffing blood. In her mind, the faint human awareness begged weakly, but was soon crushed. The beast's voice echoed, urging further evolution to enjoy the power, ignoring restraint. As she glanced around, she saw Wang Zhu absorbing her energy. She roared in fury, realizing he was stealing her power. Without hesitation, she lunged at him like a rabid beast. In the critical moment, Lin Langwu instantly used her hair as cords to bind her hands. But the princess slashed them apart with her sharp claws in an instant. Lin Langwu remained calm, smirking and mocking the raging princess. The princess crouched low, eyes predatory, hissing sharply. Then she leapt aside, moving like lightning. Lin Langwu chased and struck to block her, but every blow was easily deflected. The princess madly charged straight toward Wang Zhu. With terrifying speed, she dashed in to destroy the one who dared hinder her evolution. But Lang Wu arrived just in time, landing a heavy strike that stunned her. She quickly restrained the princess, taunting, "Little fox, stay still or else." Yet the princess suddenly vanished, reappearing behind her, making Lang Wu exclaim, "Celestial fox illusion technique!" Instantly, dozens of princess illusions appeared, filling the space. One shadow darted forward, gripping Wang Zhi's throat. Without pause, she bared 4 sharp fangs, then bit deep into his neck, drinking blood like a starving beast. But as the blood touched her tongue, she froze in shock. Realizing she had bitten him, she recoiled immediately. Wang Zhi suddenly grabbed her neck, pressing her against his shoulder. He held her tight, forcing her to keep biting his shoulder. Blood streamed down his body. She looked at him strangely and whispered, "If not, the other beast will tear me apart." Wang Zhi's eyes dimmed, fatigue flooding in. The foxtails wrapped tightly around him, refusing to release. He gave a twisted smile, asking mockingly, "Tastes good?" Qiyam murmured vaguely. He held her gently and said, "Then drink more. The celestial fox bloodline is thin. Surviving on it only leads to ruin." She bit deeper, like a beast devouring both pain and desire. His eyes flashed as he whispered, "Fine, he'll pull you up a level." His 2 fingers touched her forehead, a crimson light flaring. A stream of light separated as he drew the energy out. The bloodline spread through her body, making her tremble all over. Her tails gradually loosened, losing their ferocity. Khayyam's eyes blazed again, her spirit regaining strength. Power surged within her, more tails sprouting out. Lang Wu counted 8, her voice filled with awe. The immense demonic force blew the roof apart and shattered the walls. The space nearly collapsed amid violent tremors. As the illusion dissolved, Lang Wu sighed in relief. Almost everything had been destroyed. Wang Zhi praised the artifact's might, and she revealed it was an ancient relic swapped from He Guo, still unknown to the enemy. Wang Zhi asked about the disguise mask used before, guessing it was also a special artifact. Lang Wu excitedly praised his keen insight. He concluded that everything about the little charm spell was part of a vast, ongoing plan. When Qiyam collapsed, Lang Wu jumped joyfully, saying it was all guided by the master. She hoped he would soon awaken to regain true power. Seeing Qiyam's body tremble, she wondered why the master hadn't yet accepted her as kin. He snapped his fingers, replying bluntly, "A fox full of wild scent isn't worth keeping." As the tails vanished, Wang Zhi calmly said he would let his true self decide, treating it as an emotional trial worth experiencing. He ordered her to restore her human form immediately. Beside him, Lang Wu patted lightly in praise. She replied politely like a loyal pet, vowing to serve her master faithfully. Noza showed deep admiration for the master, speaking with devotion. Wang Zhi collapsed in exhaustion. She held his hand, whispering affectionately. 5 hours before the British vanguard reached the border, the Allied Commander of America activated the main satellite feed. Soldiers reported the British assault team's coordinates, confirming direct surveillance and media control, ready to enforce democracy upon conquering Asia. At the Sand Shrine, an assassination squad prepared to exploit the chaos to overthrow key figures of the Asian nation and blame Britain. In the war room, the countdown showed 5 hours, 28 minutes until battle began. The commander calculated missile trajectories to strike at 6 hours, 28 minutes, aiming to annihilate both sides' vanguards by surprise. Meanwhile, divisions in Meng City and Ni Country viewed the war as a chance to profit from the chaos. At the Snow Nation's armory, soldiers asked for next-step orders and awaited command. The superior ordered border reinforcement and vigilance against the wolf pack hunting amid turmoil. He warned to retaliate if attacked, and the troops confirmed the command. Long warheads were loaded onto trucks. The commander frowned, declaring it would be a lesson for the Asian nation, a sign of a restless night. That night's moon was desolate, tension heavy in the air. In the imperial capital of Asia, Changxin sat deep in thought amid silence. At Delan's estate in Britain, security was tightened to the extreme. He sat leisurely on his throne, observing everything. Subordinates reported stable front lines, logistics, and forces gathered sufficient for at least a year. Suddenly, someone knelt at the gate, reporting Haneda still remained silent. Delan glanced coldly, showing little concern. The kneeling man retreated in fear, dreading punishment for failure. Everyone revered Delan as a terrifying leader. In the dungeon below, a prisoner was chained tightly in the dark. He sighed, exhausted from captivity. A tattooed man pressed a knife to his face, asking if Haneda was ready for hell, but he only sneered that he'd long been living in its depths. The man pointed the knife closer to silence him. The torturer kept abusing and threatening. Though no info was gained, he could still accuse and send him to the front lines with cheap praise. Despite the torture, the captive smiled mockingly, declaring they were all worthless servants of the court. The weapon rose in rage, the man shouting he was seeking his own death. The axe was about to strike his forehead. Suddenly, a flash of red hair rushed in, saving him from danger. He looked up and saw the foe above. Wang Ji and Lang Wu had finished off the enemies. He ignored the main issue and instead asked about the princess's whereabouts. Her calculating face spoke vaguely of another urgent matter requiring joint action. The fluttering flag brought a hint of life to the silent fortress. A report immediately spread that 2 intruders had entered the inner city. Soldiers rushed from the main gate, shouting to pursue the strangers. As the gate opened, an explosion sent rocks flying everywhere. A massive blue barrier appeared. They realized it was a mystical shield and believed the intruders came to rescue the commander. Suddenly, a man stepped forth amid the chaos. He looked down with contempt, calling them insects unworthy of his time. He was addressed as Lord de Lang. A subordinate hurriedly reported that the vanguard army was ready. Elite troops and masters gathered at Huangqing and the borders, and that the attack might be part of a deeper scheme. He sneered, saying whoever planned this had plotted for years, and these were but insignificant ripples. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual power disoriented him. The situation in the dungeon turned chaotic. De Lang entered, not seeing the others, and demanded their whereabouts. At the same time, a loud explosion erupted behind him. A man was teleported, shouting De Lang's name as he flew through the air. De Lang rushed forward, breaking the barrier swiftly, as if defying death. Inside the shield lay only corpses of slain soldiers. He suspected the Chaos Group wasn't there, feeling confused. Another explosion rang out right behind him. He confirmed the direction of this new blast. A blade-like object swept across, slicing through his injured arm. De Lang quickly leapt into the study. He now realized all command files and secret layouts were inside, and the enemy had used distraction as a ploy. De Lang darted inside. He channeled energy into his sword, chanting the Seal of Wisdom spell. The sealed space trembled violently, signaling upheaval. He pointed his sword forward, locking down a 30-meter radius, declaring the enemy had nowhere left to run. She laughed and revealed a secret map showing Britain's strategic layout and its long-hidden spy network. Ling Wu, wearing a mask, praised that the secret force and assassination squad had been deployed early. A series of plans appeared, proving the enemy's meticulous calculations. Deling calmly said to keep watching, as no one could escape this blockade regardless of origin. Haneda, exhausted, sat down and opened 3 defense layers, mocked by Deling as a traitor who hadn't killed himself yet. He squinted his remaining eye and mocked that he'd soon spit on Deling's corpse, making Deling doubt his ability. Deling glanced at Ling Wu, assessing her as a bright star. Then he looked at Wang Ji, likening him to a solid diamond. Finally, he looked at Haneda, realizing he was a barrier mage using his last strength. Ling Wu noted he was draining spiritual power to maintain the seal and weakened further by 2 previous strikes. He coldly drew his sword, declaring he would crush them with his remaining power. She suddenly ordered that she wouldn't fight directly and called Wang Ji to engage, shocking him. She explained it was strategy he must act as vanguard to exhaust the foe so she could strike decisively, ignoring Deling's fury. Wang Ji, still dazed, was reminded this was a perfect chance to display his full strength. She added that Deling was an ideal opponent who had cut off escape and sought a fair duel. He stayed silent, drawing a sword glowing green. He roared to slaughter, swinging his sword like a blur, but Wang Ji dodged smoothly. A powerful slash came down, yet Wang Ji leaned aside to evade. More blows followed, green light brushing his hair, making him sweat coldly. The aftershock split the house behind him, leaving him stunned by the ruin. Wang Ji clutched his neck, trembling and gasping in terror at the foe's might. The enemy roared and unleashed combo attacks, making Wang Ji realize he faced true royal blood power. A sword strike lunged at him, and he screamed in despair. As the slash neared, he panicked, his learned skills useless, speed too overwhelming. The blade grazed his hair, triggering memory of the master's lesson on energy control. Memories flooded, he and Wen Shuang collapsed, exhausted on the floor, yet were ordered to keep training. Wen Shuang begged to stop, but the master shouted that bloodkin must surpass humans, their energy superior, so why fall? Wang Ji weakly admitted his frailty. The master denied it, saying he wasn't weak, only underusing his potential. Both stared blankly, not grasping his meaning. He slowly explained that humans and bloodkin differ like fuels. Humans like weak gasoline, bloodkin like high-grade fuel using only 5% output. Wang Ji asked how to raise that percentage. The master said to chew the energy, sensing every particle through hair, skin, and pores to absorb and command it fully. He followed, focusing energy into his arm as veins bulged. He screamed in pain as his body ignited with power. Fire flared within him like an engine awakening, surging violently. His body glowed red as he roared between life and death, energy exploding into true strength. Wang Ji roared, eyes blazing and fangs shining. He charged straight at Delang, catching him off guard. Delang was shocked, calling self-burning energy the act of a low-born fool. But Wang Ji's punch hit his chin, sparking and sending Delang flying back. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that power. Before him stood a furious Wang Ji, bleeding hands and blazing eyes, making him realize something. Delang quickly calculated, swinging his sword to block retreat, but Wang Ji dashed through the gap to counterattack. Blood sprayed from his arm as sword energy cut deep. Delang gritted his teeth in hatred for being humiliated by a lesser foe. Wang Ji soared to attack, laughing mockingly. Suddenly, Delang caught his punch in one hand. He twisted Wang Ji's arm, blood spurting like a stream. Rage surged as he muttered this was an unbearable disgrace. Delang's cold eyes mocked as he gripped the bloody hand and raised his sword to torture. He warned Wang Ji would suffer utterly, even his soul destroyed. Delang seized Wang Ji's wounded arm, raised the glowing green sword toward his neck. Luckily, Wang Ji reacted swiftly, dodging skillfully. Even so, he was slashed, blood splattering over him. Delang leapt with full force, stabbing downward to kill. His fangs bared and eyes gleamed as he cursed Wang Ji as inferior. Delang's sword radiated green light while Wang Ji's eyes turned crimson. His fangs and claws lengthened, transforming him into a beast wreathed in red energy. Wangja kicked off and leapt onto the roof for momentum. He shot forward like an arrow toward Delang. His vision blurred, hands igniting as he aimed directly at the foe. Their clash triggered a violent explosion. The shockwave blasted through the entire area. They crashed onto the roof like two fallen meteors. Long Wu and Haneda stood below, witnessing it all. Henia was stunned seeing the sword barrier still intact and Delang unfallen. Long Wu looked up, thick black smoke obscuring vision as a figure emerged. The old man squinted, sweating, thinking the boy dead as Delang's sword pierced his chest mid-air. Lang Wu smirked disdainfully, saying a diamond rank couldn't match a royal 2 levels higher, while Henia blamed her for sending him. The old man sighed, lamenting they were no match for Delang, but she replied nothing was certain. Henia gasped when Long Wu declared the boy still lived. Then Delang drove his sword deeper into him, cold eyes gleaming as Wang Jie's blood splattered across his face. Seemingly helpless, Wangja still kept his bloody hand gripping Delang's abdomen, enraging him but preventing escape. He clenched the enemy's sword blade, blood gushing uncontrollably. In fury, he thought there was no need for distance combat, just fight barehanded. He gritted his teeth, holding the sword while punching Delang's groin hard, causing unbearable pain. Delang screamed in agony. His face turned red with veins bulging as he cursed through the pain. Delang, furious, forced Wangja backward. Wangja's bloodied face fell to the ground, dizzy and weak. Delang limped, closing his legs while cursing bitterly for being tricked. The sword energy field still enveloped the space, not yet dispersed. Enraged and humiliated, he dragged his leg forward, raising his sword and shouting for Wangja's life. At that moment, Ling Wu's red hair wrapped around the unconscious Wang Jie. She pulled him safely to the ground, leaving Delang stunned. Haneda quickly healed him while Ling Wu smiled provocatively, inviting a fair duel. She smiled confidently, declaring it was her turn. She softly wished he would go easy on her. Delang gripped his sword, laughing darkly. Humiliation surged, pushing him to the edge of control. He glared and hissed, cursing the lowborns for insulting him on his own land. He gathered energy around his arm. Spiritual power enveloped the sword, swelling it with radiance. He roared like a beast, power erupting violently around him. The onlookers below watched in horror as a true monster emerged. Delang drew his sword from the sheath, its blade gleaming terrifyingly bright. Ling Wu only smiled calmly at the sight. Delang's body was shrouded in blinding green light, his aura overwhelming. Haneda, wounded, warned that fighting Britain's top swordsman was suicide. Ling Wu merely smiled, saying failure meant the princess's doom. She shrugged, saying one must try to know the limit. Seeing him hover mid-air, the old man worried, reminding her she was only star rank. She replied softly, used to be. The mark on her forehead glowed, recalling that the pattern absorbed strength from its master. When the master grew stronger, the sigil burned hotter. She scoffed, wondering how deep that power truly went. Thinking of Wang Jie's transformed form, she smiled, touching her lips, seeing this as a perfect chance to experiment without consequence. She shot skyward, surrounded by bats swirling under the moonlight, her aura terrifying. She grinned wickedly, crimson eyes shining with her master's power. Ling Wu faced Delang directly, red energy and bats spiraling around her. He solemnly drew his sword, its edge sharp enough to slice the air. Delang raised his sword, channeling all spiritual power as green light fractured into shards. The glowing shards sped toward her in a fierce assault. But she moved gracefully, evading every strike without a single hit landing. Ling Wu closed the distance in an instant, pressing in on her foe. Delang shouted an order to his sword, commanding a slash. A long, blazing blade tore the air, full of killing intent. Her body turned into hundreds of bats, easily dodging the attack. All that remained around him were a chaotic flock of bats. They separated and then reformed into Ling Wu's shape. He angrily called her ordinary and insignificant. Delang kept unleashing brutal slashes, but she nimbly avoided them. In an instant, she appeared behind him. He spun to counter, but she had vanished. He could no longer bear it, and roared the technique, enlightened sword purge evil. This blade grazed Ling Wu's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Haneda saw it and loudly warned in alarm. Blood stained her shoulder, and the mask cracked, revealing a flushed face. Sweat ran down her cheek. Her breath came quick with excitement. Delang froze, surprised to see her enjoying it. Ling Wu smiled and let out a small, ecstatic laugh. She hugged her waist, arching in pleasure as her body burned from the fight. Her laughter echoed wildly and bewitchingly. Delang, furious, swung 2 slashes to silence her laughter. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes to crush her voice with force. Haneda below was affected and hurriedly erected a barrier to block the sword waves. But his body was too weak, and the shield shattered, leaving him coughing. Ling Wu took a hit and fell hard onto the roof, chaos ensuing. Haneda clutched his torn arm and called to her hoarsely. Suddenly, a red light flared amid the dark night. Delang paused, surprised, staring at that source. The red light expanded, approaching him and making him seem small. The light did not dim but swelled violently, filling the space. Rays split into many shards and lunged straight at him. Delang looked down at his robe, horrified by an odd, spreading stain. He saw his clothes soaked with dark red blood. He readied his sword, realizing he had been wounded. As the light faded, a red sigil of Ling Wu appeared and her slender figure on the roof. The mark on her forehead flared brilliantly. A ring of blazing red energy surrounded her as she smiled seductively. Delang's eyes widened, sweat running, he couldn't believe it. He recognized it as the ancient royal blood ring, a legendary power. He trembled, remembering the legend. Only pure royal blood of the 7 great progenitors could wield it. He hissed, demanding to know who she was. Henia trembled, feeling the oppressive blood pressure like a small beast before a predator. Ling Wu smiled. She had evidently awakened that rare authority. She looked at him and taunted, "Let's see if you can die by my hand." Veins bulged on Delang's face as he guarded warily while she mocked his title. He thought that even a single activated blood ring nearly matched his strength. Delang raised his hand and intoned a command, preparing a full strike. He declared he would unleash his full power to kill the wielder of the blood ring. Ling Wu covered her mouth with a mocking laugh, teasing that she liked bold men like him, but wondered if his sword was truly hard. As she finished, crimson energy burst out and she launched a fierce assault. Delang blocked in time, but his sword cracked. The force she wielded was terrifying. He stepped back, countering while noting he still had a chance if he avoided direct hits. He slashed powerfully, growling to see how many strikes she could withstand. Ling Wu kept dodging, replying she couldn't block them all, but her power was far from over. She laughed, saying her blood ring could not only expand, but also transform. Red energy coiled around Delang as she hissed softly, "I can stretch or shorten it at will. Many tricks yet." He grimaced, straining to block her tightening assault. Ling Wu raised her hand, laughing that this power could please anyone, a lovely gift from her master. Delang, horrified, asked if her blood ring could multiply further. She smiled, analyzing that if one ring was this strong, imagine having several. They clashed head-on in rapid exchanges. Ling Wu laughed wildly, saying, "Just thinking about it feels so good, ha-ha." Delang struggled to defend, exhausted and short of breath. Ling Lang mocked him, jeering that his sword had broken, yet he still tried to fight. Hearing that, he clenched his fists in raging fury. Delang roared, drawing his blood-soaked blade, vowing not to lose his champion's title. Haneda sensed danger and shouted a warning that Delang was about to self-destruct. Ling Lang grunted in irritation. As she neared Delang, she suddenly lost balance, body stiff from exhaustion. The crazed warrior screamed a vow to die for the Emperor, offering absolute loyalty. A strange violet energy flared from afar. Delang turned, quickly noticing the abnormal phenomenon. Before him rose a giant tree-shaped being thrashing wildly the Emperor's forbidden resurrection spell. Delang gritted his teeth in fury, realizing his master was in danger. He shouted in confusion, asking what was happening in the imperial palace. Tentacles from the creature suddenly wrapped tightly around him. Delang screamed in agony, crying the Emperor's name in despair. His life force was drained away, still not understanding the betrayal. The forbidden spell spread over the palace, screams echoing everywhere. Cries for help resounded amid chaos. Haneda was horrified to realize the Emperor was actually a living tree, suspecting a powerful enemy's attack. Ling Lang had landed while Haneda deduced the foe was absorbing energy from blood and life essence. Ling Lang's eyes dimmed, her breathing weak from exhaustion. She lazily rested on Wang Zhe's lap, teasing him playfully. Haneda sternly asked about the enemy's identity, but Ling Lang vaguely said he would appear soon. Sweating and smirking, Ling Lang avoided directly answering about the Emperor's adversary. A woman in white, resembling a nine-tailed fox, descended. It was the princess. She smiled faintly, calling the Emperor her father and declaring she would end him. The giant tree opened its maw, trying to devour the princess in madness. Her eyes shone with visible disgust and irritation. 3 hours earlier, in an illusion, Ling Lang calmly asked the princess about her plans after reaching 8 tails, hinting at pursuing divine essence. The princess lifted her head and softly replied she only wanted to ask her father why he did it. Ling Lang poured tea and understood that what the princess truly sought was repentance, not an answer. She mocked and exposed the princess's hidden wish for her father to admit guilt, repent, and love his family again, making the princess blush in denial. She tried to stay calm, but her voice trembled, admitting deep resentment over being deceived by her father. Ling Lang rested her chin on her hand, saying the princess was soft-hearted and easily led. Setting her cup down, she coldly urged the princess to see the truth firsthand. Ling Lang stepped closer, lifted the princess's chin, and advised her to be ready to let go of the past if she went to meet him. The princess hesitated and asked the meaning, but Ling Lang only smiled mysteriously, saying she would understand later. They discussed tonight's plan. Ling Lang promised to save Haneda if the princess could hold off the Emperor. The princess agreed and thanked Wang Zhe for being hurt because of her. Ling Lang laughed, teasing her about memory loss, then ended the talk as night grew late. Moonlight cast over Ling Lang's cold face, giving her a mysterious and fearful aura as they departed. In the heavenly palace, the princess quietly entered, her steps light as wind. She slowly opened the grand doors, the echo resounding in the silence. She looked toward the blooming cherry tree and softly called, "Father." She greeted his return but received only a cold, irritated stare from the king. A suffocating silence hung between father and daughter. He gazed at the falling cherry petals, saying her mother once loved them and called her the last cherry blossom of his life. The king smiled wickedly, praising the awakening of her nine-tail bloodline and boasting of pride in her power. He extended his hand, inviting her closer with a scheming tone. She hesitated, replying, "Father?" The king hugged the princess like in childhood. For a moment they shared a false tenderness. He said her bloodline wasn't fully awakened yet, so her mind remained intact. Suddenly, the princess saw something horrific that made her tremble all over. Before her was Yamata, the great serpent, and her father confessed his throne was gained through impure blood. He needed the celestial nine-tailed fox to perfect his power. The monstrous serpent opened its mouth to swallow her before the king's eyes. The king went mad, laughing eerily, proclaiming that devouring his daughter would make him a pure-blood being ruling the world. Bound tightly, the princess furiously accused him of killing her mother and betraying everyone for ambition. She cried in pain, saying he raised her not out of love but to make her a sacrifice. She shouted that he had gone completely mad, knowing only exploitation and war. The princess's rage erupted as she screamed he was unworthy to be a father, seeing children only as tools of power. Her defiance drove the king even more insane, believing it was the awakening sign of the nine-tailed power. The king summoned the grand celestial sphere, ordering his familiars to devour the princess as a delicacy. The sphere obeyed, lunging toward Chuan at terrifying speed. In fury, she recalled everything that had happened until now. She realized what she had always longed for was a true emotion. The two faced each other, ready for a death match. She coldly declared she'd send it to hell. The monster shot deadly lightning straight at her. Quen countered in time, twisting to neutralize the strike. She retaliated with fox illusions, forming a blazing firestorm. The grand celestial sphere roared, its heads moving to release full energy. But the princess swiftly severed each head, bringing it down. The king watched gleefully, praising the nine-tailed bloodline's might. Quen suddenly appeared behind her father, launching a surprise attack. She screamed in hatred, unleashing soul-burning flames and cursing him to hell. The king coldly reminded her, "My child, have you forgotten what I taught you?" A magic circle appeared behind him, forming a barrier and revealing a third familiar. From the array's center, 3 black horns rose, exuding evil aura. A grotesque creature emerged, its twisted face that of a demon. It roared and released massive energy at the princess, making her scream in pain. She sensed grave danger, the battle turning entirely against her. The princess ordered her true body and clones to focus attacks on the monster. She split into countless illusions surrounding the 3-horned beast. The monster grew confused, unable to tell which was real. It quickly slithered free, trying to counterattack. The giant demon struck a fatal blow, hitting the real princess. Both collided, a massive explosion shaking the space. The 3-horned beast expanded its colossal body, charging again with destructive power. The king looked up arrogantly, mocking that her clones had vanished. He spoke coldly, calling her merely a fine meal for his familiar. The princess's eyes blazed as she screamed, unleashing all remaining power. Her body transformed into the radiant 9-tailed fox, the manifestation of the celestial 9-tail. Her snow-white form emitted an enchanting glow, symbol of pure bloodline power. She licked her fingertip and smiled madly, savoring the ecstasy of absolute power. The celestial 9-tail hovered in the air, murmuring, "The nature of beasts is humanity, and your blood, Emperor, is the piece forever missing." The Emperor looked up, excitement surging within him. She glided through the air, mesmerizing all who watched. Red objects fluttered down, and he reached out to catch them. Up close, he realized they were not petals but blood. His joy grew as he thought about the power in that blood. She landed with sarcasm, while he confidently claimed familiars only reflected ability. Even with blood-stained hands, he believed he held control. He summoned a hovering energy source, something she lacked. His figure shone under the moon, exuding imperial might. A blood ring appeared, a relic for the ancient royal line. He arrogantly thought that without it, all power was meaningless. She stayed silent, knowing only the blood wheel defined true strength. His face turned frightening, tempting her to merge and taste divine power. A colossal figure formed behind him, symbolizing invincible authority. He turned into a dark being, roaring as he unleashed his force. He seized her floating body, commanding, "Join with me." But suddenly she vanished, leaving him unaware. She silently planned to watch him collapse under his own power. The Emperor roared in rage, declaring he could never be overthrown. His fury drove him to grasp at everything nearby. People below were dragged by tentacles, begging desperately for mercy. Losing all humanity, he screamed bloodthirstily, "I need power. Offer your life force to me. It's an honor." The princess coldly watched her mad father, scornfully calling him pathetic and letting him destroy himself. Floating midair, she vowed to end him before his power consumed everything. She dived down, launching relentless attacks. 2593, her energy blasts struck continuously, making the king scream in pain. Haneda cheered as the fatal strike landed, witnessing the full form of the 9-tailed celestial fox. He gazed at the radiant princess, moved by her unmatched beauty and might. But his joy vanished when the king counterattacked fiercely, striking her and reversing the battle. Haneda was stunned by the immense energy, the clash filling space with violet light. The king now transformed into a monstrous ancient tree, his crazed voice boasting of immortality. He cast a forbidden spell, engulfing the princess in consuming energy, claiming his blood wheel neared completion. He laughed madly, calling the city's destruction trivial and its lives' offerings for perfect fusion. Huge tentacles wrapped the princess tightly, roaring in savage ecstasy. Unconsciously, she held one thought: better self-destruction than letting him succeed. As her body shone, the king panicked, screaming in confusion. He was then struck by countless rebound blasts slamming into his body. His agonized screams echoed as pure-blooded power and ambition vanished together. The captives seized the chaos to escape, crying and pleading for life. But he quickly regained his mad reason, chasing after them and declaring he would devour the world to become king. Haneda trembled at the massacre, whispering that the princess had perished. Ling Lang leaned on Wang Chiet, breathing heavily, despairing over what to do next. Suddenly, the king charged at lightning speed straight toward the three of them. He swung his hand, attacking Haneda with a deadly aura. Haneda calmly accepted it, ready to die with the princess to the end. Ling Lang softly spoke her last words, entrusting her faith to Wang Chiet. The space turned dark red inside the grotesque royal body. Blood currents surged deep within the thick darkness. In the heart of that blood, a pale girl's body slowly appeared, as if reborn from despair. The one who appeared was QM, a revelation that stunned her. Memories returned. What Ling once gave the young fox was her last breath to preserve its soul. She suddenly realized she existed within that person's body. She landed in a crimson-lit void where a blood-colored palace stood out. She wondered why such a grand palace existed in this place. Entering the hall, she saw Wang Chiet sitting on the throne, the young fox itself. A thought flashed. This fierce aura was unlike the familiar fox. It carried bloodline power stronger than hers. While she pondered, the nine-tailed fox suddenly burst out of control, and she screamed in panic. Wang Chiet moved in close, shaking her fragile calm. His presence terrified her nine tails, which retreated and vanished completely. Panicking, she looked up and pleaded for him not to come closer, but he advanced coldly. Feeling helpless, she blamed herself for saving no one. Wang Chiet gave a soulless smile, proposing to borrow her energy in exchange for a pact. She clutched her chest, knowing she had no other choice to save everyone. Wang Chiet gently stated his condition: "Become my fox familiar." She froze, overwhelmed by confusion at his proposal. Thinking of Haneda and the people, she realized agreeing was the only way to keep them alive. As she hesitated, Wang Chiet interrupted, asking if she had decided. Blushing, she quickly knelt and agreed to become his familiar. As soon as her words ended, he raised his hand to perform a ritual. Wang Chiet pressed a seal onto her forehead as she stood in shock. Meanwhile, the king prepared to strike Haneda, calling out the princess's name in worry. Moments later, white lights appeared in the blood-soaked sky. It was the princess in her radiant, nine-tailed celestial fox form. The king stared in awe, amazed by her majestic power. He arrogantly declared that before his blood wheel, all else was meaningless. Hearing that, fury ignited within her, and she dashed forward to attack him. She transformed into a nine-tailed celestial fox, crushing him completely. The princess seemed to unleash extraordinary new power. Haneda stood stunned with joy, confirming the plan had succeeded. The King of Ying suffered more as his strength faded. He absorbed others' life force to instantly heal his wounds. Haneda was horrified seeing him constantly regenerate, fearing everyone would die exhausted. After recovering, the king laughed arrogantly, challenging the princess, but she calmly proposed to devour his power. He laughed in disbelief, thinking his daughter spoke madness. She did not hesitate for even a second. Suddenly, she lunged forward and bit him in an instant. Then she withdrew, floating in the air, staring at him. The king sweated, knowing it was useless since only pure bloodlines were chosen and he was not. But Kyom focused intensely, trying to merge with the vast energy. The sight terrified the king, who couldn't believe the blood wheel chose her. Even Haneda was shocked seeing the princess absorb the king's blood wheel. The blood wheel manifested before her, bowing in submission. The king screamed, summoning his familiars back, refusing to lose his throne. The princess calmly spoke her final words, feeling her power surpass her father's completely. She launched the final strike as he roared in defiance. The king's body slowly dissolved into nothingness, still mumbling denial. In the end, he turned into falling cherry blossom petals. The crowd below cheered in awe as the princess defeated the king and absorbed the ancient blood wheel. They burst into joy, embracing as life returned, hailing her as their new monarch. Haneda looked up in praise, amazed by her unity of bloodline and strength. Amid radiant familiars, Haneda whispered emotionally that Nadeko could now rest in peace. The princess gently descended to the ground. Haneda knelt and bowed, saluting the new queen. The people all knelt together, shouting their respect to their new ruler. She ordered Deland to halt the campaign against a nation, and he obeyed with a bow. Hojo activated the communication system, calling Ozawa to deliver the command. The new queen issued an edict ordering all troops to withdraw immediately. Ozawa reacted fiercely, doubting her authority, forcing Hojo to explain the king's death and succession order. He angrily rejected the command, declaring he would die alongside the old king. With that, Ozawa cut off communication. The princess firmly ordered a royal letter sent to A nation, officially declaring a ceasefire. The staff acted immediately, relaying the message to Foreign Affairs and preparing an envoy to depart at dawn. In the mystical realm, Wang Qiet and Kioi were lost in passionate affection. He was confused, wondering where he was standing. Kioi, blushing deeply, yearned to perform the sacred rite. Wang Qiet also blushed at the awkward situation. Golden light spread brightly, marking the ritual's completion. The scene shifted to a nation's border, where a brutal battle raged. Wu Jiaohua and her comrades shouted and charged, drenching the battlefield with Ying blood. The technique Jade Shatter Sword erupted with terrifying might. The defense barrier shattered, plunging the defenders into chaos and despairing screams. Aster stood atop a high cliff, silently observing the battlefield. He frowned, realizing it was the Jade Shatter Arrow, a move once destroying a grandmaster, now as destructive as a nuclear bomb that could level the border. Elsewhere, a powerful figure watched, noting that win or lose, a nation could hardly escape the 5 nations' encirclement. He smiled sinisterly, planning to seize more territory amid the chaos. An old warrior used all his strength to block the enemy, sacrificing his life to protect the A Emperor. He adjusted his glasses slightly, deep in thought. Wu Yen smirked coldly, charging her crossbow fully, daring the enemy to endure. Man Shuang exerted all his strength to resist the fierce assault. A thunderous explosion erupted, tearing the sky apart with blinding light. He was thrown far away, coughing violently. A thought flashed. The strike was stopped. Could it be by the A Emperor? As the smoke cleared, only a massive crater remained. Aster widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight. Wu Yen's group was stunned. The Jade Shatter Arrow was destroyed. From the black mist, a mysterious figure appeared, its power equal to that of a monarch, chilling all present. That person was none other than Wang Qiet. Everyone panicked, unable to believe what they saw. Man Shuang froze in terror that a diamond-rank familiar could wield such immense power. He appeared confidently with Qiyam, their energy surging fiercely. He adjusted his glasses to see better, shocked to find it was the Princess of Ying, thought to be dead. He looked up, doubting the princess who had once perished in a nation could truly survive. From the surveillance screen, he quietly assessed. Her aura was now vastly stronger, and he immediately sent a report. Elsewhere, the man was stunned to realize both wielded terrifyingly familiar power. The princess spoke coldly. The king of Ying was dead. She was the new ruler, ordering all troops to retreat immediately. Even gravely wounded, soldiers shouted unwavering loyalty to the late king, refusing to change masters. She stayed silent, her gaze heavy upon the stubborn troops below. Finally, she whispered that if so, they should die to prove their loyalty. Instantly, all soldiers were lifted into the air, their bodies uncontrollable. Even the commander was locked in place, unable to move a finger. Aster shouted in panic that this was royal bloodline power. When had Ying changed rulers? The princess's familiar unleashed volleys of radiant arrows. The arrows pierced the soldiers' throats, ending them all. Her declaration shocked the battlefield in the name of the King of Ying. She ended the war with a nation. Before crystal screens, she calmly announced a peace treaty with a nation. The man's eyes widened in disbelief at what he heard. Aster shouted angrily through the monitor, accusing Ying of betrayal, asking if they meant to defy all 5 nations. Another voice joined in protest, claiming the war couldn't stop just because of Ying's words. The 5 nations' representative spoke coldly, warning that if Ying withdrew, it would be punished by the entire alliance. The princess radiated blinding light, warning those who dared disrespect Ying's royal power. Behind Kiam appeared a blazing red blood wheel that terrified everyone. Sidu sweated profusely, realizing it was a royal blood wheel, a near-invincible power. Fierce energy surrounded the princess, shaking heaven and earth. The man with glasses clenched his teeth, knowing only ancient royal bloodlines possessed blood wheels, and such people were terrifyingly rare among the 7 nations. Aster froze in disbelief that she could ascend to royal blood level so quickly. A terrifying power must be behind her. Wu Yeo frowned, concluding that even combined, they couldn't resist, especially since her backer surpassed even the Grand Priest. He immediately issued an urgent command, reporting that a royal blood wielder was found on the front line, requesting transmission to the president. The energy stone behind the princess glowed, transmitting a voice saying the president was arriving to prove their actions were a fatal mistake. She smirked disdainfully, ordering to inform the Grand Priest 2 royal blood wielders would soon crush all challengers. Some trembled, wanting to retreat, believing it wise to avoid a royal-level battle. Aster swiftly ordered his army to withdraw with Sidu's group, deciding on temporary retreat. But she raised her hand, stopping them all, coldly asking who gave permission to retreat. The overwhelming pressure bound all 3 armies in a spatial seal. One man gritted his teeth, demanding what right Ying had to block the 5 nations' path. Another threatened harshly, claiming she couldn't stand alone against the entire Southern Continent alliance. Aster sneered that she was just a young new queen, but then an urgent alarm sounded. The capital was under attack right after the president's departure, leaving him stunned, exclaiming, "What?" He quickly realized the key point of the lure, the tiger from the mountain scheme. Wu Yen panicked for the nation, realizing all communication was blocked. The enemy wanted to stop their reports. Though they understood it was too late, he raged at the cruel conspiracy. She stood tall, coldly declaring, "Those who start war will be punished by war itself." At the public harbor, urgent news reported Princess Kiam of Ying had become a royal blood wielder. Ying renounced war, and Sun Shenghua calmly replied he was on his way to assist. He secretly ordered troops to attack Kiam first, planning to use the nearly completed blood thread weapon to destroy her. Bad news struck. Headquarters was ambushed, all strategic weapons destroyed, leaving Sun Shenghua in shock. The scene shifted to Li Muna at a nation's border where she sensed an ominous sign. Her left eye turned into a prophetic clock. The clock foresaw a calamity occurring within 3 hours. A violent explosion struck, shaking Muna as the divine temple was attacked. In the prophetic vision, the temple beneath flowing sand had collapsed, once thought invincible and guarded by an ancient beast. She urgently decided to protect the nation's core power, ordering enhanced defenses and relocation of the temple. The female subordinate immediately obeyed and began execution. Soon after, the screens exploded violently, flames filling the sky. Muna was stunned as the temple was attacked earlier than foretold, suspecting a nation's spatial master intervened. An elder rushed to report that this was a nation's lure the tiger from the mountain plan. His absence from his post caused the ambush, enraging her, yet making her admit their cunning. The elder shouted angrily that it was too late to return, and they could only join forces to strike back at a nation. The two quickly agreed and decided to attack together. Moonlight cast silver over a nation's walls, marking the calm before the storm. The soldiers below threatened the Princess of Ying, but she coldly ordered no one to leave until the matter was settled. 2 leaders from other nations appeared, speaking arrogantly and provocatively. Muna glared coldly at the princess, calling her weak, while Sun Shenghua sneered, preparing to punish her. Generals from Mei Nation and Sha Nation shouted in unison, vowing to join the two royals in conquering a nation. The two monarchs charged into battle as their armies roared, breaking the border and vowing to annihilate as troops. On Man Shuang's side, morale surged as they all charged forward, while Wang Qiet grew alarmed as enemy forces flooded in. Suddenly, a golden dragon appeared in the sky, majestically declaring protection over all citizens. He thundered, demanding who dared touch the reverse scale of the wind. The people rejoiced, cheering for their emperor. The general grew emotional, realizing the emperor had planned all along, and the entire army knelt in salute. The three enemies were shocked that as hidden army in the clouds had concealed all aura, realizing their luck for not attacking earlier. The emperor praised the Princess of Ying for her efforts in dissolving enmity between their nations. His tone deepened as he sternly condemned those who broke the peace treaty and invaded a nation's lands. The old man smiled wickedly, warning Changtan not to be overconfident. Sun Shenghua and Muna simultaneously unleashed divine consciousness, shaking the realm as they prepared to face the emperor. His body shone with golden radiance, majestic like a descended god. He softly said he wished to test his own strength. Muna was terrified to realize he was a dual-wheel monarch, an existence once thought impossible, leaving the elder muttering in disbelief. Those nearby trembled, knowing a dual-wheel level could transcend natural law and crush all powerhouses. Muna roared angrily that even a dual wheel could not insult the divine temple, accusing the emperor of arrogance, oppression, and denying their sovereignty. He countered sharply, declaring they were the invaders who now blamed others after defeat, while Sun Shenghua furiously echoed calls to withdraw. Muna tried to recover, opening a live broadcast accusing a nation of ambush and vowing to show the world proof of their crimes. The emperor replied coldly that it had nothing to do with him, ordering them to retreat or be spared. Immediately, someone protested violently that he couldn't just walk away. The screen shifted, revealing Mei Nation's secret base producing blood thread bullets, clear evidence of peace treaty violations. The broadcast voice accused Mei Nation, leaving Sun Shenghua stunned as the footage had been altered. He gnashed his teeth in fury while the soldiers below murmured, doubting the footage's authenticity. Seda's subordinates whispered as the screen showed new images of Sha Nation's divine temple. The footage revealed countless hybrid experiments between blood clans and beasts, violating international bioethics. The explosion of the temple was clearly recorded, shocking the entire world. Muna turned pale as her crimes were exposed. Aides reported the broadcast spreading uncontrollably, and she screamed to shut it down, but it was futile since the system was co-managed by 7 nations. The screen then showed Hak Nation launching high-frequency Aurora missiles with radiation range of 500 kilometers, breaking the international nuclear treaty. Nations immediately argued, Hak Nation denying responsibility while citizens raged at the leaked data. The live stream shifted to a clear blue sky with a voice declaring the truth would be proven through action. Static crackled along with orders to turn the camera for a wide shot. Everyone froze when they realized it was truly a ballistic missile. Taeyongok appeared atop the warhead. He was the one who attacked Mei and Sha nations. He smiled calmly, declaring his next target was Hak Nation. In Hak Nation's capital, furious voices erupted, deeming his challenge a grave insult. In the conference room, Mei En reflected grimly, admitting Taeyongok had struck vital points multiple times, but believed Hak Nation remained secure. A bold advisor proposed that the attacker was Marquis Taeyongok, thought dead after facing the emperor. Officials clamored, realizing the emperor had used Taeyongok's schemes. The Hak Nation president secretly decided to evacuate. The scene shifted to a villa deep in the forest, surrounded by silence. Taeyongok reclined wearily in his chair after his long operation. As he yawned, Changtan appeared, smiling as if greeting an old friend. His image flickered through a projection link. Changtan's deep voice asked after him. Tengok cheerfully replied he was fine, revealing his decade-long investigation to expose corruption and make the world respect a nation's wit and strength. Changtan sternly advised him to value his life and not be reckless. Tengok nodded in agreement, ending their talk in mutual understanding. He sat quietly, muttering that the man above always looked too serious, lacking any humor. Then his expression softened, his voice sweet as he spoke to his daughter, his heart warming as she happily called, "Daddy." Over the phone, he praised her achievements, calling her his pride, and mentioned his planned success that made everything smooth. Wang Chiet listened behind him, realizing the earlier news about Tengok had been true. The conversation grew livelier as he revealed his scheme to manipulate Ying Nation's politics to elevate Kiam's reign. The reward recipient shyly refused, begging to be spared any trouble or punishment. Lang Vu comfortingly took her arm, happily announcing a grand gift, a world tour. Wang just stands at the crowded station, silently making a promise as he waits for the train to He country's capital. He recalls Lin Langwis' warning, handle business first and avoid falling into traps. Wang Zhi clenches his fist, anxious about being caught in national schemes and doubting his ability to intervene. A distant announcement urges passengers to show tickets and papers. He steps forward nervously, fearing further trouble. A female staff greets Jin Di with a smile and asks for documents. Noticing the badge on the person's chest, her attitude changes and she politely invites the special guest inside. When it's his turn, she repeats the request and he awkwardly searches his pocket. He hands over the ticket, worried whether the fake identity and papers Lin Langwu gave him will pass in He country. She slightly bows to let him in, making him sigh in relief as she guides him to a mid-class carriage. A voice warns from behind that it's a carriage reserved for the middle class, not commoners. Outside, a ragged man begs to board and find Dr. Jin to save his wife, but the guards sternly refuse. They remind everyone that all public transport in He country is divided into 3 classes with strict rules. The blue carriage is reserved for elites and privileged residents. Common passengers are only allowed in the black low-class carriage as a limited favor, though they resent it. The man grits his teeth, face pale and sweating. The guards quickly order his removal, and their colleagues obey at once. He enters the carriage, glancing around and sensing the visible discrimination between the 2 nations. Noticing a woman reading, he wonders if the man outside was really looking for that Dr. Jin. He finds a seat and relaxes, knowing he still has 3 hours to go. The scenery outside rushes past so fast that all details blur. He yawns, tired, hoping for a peaceful, uneventful trip. Suddenly, a shoe slams against the back of his seat with a loud noise. The same man seizes the female staff, threatening her not to move. He presses a knife to her face and growls that anyone who moves will die. Guards rush in, ordering him to drop the weapon. Jin stays silent while Wang Zhi senses danger rising. The trembling staff pleads for calm, saying he only wanted Dr. Jin to save his wife. She softly explains that Jin Di is a famous doctor, but the man's size and aggression make guards more alert. He raises a detonator and roars for everyone to leave, but she signals him to stop. She gently asks what illness his wife suffers from, trying to ease the crisis. Holding the hostage, he points at Jin Ji and growls that his wife has hemorrhage complications with only 10 days to live. He bitterly explains that top medical centers refuse treatment due to her low status, and only one person knows the cure, so he must find her. After hearing this, she quickly opens her case to confirm the illness severity. She takes out a green vial, shocking a guard who asks what it is. Jindi smiles coldly, handing over the vial and warning to hold it carefully since the liquid is volatile and must not spill. The weary man falls silent at her words. Hope lights his face as he reaches for the vial, thanking her emotionally. But she tightens her grip, stopping him midway. Jinda coldly orders him to hold it with both hands as instructed. He releases the hostage and obediently follows, knowing its value. He extends both hands sincerely to receive the medicine and thanks Jindai. Suddenly she utters a short command to act. Gunfire flashes like rain throughout the carriage. As the train enters a tunnel, the kidnapper is shot dead. Jindi coldly orders the cleanup, and her subordinates withdraw at once. Hearing cries of despair, people wonder why she didn't save them immediately. The once gentle staff now reveals a cruel smile, changing the atmosphere. Jindi startles, realizing something unexpected is coming. Passengers suddenly draw weapons and attack the guards. A guard grits his teeth using abnormal power and cursing the foolish civilians. Jindi shouts for attackers to stop as someone charges at her. She dodges, knowing using her power would dangerously react with the drug. A girl in yellow is kicked toward the window by a guard, stunning Wang Zhi. She coughs and mocks Wang Ji with contempt, calling him lowborn. The attackers rise again as the train nears the tunnel's exit, restoring surveillance soon. A shout demands Jindi's death and the vial's seizure, panicking guards who warn the doctor is in danger. Jindi clutches the vial tightly and orders everyone to stop immediately. With cold eyes, she warns the liquid is extremely lethal. One drop could infect all life for hundreds of miles, and any thief will face its power. She tilts the vial slightly and begins to retreat. The girl in yellow stays calm, believing killing the target will save many, even at the cost of her life. Then a countdown beeps from an explosive device. Wang Zhi turns pale, realizing the switch is attached to that person's hand. A shock hits him like lightning. The detonator is linked to the middle-aged man. The accomplice presses the switch instantly for a greater cause. Suddenly, a strong blow strikes her head. Everyone present is stunned by the situation. He grabs the switch, smiling slyly and taunting the enemies. Wang Ji orders everyone to protect other passengers and avoid civilian casualties. The opponent roars angrily, trying to snatch the device back. Wang Ji suddenly smashes the glass beside his seat. With a cold face, he signals them not to approach since dropping it would trigger the detonator. The woman in yellow freezes in shock as the guard leader charges from behind to seize the chance. He firmly commands everyone to stay still and retreat fast since the signal blocker is expiring, warning of nearby threats and urging the female researcher not to bring dangerous items aboard or violate passenger rights. Jindi stands silently behind, wondering whose side he is truly on. Wang Zhi frowns in irritation, prompting everyone to withdraw. The other person silently grips the vial tighter. The teammates warn they are about to exit the tunnel. Light shines brightly at the tunnel's end. The woman suddenly grabs the edge of the carriage door. She tilts her face, declaring she will remember the stranger's image. In a flash, they slip through the window to escape. At the same time, the doors between carriages burst open. A security team rushes in to question, but the guards cover up the incident, saying nothing happened. Some rush to help, others angrily demand accountability and police involvement. Jindi steps out of the crowd and walks forward. With a cold demeanor, she extends her hand toward Wang Zhi, asking softly if he will return the detonator. He slightly raises an eyebrow and hands it over without revealing any emotion. Then a black card is given to him, bearing Jinji's contact information. She remains expressionless, introducing herself as Dr. Jin Di and asking his name. Receiving the card, Wang Zhi replies briefly that his name is Wang Zhi. She turns away, leaving only the words, "We will meet again." He bites his lip as a drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. Now he is left alone in the eerily silent space. As he leaves the train, he examines the card biochemistry specialization with a faint medicinal scent. The familiar smell makes him pale, recalling its Chinese origin. Suddenly, Wang Zhi collapses to the ground, unable to move. His eyelids grow heavy from anesthetic, yet he still hears her distant voice. Only the woman's shadow remains in his mind. His hands are locked tightly by metal cuffs. Wang Zhi opens his eyes wearily, face confused and dazed. He awakens inside a sealed laboratory, exactly 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 3 seconds earlier than scheduled. Jindi speaks teasingly, saying he truly is unusual. She touches her lab coat and says she wants to make him her experimental subject. In his haze, he wonders if the business card contained poison. A mechanical voice reads his file. Subject Wang Zhi. 1-star stellar level ability. Biological age 19. Toxicity test phase 1 complete. Preparing for phase 2. The restraints and glowing floor numbers signal the start of the mutation infection test. Jindy whispers about a legendary powerhouse, curious what will happen after fusing that gene into him. She smiles cruelly, explaining that only 8% of 1,000 cases succeed. Failures explode. Successes evolve immensely. She gently strokes his hair, wondering what kind he will become. His eyes bulge, veins swell, and the system announces, Test Phase 2 complete full scan. Subject evolved to A+ rank, 1-star stellar level, total increase 2%. Her beautiful face darkens when she realizes he remains conscious despite gene fusion. She turns away, deciding to continue the experiment, urging him to survive this final phase for freedom and reward. A black-green gaseous entity rises, taking form like a monster. A strange power bursts from his back, carrying the ancient aura of the Blood King, leaving him in agony and confusion. When he opens his eyes, his surroundings feel oddly warm. He jolts up on a bed looking around, confused why he's in his own space. Lin Lingwu appears beside him, softly asking why he entered the refuge space by himself. He hurriedly recounts being captured, injected with strange drugs, and pleads for her help. Her crimson eyes flicker as she notes that, though dangerous, his spirit has grown much stronger. At that moment, Kioim and Wen Shuang are forcibly pulled into the space. The girl quietly closes her eyes, expressionless. The other simply stares intently at Wang Zhi. Lingwu smiles faintly, eyes filled with indescribable intrigue. He stands stunned, not understanding what's happening. He turns, wanting to question everyone. Wen Shuang politely introduces herself as Wang Zhi's classmate, while Kioim shyly greets and says she's from England. The scene makes Lingwu laugh at their charming politeness. Wang Zhi widens his eyes in surprise. Why is Kioim in his personal space? He quickly asks Lingwu if she has bonded Kioim as a familiar, thinking that explains it. Kioim blushes, realizing she was brought through the bond, while Lingwu elevates her to Blood Queen. Wang Zhi feels dismayed, realizing that while he was unconscious, complex bloodline schemes unfolded, sending chills through him. After hearing this, everyone agrees to cooperate with him, though uncertain who the true threat is, obeying their master's order to act cautiously. Lingwu places her hand on his shoulder, telling him to go with the flow. She smiles gracefully, saying it's not a conspiracy but mutual aid, then asks Kioim to confirm. Kioim nods, then recalls and asks about his earlier mention of being captured. After hearing his story, she thinks deeply and concludes that Dr. Jindy of High Country is a name she has heard before. Lingwu explains that Jindy is the youngest genius ever awarded He Country's royal honor, funded to build the Diamond Research Institute for top-secret projects, and it's shocking she chose him as her target. Wenshuang adds that in the secret files of the Beixin cult, Jindy ranks among the top 10 globally wanted threats to humanity. QM blushes, embarrassed that she's never heard of this woman. She urgently suggests deploying British forces to strike the research center directly. Moments later, her innocence fades, eyes turning icy as she orders total annihilation. Wang Zhi panics, shouting for them not to start an international war. He pleads with Lingwu to intervene, but she calmly replies it's outside the plan and may not be bad for him. He protests in alarm, arguing that being injected with strange substances can't be good. She answers calmly that he will gain new power. Lingwu stands, explaining that his ability to pull everyone into his space proves his strength has risen near king level. Even so, he worries that the bloodline could make him lose his identity. Her heels click softly as she tells him not to worry about that. She steps behind Wenshuang and Kyoem, exuding calm authority. Finally, she firmly assures him he will not be in danger. Wang Zhi widens his eyes, asking why she's so certain. Wenshuang bows silently, knowing bloodline is the ultimate measure among the blood clans. Kyoem believes it too, convinced no bloodline could surpass his, her gaze on him filled with admiration. A dark yet powerful energy slowly envelops his body. She softly says he is the one standing atop all power. In the end, Lingwu concludes this is special training. When the time comes, they'll rescue him, and both girls bid farewell, leaving his space. He calls out in panic, trying to stop them, unwilling to believe they left so quickly. As his cry fades, he suddenly wakes back to reality. Sweat drenches Wang Zhi's face. The other captives quietly watch his every move. Some remain indifferent, uninterested in what's happening. A ragged man approaches and softly asks if he's awake. Looking around, Wang Zhi concludes they're all human. Suddenly, he notices someone in the corner, turned away, radiating the aura of a familiar. A sharp pain shoots through his head, making him clutch his forehead and groan. The man pats his shoulder, saying everyone feels that at first it'll pass. Wary, he asks if they're all experimental subjects. The man replies some were captured, others sold here. The man glances around, adding that some are punished experiments every 3 days, with short breaks to heal before returning to hell. Hearing this, he curiously asks how long they've been imprisoned, but another voice cuts in tiredly. That man warns him not to ask more. No one here cares to live anymore. He bitterly adds that the limit is 20 experiments. The longest survivor lasted 60 days, so he should enjoy what's left. Another man mocks Mike, saying to stop preaching Jinda's new experiment increased dosage and changed formula, making him the first test subject. Congrats, you'll vanish soon. He feels a chill down his spine, bitterly joking it's terrifying luck. From the ceiling, a robotic arm lowers a food tray. On it are 7 plain bowls of white rice with nothing else. They share portions, telling him not to complain since it has all needed nutrients. A middle-aged man suddenly throws his food, crying that he doesn't want to live. He screams in madness, cursing Jindy and begging her to kill him. Before he can finish, the robotic arm extends to silence him. It force-feeds the man mercilessly. After a long while, it stops and retracts. Someone coldly remarks that Jindy never lets anyone die outside the experiment. The words send chills through Wang Zhi's body. Frightened, he still forces down each hard bite of rice. The next morning, he's dragged to experiments again after only 1 day, as others mock that the new formula even shortens the gap between deaths. Sweat pours down like rain. He knows he won't last long. He crawls up, realizing he can't just wait for rescue, he must act. His eyes gleam as he grits his teeth, determined to escape at any cost. Yet resolve isn't enough. The ragged man beside him advises patience. Another man lounges lazily, saying it'll be his turn tomorrow. He starts naming everyone in the room: Lao, Wild Dog. The one called Wild Dog is the man facing the wall, seemingly lifeless. The speaker calmly says Wang Zhi is a familiar, unlike them mere humans. He adds that familiars enduring stronger tests is normal, wishing Wang Zhi better luck next time. Still, the man called Wild Dog gives no response, silent as stone. Wang Zhi sits beside him, trying to steady his breath and calm down. The silence between them grows unnervingly long. Suddenly, the man's head twitches, moving oddly. In an instant, his neck twists backward at a horrific angle. The sight leaves Wang Zhi frozen, face pale. Wild Dog suddenly leaps up like a beast. Wang Zhi reacts fast, dodging the first deadly strike. The whole room freezes. Someone yells, asking if he's gone mad. Wang Zhi feels his body unusually agile, perhaps due to the he blood in him. Claws extend, green aura still swirling around him, looking terrifying. His breathing grows heavy, eyes filled with savagery, mind lost. He lunges again, face twisted by frenzy. Wang Zhi keeps dodging, realizing every blow aims to kill. His punches land on Wang Zhi's chest, yet expose fatal openings. Wang Zhi frowns, unwilling to fight further, shouting that he has no strength left. But tears stream down Wild Dog's face. A strange feeling rises, making Wang Zhi hesitate. Even while dodging, he senses the opponent's deep pain. He perceives the weakness and torment consuming the man's mind. A punch infused with red energy bursts toward him. Wang Zhi uses all his strength to counter. His blow pierces straight through the man's chest. Wild Dog falls backward, body limp. He barely whispers a weak thank you before going silent. Wang Zhi stands still as faint memories resurface, but his face suddenly pales in horror. Trembling, he realizes he has killed someone, guilt flooding every breath. He clenches his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the spreading fear. The room erupts with whispers, wondering if the man is truly dead. Alarm sounds echo, signaling danger. Green gas floods the chamber, and panic spreads as they shout its poison. The sedative vapor makes Wang Ji's eyelids heavy and his mind fade. Jindy enters quietly, no one knows when she appeared. Her silence makes him even more frightened and confused. A wicked smile curls her lips as she says, "Success is within reach." The scene shifts to the observation room where she and her team watch the experiment. Wang Ji is tightly restrained, multiple syringes injecting fluids into his body. His face drips with sweat and unidentified liquid. Jindy orders coldly to increase the dosage by 100 units despite warnings he might die, insisting to continue. The assistant reluctantly presses the injection trigger. His agonized screams echo through the room. The reaction grows so intense that the safety glass starts cracking, forcing the researchers to retreat. Jindai watches with a sinister smile, admiring his endurance. His hair lengthens, streaked with silver-clear signs of evolution. She glances at her subordinates and commands to move him to the Roman arena for Phase 2. Ignoring warnings his body may collapse, death only proves failure, not error, to her. Laughter sounds from the shadows. Someone praises Dr. Jinji for still being as bold as ever. The newcomer is Soroshi, deputy commander of He Country's 2nd Legion, showing admiration. Jinji coldly notes it's not an inspection day, but Soroshi says he's just visiting her lab and teasingly asks for a good show. She retorts by asking who gave him permission, and he replies, "Hell secure her funding and a glowing report." Jinji eyes his extended hand and responds with icy indifference. The scene shifts to the underground beast containment sector of the lab. 4 people watch the experiment through reinforced glass. Jinji orders to stop injections and release the subject. The man with glasses obeys immediately. The system announces as a capsule descends into a steel chamber. The chamber opens, revealing a young man connected by cables. His eyes glow green, matching the conduits. The system reports stats. Durability 8,000. Punch force 5,000. Speed level 4. Ability power 862. The man with glasses is shocked as the power increases by over 30% and keeps rising. Soroshi is pleased, praising how the once weak prey has become notably stronger. Wangxi stands motionless in the dark experimental space. In front of him stands a giant elephant capable of crushing him. Soroshi's voice orders to see if the ant can defeat the elephant. The elephant stomps hard, shaking the ground. It charges straight at Wangxi. He remains calm, showing no fear. The ground shakes violently after the impact. As a result, he stands safely on the elephant's back, stunning it. The man with glasses notes his improved reflexes and physique. Soroshi nods approvingly at his agility. The elephant grows enraged, eyes glowing red from provocation. It attacks him with its massive trunk. The trunk wraps tightly around him like seizing a small object. Then it slams him hard onto the ground. Dust clouds obscure everything. When the smoke clears, he calmly sits up without a scratch. His body emits an intense blue light. The elephant trembles and retreats in fear at his gaze. Kim Ji says the 400-kilo weight is useless and orders to raise the level. The assistant quickly adjusts. The system announces berserk mode activation, and the elephant's eyes glow red again. The maddened elephant raises its leg to crush Wangxi below. A loud explosion echoes through the lab. It grows even wilder, stomping hard enough to shatter the floor. But its stomp is stopped by the bare hand of the man. Wangxi holds the elephant's leg with one hand, blue lightning surging around him. His whole body radiates a bright green light. He effortlessly flings the elephant away like a toy. The crash makes the ground tremble violently. He stands calmly, unmoved. Beneath him, the giant elephant lies completely defeated. The observers are terrified his energy has risen beyond 95%, an unprecedented level. Kim Ji orders the test to continue. The assistant asks in shock why continue, but she says his potential isn't fully unlocked yet. She says a stronger opponent is needed. Soroshi volunteers, saying he hasn't moved for a while. Kim Ji asks in surprise, and he jokes that she likes powerful men. He takes off his shirt, showing his muscles, saying he wants to help verify the experiment. Kimji thanks him but stays cautious. She turns away, ordering the release of sample XZ69870, rejecting his offer out of fear of casualties and research interference. Saroshi quickly explains he won't harm the test subject. The staff behind activates the device, confirming release of entity XZ69870. Behind Wang Si, a giant figure slowly appears. It's a creature in red clothes with glowing blue eyes. The commander's voice says to let this bloodline warrior help awaken his potential. She sneers, calling him a lowly human. From her back, cloth-like blades extend to strike him. But suddenly a strange phenomenon occurs. Wang Si easily grabs the attacking cloth strips, stunning the bloodline warrior, who praises him as interesting. She threw more fabric strips down, challenging him to counter. He swiftly leaped up, dodging every attack. In turn, a cloth wrapped around her eyes, leaving only one wide in terror. Wang Si from above delivered a powerful punch, but the opponent vanished instantly. Her mocking voice echoed, asking who he was searching for. Countless identical clones of her appeared in the air. One clone said all bodies shared the same energy and aura, impossible to tell apart. Suddenly, Wang Si charged straight at one clone, leaving her stunned. He passed by her, speaking in a cold tone. The Blood Clan expert fell silent, shocked by his action. Even with the clone still floating, she couldn't understand how he found the real body. Hearing his low growl, she suspected his beastly instinct was awakening. Countless black cloth strips from the clones' backs attacked at once, cursing his arrogance. A violent energy explosion erupted. The clones said that even if discovered, a human like him was still a pawn, never equal to the Blood Clan. Her next words made Wang Si recall the one who massacred his village and killed his acquaintance. She told how she once made them kneel like dogs, mocking cruelly. While speaking, she laughed madly, expressing disgust at the ones turned into charms, calling it vile. Her laughter grew wilder as she said she was freed from that nauseating feeling. Wang Si bowed his head, hair hiding his face. A fury flared in his eyes while she mocked humans as pitifully weak. He leapt forward to attack her. She eagerly awaited the incoming punch. But black cloth strips bound him tight, rendering him immobile. He glanced back and uttered a short phrase. The strips constricted his body into a round cocoon. Su Loshi observed from outside, noting instinct-only fighting always loses to strategy. Jinji retorted that tricks fail when power gaps are huge. Su Luoshi asked if Wang Si could surpass Pureblood Blood Clan. She calmly watched the experiment, saying to observe closely, under pressure, the test subject's inner energy will erupt to the limit. Indeed, radiant green light burst from the black cocoon as the anomaly warning system spiked toward its maximum. The cocoon violently deformed, the black cloth torn apart by the power within. The Blood Clan powerhouse stared in disbelief, eyes wide. An intense blue-green light flared before her. Wang Si darted in and slashed a powerful swipe at the opponent. The strike detonated, bathing the area in blinding light for a moment. He stood silent in the dust, his gaze fixed on the figure emerging. The Blood Clan powerhouse slumped, fists trembling with rage, muttering curses. She screamed that she was imprisoned here and only allowed to kill one person each month. Her voice turned manic, fangs flashing as she howled that killing him would grant her freedom. Hearing that, Wang Zhu clenched his fists in rage as she admitted she would keep slaughtering civilians. She raised her hand, gathering crimson power, threatening to send him to hell for her pleasure. A swarm of blood-red wraiths charged at him like a storm. They struck violently, hitting him repeatedly. Su Roshi smirked, thinking the battle was over. Jinji watched silently, her eyes cold. Inside, Wang Zhu lay collapsed on the ground, seemingly defeated and merely human. At that moment, the space became eerily silent. The Blood Clan warrior gasped, believing she had won. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror at a strange sight. Blue light spread everywhere as the ground cracked apart. A terrifying surge of energy rushed in from behind. She instantly turned around, her face drained of color. Wang Zhu appeared behind her, his body radiating heavy dark aura. His eyes blazed as his lips curled into a brutal smile. A sky-shaking explosion erupted, sweeping away everything. Tsuroshi froze, stammering in disbelief at what he saw. He stared at Wang Zhi standing amid the smoke, his killing intent thick like a true monster. The gaze fell on Wang Xi's hands, which were crisscrossed with blue electric arcs. Su Luoshi wiped sweat and said Jinji had forged a real weapon. She replied lightly, 0.5%. She read the dossier, explaining that 0.5% fusion already exceeded the limit. At 5%, it would match a finger of ancient He Huang, enough to destroy a nation's whole arsenal. Su Luoshi praised it as an almost divine marvel and vowed to invite Prince Mo Si He Huang's younger brother to witness it within 30 days. He held out his hand, saying Jinji must prove the experiment's absolute value to obtain more genetic resources, and He Huang's remains. Jinji said coldly she would raise Wang Xi's fusion to 1% within 30 days. In a sealed chamber, a bound figure lay on the cold floor. Wang Xi lay motionless as Jinji pushed the door open and entered. The click of high heels echoed as she approached. She looked at him and whispered, he looked pathetic but still valuable. Stopping at a safe distance, she said, advancing half a centimeter might get her killed by him. He growled softly, turned his head to look at her, blood still at the corner of his mouth. Jinji calmly noted his attack range was 3 meters, then demanded he say something that interested her. An energy ring manifested around him, marking his effective radius. She stood outside that boundary, asking if he wanted to flee or restrain her, and warned that in 30 days he would be displayed at Prince Mo Si's lecture. Her eyes were icy as she proposed, cooperate and she would help him escape. Wang Xi stared straight and contemptuously declared he didn't believe such lies. Illusory corpses hovered around Jinji as she coldly warned, non-cooperation means death. Handed to the royal lab, he would be dissected, used for breeding, turned into medicine, even death would be a mercy. He gritted his teeth, asked what she wanted, and vowed he would neither harm civilians nor submit to the Blood Clan. Jinji stepped closer, smiling faintly. You're right, I am cowardly, but aren't you just an enchantment? I'm still human. Her heel touched the danger line as she softly called Wang Qi's name, saying she needed him. She leaned in and commanded him to eliminate Prince Mo Si. Instantly, a burst of green light flared. Wang Qiet tore off his restraints and lunged, knocking Jinji down. On the floor, he gripped her tightly with one hand. He glared and demanded why she approached on purpose. She calmly said otherwise he wouldn't believe her, and he pressed her for her goal. She whispered she was his ally, enraging him. Jinji removed her coat, revealing her organization's emblem, declaring her mission to annihilate all Blood Clan despite the scorn. She explained that the Blood Clan's superior bodies and power made humanity unable to fight directly. Even human geniuses could hardly escape enslavement. That was why they had to study the enemy's body. The goal was to decode and replicate the Blood Clan's power source. Turn that power into a tool humanity could wield, creating balance and reclaiming the future. That was her ideal. She didn't care about being called a traitor. She accepted all insults, willing to pay any price. From that day, Jinji founded her own laboratory. The door opened slightly, prisoners inside cowered in fear. Jinji's eyes showed clear shock. She blinked as a tear slid down her cheek. She solemnly declared, "Begin the experiment." On the boarding path, though he had stopped the explosion, he also freed a member of the organization. The person behind Jinji asked the police to treat Blood Clan and suspects equally and take them in for questioning. An identity card was presented for exchange. Jinji said the subject held immense research value and must be brought back to the lab. Someone asked how the doctor would handle him. She replied he was a Blood Clan retainer, his will bound to his master, so he would be used for new drug testing. A man handed her a strange box. Jinji, surprised, told him to give it to her and left to handle business. She lifted the small box, curious about its contents. She opened the lid and saw what was inside. It was a precious insignia, the internal mark of the secret organization's selection unit. The box glowed as the system revealed Wang Chiet was an important member of the organization, a blood clan retainer but loyal to humanity and trustworthy. She was utterly stunned reading that. Her emotions burst forth, tears streaming down. Returning to the present, she smiled and recounted everything to him. Wang Chiet exclaimed in shock that she was part of the secret organization unbelievable. She calmly said his belief didn't matter. During the debut, she would approach the target to administer the antidote, granting him temporary strength and freedom. She explained she would obscure the prince's perception so he could defeat him and escape along the prearranged route with support waiting. She asked if he understood, and he immediately grasped the plan, then asked about her own fate. Kim Ji stood up, explaining he once killed an evil man, briefly escaped possession through experiments, and wished to leave for peace. She added that she desired the same. Though calm, she reminded him he was still too weak to defeat the prince, who possessed pure and immense power. Kim Ji said he had absorbed less than 1% of the target's energy, needed stronger trials, and to enter the ancestor's memory realm, though he doubted its nature. She explained it was the soul of one of 7 ancient masters, a fragmented memory only the true self could comprehend. Once he gained a fragment of that being's energy, he could enter the realm, though she knew not what lay inside, but survival would bring great transformation. Wang Jia summarized and asked the group's opinion. All Ling Longwu, Wen Shuang, and Chao Yin agreed. He grew angry that no one doubted it, fearing a trap that could endanger him. Wen Shuang reminded him of his trust in her, Ling Langwu winked agreement, and Chao Yin said his battle instincts were reliable. He asked what they were deciding. Ling Langwu stood and said if he refused, he had no other choice. She approached and whispered that he was merely bait, while she held the power. She lifted his chin, met his eyes, saying acceptance might open an escape, and he quietly admitted his only wish was to grow stronger. His face turned solemn, as if wagering his fate. Ling Langwu, excited, lunged and praised Wang Jia for becoming a real man, then screamed as she acted unexpectedly. He accepted the experiment, entering He's dream, his body wired in a test tube. Kim Di outside repeated the experiment procedure. She explained the principle of soul and conduit, saying more souls increased entry chance to the secret realm, a technology America had mastered. Some Americans had succeeded and benefited, while the He Nation only grasped part of the method. Step 2. The machine would monitor physiology and alarm if limits were exceeded. They would inject 0.0 tau of a gene to maintain energy, with enough gene left for only 3 injections. For normal humans, that dose could cause fatal body contraction. Kim Di, reading documents, said the test could not stop unless the subject died or woke. Wang Jia, inside the chamber, replied that he was ready. He spoke through the mouth tube toward her. Kinji ordered the experiment to begin. The operator pulled the lever and repeated the command. The system announced activation. Wang Jia opened his eyes as the system reported the first 0.2 mg injection. His body stiffened violently as the system counted down 20 seconds to the next dose. Kim Di thought that in the dream realm time passed faster. If he didn't wake within 1 real minute, the experiment would fail. The system warned as the countdown ended. Wang Jia's energy burst out, affecting everyone nearby. The readings spiked as brainwaves damaged equipment, and the server was set to shut down in 5 seconds. Kim Ji watched the lever shake violently. The system warned of explosion and prepared for emergency power cut. Kim Ji rushed to hold the lever before it dropped. In panic, she ordered all remaining genes to be injected. She shouted in strain while the assistants obeyed in unison. Wang Jia's eyes flared, energy flooding his body. His veins bulged and muscles tensed fiercely. The cables on his back tore free from his body. Someone shouted, signaling imminent disaster. That person yelled for guards to protect the doctor. The research team panicked as all machines failed and power cut off. The man with glasses froze, shocked that Wang Jia was still alive after a full minute. Suddenly, a hand gripped his neck tightly, throwing the room into chaos. A scream echoed, silencing the entire chamber. Wangja lowered his head, dragging the lifeless body, his form grotesquely warped. When he looked up, his eyes blazed with a sinister grin. Kim-Di sweated in terror as others shouted that the experiment had succeeded. She trembled, calling the massive being before her a monster. Staring at the twisted face, she stammered, asking if it was still Wang Zhe. The ticking of a clock echoed in the dead silence. Beneath the giant clock stood a sealed door, facing Wang Zhe. He looked up, wondering if it was the soul realm of the ancient god. Feeling the dreadful aura from it, he realized there was no escape. Frowning, he resolved to move forward. Wangja raised his hand and pushed the massive door open. Blinding light forced him to shield his eyes as thick fog surrounded him. Ahead was another door bound by huge chains. He saw the chains sealed the entrance, with another layer within. A sense of danger made him instantly alert. A shadowy object flashed past his face. It was a bat-like creature with one eye and sharp-toothed jaws. Its mouth emitted a chilling screech. The swarm of mutant bats released violent sonic waves that shook the space. Wangja grimaced, recognizing the sound as ultrasonic waves. The entire area trembled from the acoustic shock. He stomped hard, flipping a wooden slab to block the waves and regain balance. His eyes gleamed as he gathered strength into his fist. His punch created a fierce gust that blasted rocks and dust wildly. After defeating the creatures, he exhaled in relief. The system voice echoed, announcing the next stage. The chains before the door broke, and the system reported 1% fusion first layer cleared. A dazzling light burst from beneath the ground. The system continued, stating fusion was rising as his power grew stronger. Wangja clenched his fists and asked who was speaking to him. In the misty void, a hoarse voice replied, it was the soul dream of Hishin, the inheritance tower, a place only those with fused blood could enter. Time held 24 million cycles, endless reincarnations making Wang Zhe ponder the next words. Each door symbolized a life stage and an enemy once slain by Hishin, as countless doors and clocks appeared before him. The voice explained that through each battle, Hishin mastered laws of time and power, and the successor must open 24 such doors. If he succeeded, he would obtain the Dream Realm's ultimate treasure. Wangja stood silently before one door. A warning sounded. The inheritor would gain at least 30% of Hishin's power, but if he fell, his soul would merge into that place. In the dream, an image of Wang Zhe chained appeared, with words saying the loser's soul would be imprisoned forever in the palace of time. The phrase for all eternity struck his ears, freezing his face in grim resolve. Soon he calmed, smirking and declaring he preferred battle over calculation, ready for direct challenge. Wangja pushed the door with full strength, its screech echoing through the dream space. As it opened, countless red-eyed creatures inside stared hungrily outward. The dark chamber held iron cages restraining unmoving beasts, all staring at Wang Zhe. He watched cautiously until his gaze fixed on something that made his heart sink. Before him stood a giant pig, right hand holding a massive knife, left arm clutching a bloody tub, spilling across the floor. Above hung human heads dangling by iron chains. Seeing the stranger, the pig turned with feral eyes, sharp teeth, and drooling mouth grotesquely vile. It suddenly spoke human language, saying humans always turned them into food and devoured their own kind. The iron cages and chains made the air suffocating. Wang Zhe trembled slightly and crouched in readiness. The pig lunged with its knife, calling itself the Butcher of Vengeance. You eat us, I shall devour you. In an instant, Wang Zhe flipped to the ceiling, body twisting mid-air, stunning the beast. His eyes widened, filled with razor focus. That gaze locked on the snarling pig below. The pig gritted its teeth, gripping the knife tightly, preparing to strike. Wang Zhe's eyes darted, scanning the shadowy space around him. In the cages were countless dark beings with blazing red eyes staring fixedly. They were silent, making no sound, watching only him. In one cage, a crying infant lay beside a pile of bloody organs. Wang Zhe shouted coldly, "Even children are not spared?" A blade flashed toward him like lightning. The pig hurled the knife to the ceiling. It struck a chain and exploded in smoke. But instantly, Wangju appeared behind it, holding that same knife, murmuring in a low tone, "Like eating pork, do you?" He smirked and added, "Pan-seared pig sounds tasty too," making the monster tremble in fear. The blade in his hand gleamed icy blue as he whispered, "Enough, let's end this." The blade traced a precise line, slicing the pig's body apart in a blue flash. Blood splattered as he calmly said its appearance had ruined his appetite. The pig collapsed, and Wang Zhe turned away without looking back. Suddenly his gaze froze, expression stiffening at something ahead. Before him stood door number 3, still locked, and he stared at it in thought. A voice called behind him as black smoke surged and surrounded him. The smoke converged into one point, the infant's body inside the cage. Watching it, he said indifferently, "Bloodline, huh?" The smoke dispersed, revealing a horned, winged, clawed, mutant baby claiming to be pure blood, the final future of humankind after the first calamity. The caged creatures begged, calling it Lord Pureblood and pleading for mercy. The child coldly ordered them to offer themselves instead of being eaten by pigs, to live as its servants. It roared a command, "Kneel!" At once all the caged beings prostrated. They trembled, showing their fragile will to live. The child turned to Wang Zhe surprised. Why aren't you kneeling?" Raising its head proudly, it declared itself the last true pureblood. Wang Zhe smirked mockingly, saying kneeling before one not yet grown hair was a joke to the world. The child's face darkened. In a cold voice, it said his defiance erased the last pity for humankind. It shouted the kill order, bursting open every iron cage and startling him. From the cages poured hordes of grotesque monsters, screaming toward him. He looked up calmly, saying this was merely Hishen's illusion. They'd long been dead. His tone chilled as he demanded they move aside. He had no time to waste. Wang Zhe touched his eyes, unleashing streams of brilliant green lightning and shouting a challenge. Before the astonished pureblood child, the monsters were struck down instantly by emerald bolts. Shredded flesh rained across the chamber like a storm of blood. Rivers of red poured down like waterfalls, covering him. The child froze, body paralyzed with terror. Wang Zhe, bloodstained, smiled coldly and asked if it was ready to take a hit. Light burst around him, blue radiance flaring sharply. In an instant, he appeared before his foe, hand raised to strike. His heavy blow shook the entire floor, dust erupting violently. His hand gripped the child's neck, pressing it hard to the ground. In his emerald eyes gleamed mockery as he whispered, "Got you, kid." The child's lips curled into a cold smile. "Really?" Immediately it vanished, leaving only thick crimson mist pressing in. Suddenly it reappeared behind him, sneering that lowly humans like him were unworthy to touch it. Wang Zhe turned, stunned and uneasy, sensing something wrong. He tried to move, but couldn't, exclaiming in shock that time had stopped. The child said calmly that pure blood power far surpassed mixed blood, then summoned countless ancient clocks and declared time's cessation. It crushed the clocks in its hands, leaving horrifying cracking sounds. Staring at motionless Wang Zhe, it growled that he'd turn to ashes in a blink, unleashing countless red blood orbs around him. He glared at the crimson spheres, shocked at what they were. The child held them coldly, saying they were condensed blood bombs. One touch could cause a destructive blast, reducing anything to dust. More and more blood orbs formed, glowing with violent energy about to erupt. Furious, it clenched its fists, calling him an insect bound by time and commanding him to die. Dozens of scarlet spheres shot toward Wang Zhe, surrounding him. One exploded, the blast shaking the entire space. He saw the terrifying power, but frozen in time, could only watch. Then the rest detonated in succession, creating a massive chain explosion. Even the child, outside the blast, was pushed back by the shockwave, squinting coldly. When the smoke cleared, a deep black crater marked the floor. Floating above, it looked down proudly, thinking its foe erased. Suddenly, strange spinning blue rings appeared before its eyes, stunning it. A swirling blue vortex opened in mid-air, sucking everything inward. On closer look, It realized in shock it was the reversal flow of time. Sweat poured as it trembled, shouting, "How could anyone else control time but me?" A deep voice echoed, saying time wasn't its privilege, making it panic and search around. At once, an immense force struck its back from behind. Before it could react, its body was flung violently away. Wangju appeared, delivering a powerful punch that hurled the child afar. He sneered, mocking that he'd promised a spanking, and it felt quite satisfying. The child crashed down, furious, shocked that time had stopped, yet he could still move, refusing to believe he could control time. Wangju glanced at his hands and smiled lightly, saying he merely toyed with time reversal and it couldn't stop him. Now the child was trapped inside a sphere of green light, screaming in terror. Wangju pulled the orb close, smiling lazily, praising pure-blood power as impressive but too naive for this cruel world. With a cold grin, he placed his hand on the orb, voice lowering, "Then let me reclaim your power." Green light spread from his palm, draining the orb's energy as the child screamed in horror, shouting that only the Ancient One could do such a thing. Its eyes were the last to remain, staring wide at him as if realizing a truth. Wangji absorbed everything. Only its fading voice echoed, laughing softly, saying it understood and awaited what came next. He clenched his fist, ignoring those last words, muttering simply, "Nonsense." Drops of emerald energy sparkled as the door opened, and he strode coldly toward it. A dense beam of light appeared, blocking his sight. The system voice echoed, "Second trial passed, fusion rate increased by 0.3%, now at 1.3%. Wangju smirked, snapped his fingers, curious about the power of 1.3%. A blue halo expanded on the door's surface. The door cracked open, revealing a giant eye staring outward. When it burst open, the shockwave threw him backward. Beyond the light was an endless, vibrant garden where he saw a girl lying motionless. Her body was covered in wounds, looking fragile as if after a severe accident. He glanced coldly, his eyes showing disdain. She stayed there, pretending to be weak to draw attention. She calculated that her injured lady act would make him come closer to help. But instead, Wangju clenched his fist and said coldly, "When the enemy is weak, that's the time to send them to hell." The girl trembled in fear, muttering weak words. Without hesitation, he punched the ground, raising dust as she barely dodged in time. She raised a shield and shouted angrily, "Do you have any humanity? Instead of helping the injured, you attack like a monster!" Wangju laughed mockingly, making her break into a cold sweat. He formed an energy orb and replied calmly, "Why waste time talking to a boss?" Blue lightning burst forth, surging toward her like a storm. She quickly opened her umbrella, believing it could block any attack. But in seconds, beams pierced her defense and wounded her, shocking her at its flaw. She stared at the scratch on her shoulder in disbelief. Then dozens more beams struck her, crushing her with pain until she screamed. Her hat flew into the air as petals scattered in the wind. Wang stood still, seeing only falling cherry petals and one glowing flower left on the ground. He stared blankly at the flower, mesmerized by its strange beauty. That flower was her transformed form. She smiled inwardly, daring him to pick her up as a trophy or keepsake. Instead, Wang walked to the garden gate, kicked the flower, making it groan, and the system announced passing stage 3 with 1.5% fusion. He ignored her bitter cry, thinking the trial too easy for such a small gain, unaware a small soul appeared behind him. Her spirit floated, cursing Wang and warning this was only her weakest shard. If he went further, her true self would tear him apart. He stood with hands on hips, staring at the door and muttering the name of the fourth gate. Wang imagined other monsters and, based on dungeon experience, assumed earlier gates were easier to let players gain strength before the final boss. Looking at the massive door, he calculated that after 3 trials yielding a 0.5% increase, this gate's difficulty would rise sequentially. His steps grew steadier as he realized the soul fragments were designed to train successors, not kill them, so mastering rewards meant greater gains. He placed his calloused hands on the door, pushed with all his might, and shouted a loud command. As soon as it opened, a violent wind rushed out, forcing him to squint to see. In front of him was a blazing scene, flames devouring everything, crackling explosions everywhere, making him exclaim at the brutal battlefield. A crushing pressure suddenly fell, forcing him to his knees in pain. In an instant, the number carved on the door changed from 4 to 10. He was drawn into a time vortex, screaming in panic. The girl's soul sneered, declaring it punishment for insulting a maiden. Falling through endless void, he kept wondering why the level order had reversed. Below, a massive monster opened its jaws to swallow him, filling him with terror. At the moment it closed its mouth, he twisted aside, narrowly escaping death. Using the momentum, he slid along the beast's body, breathing in relief after danger passed. Before him, the ground blazed as he kept falling through fire. As he neared the ground, he saw humans fiercely battling mutant beasts, puzzled by the strange war. He landed with a heavy impact, appearing like a god descending amid smoke and fire. Immediately sensing something off, he scanned the surroundings. A giant mechanized tank was firing fiercely at the monstrous creature. Looking up, he froze at the sight of a massive flying warship hovering in the sky. Amid ruins, a tentacled beast fought against human tanks and fleets. From the command vehicle, a shout ordered all units to open fire. At once, soldiers and mechs unleashed a storm of bullets and shells at the monster. A barrage of artillery rained down, engulfing the target in flames. Under that overwhelming firepower, the giant monster finally collapsed. Cheers of victory echoed across the battlefield. Everyone declared the enemy destroyed, the victory completely theirs. Soldiers dropped their guns and embraced, rejoicing in humanity's survival. But before the joy lasted, a soldier noticed something strange above and looked up anxiously. From the sky, dozens of giant fireballs appeared, plunging down toward the human army. Explosions thundered one after another, mingled with desperate screams across the battlefield. The tanks and massive warships couldn't react in time to the aerial bombardment. The soldiers on the ground were crushed under the rain of bombs and fire, unable to fight back. Wangja stood frozen, numb amid the brutal chaos. The earth shook violently as a massive crack split the ground in two. From the fissure, a giant black hand emerged, and a mocking voice echoed, ridiculing humanity's arrogance. Then 3 grotesque creatures appeared, led by a horned one arrogantly declaring humans pathetic. The leading monster raised its hand and slammed it down, unleashing a wave of destructive power across the battlefield. Immediately, countless twisted beasts emerged, roaring threats and proclaiming to claim the entire earth. Instead of fear, human soldiers united and fired back at the monsters. The remaining tanks unleashed fierce barrages, raining a metallic storm upon the enemy. From the sky, a fighter jet dived at terrifying speed. It cut through the air close to the ground, charging toward the monsters like a deadly arrow. From its cannon, streams of condensed energy fired continuously at the targets. Coordinating with the aircraft, ground forces also opened fire, forming an overwhelming joint assault. A massive pillar of smoke rose, covering the sky as tense silence fell. But from the ashes, a white-boned monster rose, deflecting all attacks and shocking the soldiers with its immunity. It instantly raised its sharp claws, gathering a sphere of darkness in its hands that terrified all who saw it. The orb launched with devastating force, making humanity seem small and powerless before its might. The dark energy swept past the frontline troops, leaving them stunned that they weren't hit. Soon after, a deafening explosion erupted. The blast struck the rear lines, destroying the shelter tower and those inside. Through the glass, people inside the tower could be seen screaming for help, crying that they didn't want to die. Amid the chaos, a mother clutching her newborn pleaded desperately for rescue. Their cries echoed across the battlefield, igniting soldiers' fighting spirit as fleets and troops launched into action. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, shouting battle slogans in unison. Wangja stood among the advancing crowd, unseen as everyone passed through him like he was invisible. His gaze fixed on the distant tower, realizing it was humanity's last remaining fortress. Human soldiers fought madly, risking their lives to defend their stronghold and species' honor. The leading monster laughed at their foolishness, mocking humanity's pride before the universe's boundless power. Then waves of distorted energy surged forward, slicing into human ranks like invisible blades. The leader sneered arrogantly, mocking how fragile human faith was, then stepped aside to reveal a terrifying face behind. Behind him appeared a bizarre monster holding a flute glowing dimly. That creature played a strange tune, triggering a deadly sonic assault. The sound waves invaded soldiers' minds, shattering their nerves and driving them insane with pain. Ignoring human pleas, the monster coldly continued playing, releasing brutal sound attacks. Under prolonged exposure, soldiers' brains numbed, turning them into mindless, moving corpses. The leader grinned victoriously and ordered them to destroy their own shelter. The hypnotized soldiers turned around with feral eyes, heading straight toward the human tower. Alarm sirens blared inside, but in vain. Cries to stop the hypnosis were drowned by screams. Controlled warships and tanks opened heavy fire on the tower's shields while infantry stormed forward. In the command center, panicked officers struggled to hold on as their commander shouted in despair over the collapsing defenses. A warship broke through the barrier, bombarding the tower, shattering glass as people fled in panic. Aboard that ship was a soldier completely mind-controlled. A mother wept upon recognizing the pilot as her husband, Johann. Once proud to fight, someone beside her pulled her away, urging her to flee. Unable to leave, she faced the warship piloted by her beloved husband. Wang Zhe watched warily, realizing everyone moved in one direction and suspected mind control. He shouted that the controller was the flute-playing monster emitting the bewitching sound. He leapt forward, charging straight at the creature. It looked up in shock as he struck like lightning. His eyes glowed a dangerous blue as he punched fiercely, shouting for the monster to vanish. A violent explosion followed. The punch sent the creature flying as he landed firmly and imposing. A massive blast engulfed everything. Wang Zhe stood tall, murmuring that the noise had finally ended. Outside, the crowd dispersed, and a helicopter stopped before a building where a confused woman looked up. The boy in her arms awoke from his trance, asking what was happening. She knelt, hugging him tightly, tears of joy streaming down as he returned to consciousness. A system alert blared, warning that the enemy was controlling them and ordering activation of a pulse shock. High-frequency sounds echoed as a soldier screamed why they'd become enemies, another retorting they must destroy the controlled ones. Groups of soldiers charged into battle madly, while he alone stood calmly amid the chaos. The enemy leader looked at him and mockingly praised him as a particularly interesting worm. Wang Zhe smiled, realizing the enemy had noticed him, remarking how the difficulty had suddenly spiked from level 4 to terrifying heights. With fiery eyes, he said defeating the leader would surely yield extraordinary rewards. Surrounded by monsters, he roared arrogantly that as long as he killed them one by one, it would be fine. His blade slashed swiftly, cutting down foes as he muttered, "Yes." He leapt high toward the leader, shouting a declaration to annihilate the core. A monster instantly teleported before him, firing a freezing blast aimed at his body. His eyes flashed as he wondered how such power could be so strong. The sound of shattering ice rang out as he swung his sword, breaking it apart and roaring for it to vanish. He shouted that any who blocked his path must die and slashed straight at the barrier. He forced his strength down, smashing the monster hard into the ground. A mocking voice echoed in his mind, mentioning a curse taking effect, leaving him shaken with doubt. Black dust swirled around him, seeping into his body as he screamed in pain from the transformation. From above, the leader looked down coldly, saying he had once been transformed and was no longer interesting. It continued, advising him to submit and receive the right to inherit this land. He replied disdainfully, mocking how even monsters pretended to be righteous. A blue light streaked like thunder but couldn't stop him. He advanced, step by step, eyes sharp, declaring his only goal was to take the enemy's head. Lightning flashed as he shouted, summoning thunder to strike the creature. But the sword was caught and instantly snapped in half. He stared in shock as his weapon dissolved in his hands. The sound of breaking bones echoed as a giant hand crushed his wrist. His gaze grew serious and doubtful toward the creature before him. Numerous time illusions appeared, and he realized even a reflection could break his arm. He sank into the stillness of his own timeline, where everything stopped. In that moment, he agilely climbed along the opponent's arm and launched a counterattack. A fatal slash cut horizontally through the monster's body. He landed, swung his blade, and severed the enemy's head. He looked at the falling corpse, doubting it could really die so easily. His expression changed as he sensed something abnormal from the body. The monster began regenerating, its body healing at terrifying speed. Bones cracked as it laughed, mocking that he was too weak to kill it. Lightning struck with a thunderous blast. Now wielding a massive blade, it declared it would destroy everything. The ground trembled, and explosions of ice resounded everywhere. Volcanoes erupted violently, lava surging as soldiers panicked, unable to react. Red flames incinerated all life, and desperate screams mingled with soldiers' burning agony. Humans were seized and torn apart by monsters as the leader's voice commanded the extinction of mankind. The desolate battlefield echoed with cries while monsters arrogantly watched humans struggle like insects in a feast of blood. Wangjia shouted in horror, demanding them to stop. Deep fear flickered in his eyes. Terror crept through his body, making him clutch his chest and scream in agony as the dreadful curse invaded. A giant foot came crashing down on him. The crushing force made him vomit blood, his eyes filled with sheer panic. The monster spread its arms and roared for its kind to wipe out all humans on Earth. Its voice grew louder, ecstatic in its killing frenzy. Its roar echoed across space, foot still pressing down, but his body had vanished. It mocked humanity's futile struggle. When it lifted its foot, it was startled to find no corpse. A cold aura surged from behind as he burst from the smoke, his energy flaring, shocking the creature. As the smoke cleared, Wangjia stood tall, his burning gaze locked on the enemy. It narrowed its eyes arrogantly, asking when he had escaped. He roared with determination, shouting, "Return to the earth!" and charged forward. He landed, spun around, ready for the next assault. The monster's massive head fell, yet its voice mocked that his attacks only deepened the curse and it could not die. The remaining monsters crept into his mind, their voices echoing endlessly. They urged him to give up, mocking that one cursed could never win. The leader kept tempting him to abandon his humanity and join the monsters, accepting defeat. He smirked arrogantly, saying he had just thought of something interesting. As he spoke, he moved closer, eyes fixed on the creature's smug face. In the monster's cold gaze, his charging figure grew clearer. His face shone with excitement as he punched, shouting, 1,000 times! 10,000 times! His eyes blazed green, power surging wildly. He roared in fury, unleashing all his strength, screaming, "Annihilate everything!" The space turned crimson as he stood tall amid white bones, radiating majestic might. The soldiers stood frozen, their faces mixed with fear and awe. Black energy rose around him, his eyes glowing red as he muttered that it was finally over. Standing high above, his voice turned cold as steel, declaring the enemy would never rise again. He looked down at his hand, slowly turning monstrous, his face contemplative in silence. Below, the soldiers stood quietly, seemingly lost in thought. He gazed indifferently at them, sensing the hidden fear in their eyes. The soldiers looked up at him, their eyes torn between reverence and confusion. In a hallucination, he saw their distorted forms turn into monsters, raising weapons against him. His red eyes flared, brows furrowed with killing intent. Black mist swirled around as he muttered madly that extermination was still not enough. A soldier noticed and pointed, shouting a warning for everyone to stay alert. He carried a wounded comrade while shouting for others to scatter. The dying were evacuated as soldiers cried out to retreat to the fortress. His eyes were firm yet desperate, telling himself this was the final hope. Wangjia gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain within. Sweat poured down his face like rain. He tensed his body and screamed amidst the agony. His face distorted, bloodthirsty eyes glaring down at the crowd. Soldiers surrounded him with heavy fire, blocking his escape. Wangja charged forward, ignoring bullets piercing his body. He smashed the rocks with his fist, trying to stop himself from causing destruction. The wounded cried out in fear, saying he was no longer human. Wangja now resembled a beast, crushing all obstacles in his path. His giant hand grabbed a soldier. He slammed the man violently to the ground. Special forces encircled him, opening fire to stop his advance. But he leapt high and delivered a devastating kick. The solid wall shattered instantly. Everyone stared in terror as he emerged from the smoke. He smiled madly, red-eyed, uttering words of death. The civilians fled in panic, except a mother shielding her child. The closer he came, the more terrified people ran, the fortress falling to the monstrous man. The special forces ordered plasma fire, determined to kill the creature. Fighter jets readied their weapons. The aircraft locked onto the target behind him, awaiting command. At the shout, the task force fired simultaneously. A sudden explosion forced them to dodge. Wangja leapt upward, blocking the bullet with his strength. Suddenly, a pale hand mysteriously grabbed his. Blue light enveloped him just as he was about to strike. Then came the sound of a child's cry. He turned his head and met the baby's gaze. The louder the crying grew, the more shaken he became. The mother tried to calm the child, her trembling voice soothing. She hugged the baby tightly, tears falling as she whispered. That motherly love made him pause for a moment. The blue light spread, encasing him in a radiant crystal illuminating the entire land. He reverted to human form but remained unconscious as the system announced cultivation progress and fusion rate. After the alert, another trembling voice admitted its fear. A tearful voice cursed him as a monster with power beyond the limits of the 10th world. The darkness within him laughed wickedly, saying his soul was damaged and his strength bound by the curse. A door marked with Roman numerals appeared, urging to kill him immediately. The voice continued, vowing not to let him recover layer by layer. Level 18's prison held the true form, a cursed number meaning the gate could not be passed. The door opened slightly, laughter echoing madly as it declared his end. Wangja was transferred into a secret laboratory. Before him stood Dr. Jin-di and a colleague. She ordered immediate action. Both rushed to activate the device, preparing to send him into the arena. Jin-di urged to open the chamber, release the prisoner, and monitor data. The male doctor confirmed. Inside the room, Wangja lost complete control. He transformed into a beast, roaring and destroying everything around. The entire building trembled, on the verge of collapse. The prisoners panicked, questioning the tremors and explosions, suspecting the lab was under attack. His power kept rising, crushing all the equipment around him. He struck once, collapsing the wall deep into the ground. Kim-di watched through the glass and ordered timely action. The monsters were released to fight him. They approached, mocking yet uneasy about the insane mission. But they were too weak, each one defeated in an instant. With just a few punches, all the monsters fell without reacting. Kim-di was horrified by his strength as the male doctor reported system overload and lost data. She grew extremely worried. His power exceeded all calculations, his soul still trapped in illusion. Observing him now, she realized he had turned into a monster. Fear showed on her face, sweat dripping down heavily. Wangja charged forward like a missile slicing through air. He rushed straight toward Kim-di. Just as she thought she would die, the door closed in time by the defense system. The male doctor smiled reassuringly, saying the metal layer was unbreakable. But he surpassed imagination, tearing the doors apart with both hands. The doors were flung open, leaving Kim-di in utter terror. He grabbed her and squeezed her neck with brutal strength. With one hand, he lifted her off the ground. Suddenly, lightning struck his chest, forcing him to release her. The attacker was Sarushi, who asked Kim-di if she was safe. She trembled and said yes. He smirked arrogantly, declaring he would test his power himself despite her warnings. Wangja charged at him with incredible speed. Sarushi instantly shifted to defense, eyes locked on his moves. The thunder punch barely missed as Sarushi dodged in time. He gathered inner force, summoning a different energy flow. Sarushi's punch struck Wangja's abdomen directly. His body flew backward, crashing hard to the floor. He hit the wall, cracking it wide open. Even so, he stood up, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Tsurushi prepared to launch his next strike. He formed a shining energy sphere. The sphere turned into an energy beast, charging at him. The violent explosion knocked Wangzhe down again. Amid the smoke, he slowly rose, breathing heavily. Tsurushi stepped forward and stomped his head to the ground. He pressed harder with contempt, insulting the weak. Turning to Kim D, he smugly praised the experiment's success. Kim D noticed something strange and immediately warned him. The sound of cracking bones made Tsurushi panic. Wangzhe grabbed his neck and twisted it violently. A loud crack echoed as Tsurushi died instantly. The scene left Kim D and her colleague frozen in fear. Red alarms blared throughout the room, detecting a level 1 threat. The system broadcast an urgent message contacting the Supreme Inspector for orders. All machine guns aimed at Wang Jie as the command was issued. Eliminate the target, countdown to fire. Kim D screamed for them to stop. But the special forces ignored her and pulled the triggers. A hail of bullets surrounded Wang Jie, leaving no escape. The more he resisted, the fiercer the barrage became. 6 energy bullets orbited around him, closing in rapidly. He gritted his teeth, eyes burning red. A violent electric shock nearly killed him as the system initiated self-destruct mode to eliminate the threat at all costs. Suddenly, a commanding voice identifying as Prince orders to halt the sequence and summon Jin Dai. Jin Di snaps awake, urgently explaining that Wangzhe is a crucial test subject and must not be destroyed. She sees the fallen body as the prince accuses him of committing a supreme taboo, declaring execution and mocking her failed experiment. Prince Moose, focused on profit, decides to erase the lab and rebuild elsewhere, leaving Jin Dai pale with fear. He sneers coldly, demanding her reason to spare her life. She looks at Wang just surrounded by bullets, claiming she can awaken and control him again. Determination flares in her eyes as she begs for one last chance. Prince Mastor curiously asks how she will do it. She stands, pointing at the data, explaining that injecting all of Hedis' genes from his arm will make Wang Jie a pure, royal-blooded being. He smirks disdainfully, asking if she dares to wager all of his genes. Jin Dai firmly replies that if she fails, she will pay with her life. As she finishes, the lab trembles and the instruments signal anomalies. 6 monarchs fly in to surround him, and Prince Moose laughs, saying, "Bet with me." The monarchs release energy chains binding Wang Jie tightly. He screams in pain, struggling to break free. Moose laughs arrogantly, mocking that if 6 purebloods can't restrain him, the He Nation should perish. He throws Jin Dai a syringe of blue liquid, ordering her to proceed. Meanwhile, Wang Jie thrashes wildly within the encirclement. His power surges so intensely that even the monarchs strain to hold the chains. Jindi steps closer, heart tightening, softly calling his name. She hesitates, knowing this is her only chance, even failure must be tried. Seeing him endure in agony, she realizes his power far exceeds all calculations. Without thinking, she lunges and drives the syringe into his back. But the needle rebounds, unable to pierce his steel-like skin. She cries out his name in despair. His face twists, muscles bulging as he madly tears apart the chains. A voice echoes in his mind. "Wake up," shaking his consciousness. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself lost in a void of illusion. His heart races wildly, chest burning with heat. Images of his recent madness flash through his mind. He recalls hunting humans like beasts, horrified to believe it was himself. A mysterious voice narrates that humans created the Blood Clan through war, changing the world forever. The seductive female voice explains she once walked the same path. She smiles, greeting him, "Welcome to the 18th layer of the time prison." His soul is bound as she coldly threatens to tear him apart piece by piece. Invisible chains bind his body as the girl whispers she hasn't tasted the flavor of time for long. Ahi leans close, her sultry voice making Wang Jie roar for release. She ignores him, biting his shoulder, delighted to feel the power of time in his blood. As her lips touch the blood, he senses a strange yet familiar taste, discovering another hidden power within it. A hand rests on her shoulder, sending a chill of terror through her. He gasps in horror. "It's you!" Behind her stands Wang Zhe, now cold and fierce, his deep voice menacing. "Long time no see, miss, he." He steps closer, mockingly asking, "What delicacy are you enjoying?" leaving her trembling in fear. His hand grips her throat. He shakes, disbelieving he crossed time itself. He replies coldly that time never belonged to her. He was merely exhausted and starving. He leans in, voice dark and chilling. "Shall we dine together?" Before she can react, he bites hard into her shoulder, making her scream for mercy. His fangs pierce her neck, blood spraying as she wails in agony. Ahez screams echo while her body dissolves in despair. Finally, she turns into falling petals as Wang Zhe watches calmly. Roman numerals appear, glowing with brilliant blue light. The palace shines brightly, its lights reflecting on him amid the drifting petals. From the throne, an angry, disgusted voice resounds. A he, now in regal form, shouts, "Get out of here!" The space darkens as countless doors carved with Roman symbols burst open. From them pour monsters obeying her command to attack and banish him. The creatures scream curses, demanding he leave. He pales, shouting for him to get out of her time palace. Wang Zhe faces her calmly, smirking. "Still greeting guests this way, proud lady." Furious, she casts a sealing spell that freezes him in midair. He only smiles, raising his hand slightly. "Be good, come here." His voice turns enchanting as he tempts the monsters. "Merge with me. Become my strength, wouldn't that be perfect?" Instantly, Ahez's time seal shatters from his single move. He speaks coldly. "Now who can save you?" Stepping toward the throne, he locks eyes with he, forcing her to confess everything. She trembles and admits he had planned it all since the Zhongyan battle, where he faked his injury to deceive the ancient gods and wait for this moment. To her, he now appears as a true demon, realizing once he commands time, he can control her and all ancient gods. She shakily reveals her suspicion that he plans to devour newborn pure-blood ancient gods to overturn Zhongyan, his ultimate scheme. He chuckles softly, caressing her terrified face, praising her cleverness. He recalls her soul's memories, admitting her growth only made her more intriguing. His eyes glow blood red as he orders coldly, "Now, go to hell." Ahi fades away, her trembling voice warning that her past self will know everything and ruin his plan. He calmly absorbs all her energy and soul as if savoring a grand feast. After finishing, he calmly sits on her throne, relaxed like the new master. Beneath the red moonlight, he smiles contentedly. "Time waits for no one. My real self out there, keep fighting." The scene shifts outside his true body lies exhausted, nearly lifeless. Jimde rushes over, anxiously asking if he's still conscious. Suddenly, a strange power bursts violently from his body, shocking the 6 monarchs. They tighten the chains, shouting for others to look at his back. Strange bulges rise behind him, growing larger each moment. In an instant, a pair of massive wings unfold, throwing everyone back. Jindi is also swept away by the powerful gust. At that moment, Wang Zhe roars wildly, losing all sanity like a beast. His scream shakes the entire base, shattering walls and earth alike. From above, Moose watches, remarking that even 6 monarchs are powerless. He muses regretfully that it's a pity if such a body were destroyed. Then he adds that if the subject won't submit, destruction is the only option. Staring at the bloodthirsty Wang Zhe, he smirks provocatively. "So am I winning or losing here?" A nearby servant kneels, reporting that the subject carries he blood, and a prince of pure blood could subdue him. Moose laughs with interest. "Then let me try." From above, he commands majestically, "Kneel." A terrifying aura spreads with his command, shaking the space. The 6 monarchs quickly retreat, bowing and flattering that his noble blood can suppress the he genes in Wang Zhe. Another attempts to strike Wang Zhe, shouting for him to kneel. As his filthy hand nears, the man trembles, confused, asking what Wang Zhe is doing. Wang Zhe's cold blue eyes gleam sharply, paralyzing his foe with fear. All the monarchs under his gaze begin to shake. Moose instantly senses it, impressed by the crushing pressure. But he sneers, calling that power weak compared to pure blood. He continues pressing down, ordering Wang Zhe to kneel. His body bends under immense force, nearly collapsing. He smirks arrogantly, admitting the opponent's stronger bloodline, but claiming his genes are still insufficient. Moose laughs proudly, urging him to submit. Wang Zhe's eyes blaze red as he laughs madly, declaring hell gained enough power by devouring him. A violent burst of energy erupts, forcing Moose to defend himself. The other monarchs charge at him simultaneously. Scene shifts down a dark corridor. Someone shouts an alarm in panic. A sudden force knocks the person down. In the blackened sky, Meyer appears. He coldly points toward the kingdom's interior, then orders his subordinates to act. Dark figures instantly rush out in that direction. Terrified citizens watch black clouds gather, heading toward Jindai's lab. Someone shouts this is a rare chance since the army left the capital. The crowd eagerly joins the call. Deep underground, Jindi watches Wang Zhe and marvels at his victory. She suddenly senses something wrong and yells a warning. Seeing him still standing there, she urges him to leave because King He and his army have arrived. Wang Zhe places his hand on Jindi's head, leaving her stunned. He changes into new clothes and calmly asks about King He's arrival. Smiling with excitement, he declares he wants to test his full power before time runs out. Countless figures appear in the sky. Meyer orders extermination, and his subordinates dive down like black bats. A red beam shoots upward, striking toward Meyer. The flash stuns everyone, leaving them confused. Wang Zhe appears before Meyer, speaking coldly. He mocks that Meyer is 5 seconds slower than expected, proof of his degenerated bloodline. Meyer's subordinates rage, and he immediately orders them to kill. The soldiers charge like raging waves. A monstrous red shadow emerges behind Wang Zhe. The soldiers are instantly affected by its presence. His glowing red eyes flare as he declares he has absorbed half of Ahe's bloodline, so they must bow. His words throw them into fearful hesitation. His gaze flashes with a twisted smile. He spreads his arms, making them all kneel, while Meyer launches a counterattack with blue light spreading wide. The red and blue lights collide violently, balancing power. Enjoyment shows clearly on Wang Zhe's face. Meyer's troops groan and gasp in pain amid the clash. Meyer roars furiously as red light surrounds him. The space drowns in blood glow and darkness. Wang Zhe coldly delivers judgment, sending him to death. He asks if Meyer intends to defy the command. Meyer grits his teeth in anger, shouting a challenge. A green luminous circle with thunder appears behind him. His eyes flash as he unleashes his strike. A green energy stream shoots straight at Wang Zhe. He is instantly engulfed by a sphere of green light. He looks around curiously and asks a question. In the darkness, only green runes surround him as he murmurs, "Oh." Meyer declares he will make him pay with time itself. Clock symbols close in around Wang Zhe. He raises his hand, amused by the sight. Meyer manipulates the sphere, pushing him 10 years back in time to the brink of death. His body shrinks until only a tiny red speck remains. That speck falls and vanishes into the deep darkness. Meyer, seeing this, believes the battle is over. He turns away, intending to investigate his foe's origin. Suddenly, the bell tower behind him tolls loudly. Meyer immediately flies off, suspecting an attack on the capital. The green circle behind him suddenly flares violently. He freezes, not understanding what's happening. The circle transforms into a glowing Roman clock face among the clouds. Meyer cries out in terror, unable to comprehend the event. Countless clock symbols emerge, trying to devour him. He mutters in confusion, unsure of what's happening. Beneath the ground, a faint red light flickers. That crimson glow stuns him, making him doubt his eyes. Beneath, monstrous twisted forms begin to appear. Leading them stands Wang Zhe, calmly facing Meyer. The giant creature behind him spreads terrifying tentacles, engulfing the entire space. Meyer is stunned to see Wang Zhe still alive. His body begins to distort as he panics about where he truly is. The surroundings warp illogically, making him doubt why he remains intact. Everything contracts into a green sphere as his final thought fades. That sphere rests neatly in Wang Je's hand. With one hand in his pocket, he lifts the orb, coldly asking about He's remaining power. The vague entities around remain still, observing. He calmly says their destined moment of contact is drawing near. Amid the red mist, green lights flicker like eyes. Wang just stands still, allowing them to scrutinize him. He raises his hand and murmurs, "You see it now, He." He presses his forehead against the red entity, whispering that this is the taste of mourning. Elsewhere, the ancient gods gather together. A green-clad goddess turns, sensing something strange. A red giant asks what's wrong. He is Mei Qi Ying, the ancient god of the American nation. The goddess replies she felt someone touch her face. She is Shi He, the ancient god of the He nation. A pink-haired girl appears behind, teasing that only Yachi Long would dare, laughing it is Shachi Ji, the ancient god of the Sand Nation. A red-haired elder frowns, scolding her for rejoicing over Yachi Long's death. He is Shui Zhu Xiong, the ancient god of the Snow Nation. Another Kamani of the Ni Nation remarks that bloodlines fade over millennia. A different voice interrupts, ordering silence and vigilance. It is Ying Qi, the ancient god of the English nation, saying she senses a strange fluctuation. The 6 ancient gods simultaneously feel something approaching. A brilliant light appears before them. Enormous tentacles begin to writhe violently. In the city with the clock tower, everything starts to shake. People climbing the tower shout to destroy it immediately. Another rallies them, claiming destroying the tower is humanity's declaration of will and uprising. Black-cloaked figures rush in, shouting to stop them. They hurl energy spheres to block the climbers below. The orbs explode, hindering those trying to destroy the tower. The clock tower quakes violently, spreading tremors everywhere. A laugh echoes from inside, telling everyone to stay calm, confusing the black-cloaked men. Ling Lang Wu appears, holding a wine glass, leisurely commenting on the weather. Someone below recognizes and calls her name. The black-cloaked group shouts that she's a wanted criminal and to notify King He. She bursts into laughter, mockingly repeating King He's name. The black-cloaked ones ask in confusion what she means. One of them suddenly falls silent, sensing a strange aura. Ling Lang Wu raises her glass, answering with the toll of a funeral bell. The sky turns crimson, the moon bleeds red, and swarms of black bats fill the air. In Ni Nation, tens of thousands of monks meditate beneath a Buddha statue. A red beam shoots across the sky, tearing open space. That beam flies straight toward a distant, luxurious city. The great monk of Ni Nation rises, his thunderous voice warning of time-space chaos and karmic reversal, bringing disaster to He and Ying nations. He proclaims the nation's power must be used to purge the one disrupting order. He slowly preaches, calling his disciples to act. The disciples rise simultaneously to obey. They chant together, Buddha's grace, Amitabha. In the sky, a pair of relaxed feet appear amid a halo of light. Wangja stands in mid-air, cloak billowing, eyes sharp as blades. In his hand glows a green crystal. A violent tremor shakes the darkened space. The crystal flares brightly, awakening even the dormant. Green veins bulge on his face as he grins wickedly. The scene turns into an endless white void. He jolts awake, his face twisted in pain. A sharp pain in his heart makes him spring up. His body, veined in green bloodlines, trembles in agony and confusion. His future self appears before him. A hoarse voice asks if he has remembered everything. His eyes widen as memories flood back. He clutches his chest, groaning in torment. The future self grabs his collar, voice icy and gaze piercing. His pupils quiver, faint light reflecting fear. The two now stand in the void beyond Earth. He clutches his chest, confusedly asking who they are, and the future Wang Jie replies, they are both thieves of time, one from the future, one from a parallel world. He looks down at his hands, stammering, unable to grasp their connection. The air thickens as the future self approaches. Wangja smiles twistedly, madness in his eyes, saying he can see the future. His voice grows feverish as he admits the other is the only variable he cannot predict. insisting that what comes next must be born of chance. A green beam pierces the present self's forehead, unleashing a new wave of chaos. He floats in the cosmos, hair drifting under the dim starlight. His blue eyes shimmer with hidden sorrow. He closes them gently, embracing the silence. Suddenly he opens them wide, fear overwhelming calm. Regaining awareness, he realizes he has fully merged with his future self. His wounded body begins regenerating. He tries to move, but paralysis strikes from shock, the absorption of King He's power still incomplete. Wu Yan emerges from the wall, blade swinging fiercely. She shouts judgment, declaring she's finally found the cause of chaos. At that instant, another sword blocks her strike. Jindi rushes forward, standing fearlessly before him. Wu Yan yells in fury, questioning her. Jindi, are you still human? Despite her doubts, Wu Yan attacks relentlessly, suspecting her foe has become a bloodkin. Seeing Wang Jie's smile, she immediately understands why. Two red fang marks on Jindi's neck gleam as she firmly vows to protect humanity, even transformed. The two blades clash again, erupting in a fierce explosion of energy. A shrill sound rings out. Jindi's eyes blaze red as she declares she's ready to let demons devour her and commands her opponent to withdraw. A few minutes earlier, Jindi was still collapsed in the lab. Her weak voice mourned the failed experiment that Wang Jie had been taken by he, and seemed dead, her blue eyes glimmering with sorrow. She frowned, closing her eyes in despair, telling herself this was as far as she could go. A blazing red light engulfed the room, and a soft sorry echoed. Wang Jie, now merged with his future self, slowly stepped forward. He stayed silent, his icy gaze fixed on her. His hand rested gently on Jindi's shoulder. His deep voice asked if she was willing to become a bloodkin for her ideals. In her eyes reflected his gentle smile. She softly replied, seemingly understanding everything that he always knew her choice. She tilted her head slightly, accepting fate without hesitation. His fangs revealed, a seductive smile spread across his lips. Back in the present, sparks flashed through the room. Wu Yan flipped away, dodging Jindi's kick. She frowned, recalling her investigation into Ling Lang Wu after the England incident. As she clashed, she was shocked to discover the mastermind behind the great upheavals might be Wang Jie himself. Her gaze locked on him sitting quietly in the corner, determined to eliminate him. Dark energy gathered densely around her. Her blade lunged straight ahead, shouting for Jindi to move aside. But she froze at the sight before her. Jindi effortlessly deflected the strike with one hand. Her red eyes emitted waves of energy as countless blood-hued butterflies swirled. A single clean slash gravely wounded her opponent. Wu Yan groaned in disbelief. How could this once frail woman now rival the Monarchs? She clutched her wound, glaring bitterly at the man who granted such power. He answered with a mocking smile. Without hesitation, Wu Yan turned to ash and retreated from battle. The golden sunset flooded the sky. Sparkling rays bloomed across the heavens like stars. It was the army of Ni Nation arriving. All forces aimed toward the abyss in the city's heart. The great monk of Ni Nation led them, proclaiming the execution of the Time Chaos traitor and declaring He Nation had no right to interfere. Their target was Wang Jie, now quietly rising. Hundreds of beams rained down as chants of Amitabha echoed. Before Jindi and Wang Jie, the monks of Ni Nation appeared. Facing the massive army, she stayed calm, reminding them they had entered He territory. Thick green lightning surrounded her as she invoked the authority of He Nation. Vast energy exploded as she summoned all bloodkin in the land to destroy the invaders. Lightning poured down like rain, tearing through the monks' ranks. Thunderbolts struck wildly across the city. The entire sky glowed with radiant green light, overpowering moon and stars. Citizens looked up in awe at the majestic sight. Their eyes changed color, pupils turning emerald. Hundreds of bloodkin answering her call appeared everywhere. Even distant onlookers were left utterly stunned. Some blood clans at the tower's peak were also summoned under that command. Ling Langwu smiled with amusement as she watched the events unfold. Countless dark figures rushed toward the radiant structure in the center. At the same time, the monks of Nai Kingdom launched a massive counterattack. A flicker of fear appeared among their ranks, causing some to turn back. With shocked eyes, they couldn't believe the scene before them. In an instant, all blood clans of He Kingdom had gathered around her. Their numbers grew exponentially, covering the sky. The sound of wings and sonic waves roared, their power completely overwhelming the enemy. A Blood Clan member grabbed a monk's head and crushed it instantly. The battle turned into a fierce stalemate, with shouts demanding vengeance for He Kingdom's monarch. Jindi placed her hand on her chest, boldly declaring herself the new queen, heir of the purest bloodline. Light flared in her eyes as she ordered her people to exterminate the invaders. Unified shouts and the pounding of wings erupted, leaving the monks unable to react. They were trapped inside a cage formed of bodies and energy. Suddenly, a powerful golden light pierced through, forming a shield of Buddhist power. A violent explosion erupted, along with blazing Buddhist symbols. The golden glow reflected in Jindi's stern eyes. A colossal Buddha statue appeared, radiating dazzling light. Amid the brilliance, the statue chanted Amitabha Buddha,